Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 nanoseconds. Chapter 203 Dalton's Jongyun's Training Plan. Hungry Wolf, you are just half a weirdo now. But you can resist Pochi's Scorch Bomb in such a state. This shows that the strength of your body contains unlimited energy. But this is not enough at all. I can train you to be the strongest weirdo. Da Jongyun floated in midair and spoke to the Hungry Wolf in front of him. After hearing Da Jongyun's words, Hungry Wolf looked disdainful. You train me? What, are you going to teach me how to use telekinesis? Da Jongyun opened his big hands and said, No, what I teach you is neither superpowers nor martial arts, but the secret to becoming a monster. This secret will help you become a weirdo faster. In short, it is to first use the human body to defeat countless deaths and put a load on the body and spirit that deviate from the norm. Although this sounds very simple, it is very difficult in practice because the test objects can easily die during the process. Although some people withstood this load and became weirdos, they eventually stopped growing and became extremely mediocre monsters. The most important thing about my experiment is to ensure that I experience a hell suitable for my own level. Listening to Da Jongyun's words, Hungry Wolf said, It sounds like you have tried it many times. Da Jongyun said, Not many times, but countless times. I have tested it on humans and weirdos countless times. Although we have now developed weird cells that can easily turn humans into weird people, it can only change the individual's original talents and cannot achieve the step-by-step growth I want. I really wanted to know how to break through the growth limit, so I let the weirdo eat the weirdo, let the blood and cells of the two mate, and gave them varying degrees of pain and pressure. I have basically tried every method I can think of. Quote, in these experiments, I found that only by defeating death can one's strength be improved to a higher level. If one can defeat death several times in a row, explosive growth will occur. But it's a pity that these weirdos either died in the middle or stayed at the dragon level. They didn't grow as much as I wanted. In this way, among the continuous failures, the first winner finally appeared. He is the king of monsters, His Majesty Orochi. Although His Majesty Orochi is very powerful now, Hungry Wolf, you have the qualifications to surpass Orochi. After the battle with the Cutting King, you once again crossed a barrier and your strength increased again. You are already very powerful, but if you follow my plan, then your strength will become even stronger, and you may even surpass His Majesty Orochi. How about it? Let's join forces and become the strongest weirdo in the world, and then completely wipe out the heroes from this world. The Hungry Wolf smiled and said, I refuse, you don't need to meddle in my own business, and don't pester me again in the future. Reject. Sorry, from the moment you were targeted by me, you no longer have the right to refuse. Da Jongyun said with a serious face. Hungry Wolf said, Stop talking nonsense, what I hate the most is guys like you who sit on the sidelines. I tell you, I will definitely beat you up. Da Jongyun said confidently. He, you can just show off your words, your body can't even move now. After saying that, Da Jongyun continued to increase the output of his mind power towards the Hungry Wolf. But what he didn't expect was that even under the control of his own mind, the Hungry Wolf could still move. I saw the Hungry Wolf opening his hands vigorously, and then slowly moving forward. I've gradually gotten used to it. Hungry Wolf raised his right hand and said, quote exclamation mark, quote. How is it possible that you can still move under the control of my mind? Da Jongyun looked at the Hungry Wolf with surprise. The Hungry Wolf thought of the previous scene of fighting with the metal bat, and thought to himself, is this the so-called motivation? Da Jiang looked at the nearly perfect test subject in front of him and thought to himself, with super strong learning ability, super strong body and extraordinary adaptability, this is simply a natural test subject. It seems it's not that simple to put a collar on him. After thinking about it, Da Jongyun immediately took action, using his mind power to control all the rocks in the ground, and then smashed them all towards the Hungry Wolf. In that case, let me use pain to train you. The next moment, countless stones wrapped the Hungry Wolf tightly. But the Hungry Wolf shook all the stones with force, and then used his fists to break the stones one by one. Hey, it seems like your superpowers are just that. Is this the General Staff Officer of the Weird Association, Da Jongyun? It's really shocking. After Hungry Wolf finished speaking confidently, he jumped up onto a rock and said, a genius weirdo like me doesn't need someone like you to train him. Okay, I won't talk nonsense to you. I think as long as you, the leader, are killed, the remaining members of the Weird Association will fall apart. General Staff Officer of the Weird Association Da Jongyun, I want to hunt you now. Seeing that the Hungry Wolf was about to attack him, and he would have to face the hero later, Da Jongyun didn't want to expend too much energy on it, so he shouted, Your Majesty Orochi, you can attack now. What? The Hungry Wolf who was about to take action stopped when he heard this. The next moment, I saw a huge hand grabbing the Hungry Wolf, and then a huge head appeared in front of the Hungry Wolf, and that was the head of the big snake, and the body was not revealed because it was too big. Come out. Good luck. After Da Jongyun said these words, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and then the bottom of his floor suddenly parted to both sides, and the snake's figure was completely revealed. The big snake's hand kept exerting force, trying to crush the Hungry Wolf to death. Fortunately, Da Jongyun spoke up in time. Your Majesty Orochi, I still have use for that guy, don't kill him. After hearing Da Jongyun's words, the big snake let go of his hand and threw the Hungry Wolf to the ground. Dajiang looked at the hungry wolf who was thrown to the ground and said, "Oh. He can still stand up. I really didn't expect this guy's obsession to be so successful. But what is this obsession?" The hungry wolf who fell to the ground shivered, raised his hands and clenched his fists, then smashed them backwards and stood up. "Ha, ha, ha, I won't die so easily." After Hungry Wolf finished speaking, he looked at the weirdo King Orochi in front of him who was dozens of times bigger than himself. The big snake looked at the hungry wolf, and the tentacles on its head began to move. Chapter 204 Bangu is suspected, Saitama takes action. Z City, Saitama's house. "Please, bald-caped man, please go and help rescue the uncle." Slug looked at Saitama who was lying on the ground reading comics with a pleading look on his face. Facing the chattering slugs, Saitama was also very annoyed at the moment. Because ever since Fang Xuan left this brat in his own home, the brat has been talking non-stop. He is simply more annoying than Genos. If it weren't for the fact that he is a child, Saitama would have given him 2 slaps. Saitama said, "Isn't Fang Xuan already in the past? Just leave it to him." Slug said, But it seems to be the enemy's base camp there. The strongest warrior is only one person after all. I'm afraid he won't be able to fight against so many weirdos." Fang Xuan, who was grabbing Boki and beating him crazily, said, "I'm not afraid of another 1,000 weirdos. Don't worry, Fang Xuan is very powerful." Saitama calmly comforted Slug. Seeing this, Slug lowered his head and said to himself, "But, as a heroic hunter, the uncle was seriously injured in the battle with those weirdos." Hero hunter, Saitama, who was concentrating on reading comics, suddenly became interested when he heard the words, "Hero hunter." He stood up, looked at Slug seriously and asked, "You just said that the uncle you wanted me to save is a hero hunter." Slug nodded. "Great, I finally found this guy." A rare smile appeared on Saitama's face. Because the hero hunter did not hunt him before, Saitama always thought that the hero hunter looked down on him, so he always wanted to teach that guy a small lesson, but there was no news, but now there is finally news about the hero hunter, so he must go there. Saitama then quickly washed up and put on his own khaki hero uniform. "Child, take me to the place you mentioned. City A. Hero Association headquarters. In a conference room, Bangu and Banku were sitting here. After leaving Saitama's house, they did not go back to the dojo directly, but came here with the purpose of asking about the hungry wolf. The person responsible for receiving the 2 of them was Big Nose Ziki. "Silver Fang, you are here. Long time no see, Ziki. When I was fighting before, I accidentally lost my communicator. I wonder if you can give me a new one." "There's no problem with this. I'll prepare it right now." After Ziki finished saying this, he recalled in his mind what was decided at the previous meeting. When Bang Ji-yu was fighting against the hungry wolf before, because he failed to eliminate the hungry wolf, the cadres of the Hero Association suspected that Bang Ji-yu took the relationship between master and disciple into consideration and did not eliminate the hungry wolf. This led to now Bangu has left a seed of doubt in the minds of these top brass. And this time about the attack on the Weird Association, Bang Ji-yu should not be allowed to know anything about the situation. Bangu had almost finished the conversation and directly stated the purpose of coming here. "I have one more thing to do here, and that is the information about hungry wolves. Is there any latest progress?" Hearing Bangu's question, Ziki also said, "No, we don't have the latest information about the hungry wolf." "That's it, Silver Fang, at that time, you had close contact with the hungry wolf, right? But why did you watch him escape? Is it really because of the intervention of weirdos that we are not showing mercy?" After hearing Ziki's words, Bang Ji-yu said, "Do you mean that I let him go on purpose?" Ziki said, "Sorry, too many things have happened recently. My thinking is a little confused. Someone will send a new communicator soon. I still have important tasks, so I will leave first." After saying that, Ziki left the conference room. Bangu, on the other hand, said with a gloomy look, "I have no mercy." At this moment, the door of the conference room was opened again, and King walked in anxiously. "Huh, no one is chasing me. If I hide in this room for now, no one will be able to find me. But how do I get out? King, what are you doing?" Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hearing the voice from behind, King was startled and turned around to see Bang Ji-yu. "Mr. Bangu, why are you here?" Bang Ji-yu said behind his back. "Come to do something, what are you here for?" King answered honestly, "As soon as I got home, someone said that there was an urgent call for S-class and below, and then they brought me here." Bangu saw that King seemed to know something, so he asked, "Oh. What is it?" "Well, those cadres seem to have said that this matter cannot be leaked to Mr. Bangu." Hearing this, Bangu hugged King directly and said, "Hey, after all, we also had hot pot together at Saitama's house. We can be considered friends. Tell me." King shook his head. "This is really impossible." Seeing King or not telling him, Bangu also directly moved Fang Xuan and Saitama out and said, "For the sake of Fang Xuan and Saitama's friends, it's okay to tell me. If you don't believe me, don't you believe them too? That makes sense." King, who was led astray, then told Bang Ji-yu about his visit here. It turns out that the association has gathered people to go to the Weird Association. I didn't expect that the matter has become so serious. I thought things would calm down first after the hostages were rescued by Mr. Fang Xuan. What I didn't expect was that the association would exclude me. By the way, Fang Xuan and Saitama will also participate in this operation, right? King said. No, Mr. Fang Xuan directly rejected this action, and Saitama was not invited by the association at all because his level was too low. However, both of them live in Z City. If they hear any news by then, they will come to support. Bang Ji-yu looked at King seriously and said, please, let me go too. I must complete my mission. Okay, no problem, let's meet at Saitama's house. When he heard that Bang Ji-yu was going with him, King instantly felt that he had some protection. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Z City. On the street. Ah, are you sure this is the entrance to those weirdos' base? Saitama looked at the sewer manhole cover in front of him and wondered. Slug nodded. Yes, that's right here. When I was brought into the Monster Association by the Cutting King, I saw with my own eyes that he entered from here. Seeing that Slug was so sure, Saitama no longer had too many doubts, directly opened the manhole cover and entered the sewer. Chapter 205 Geno's Super Improved Strength. Kusno Secret Institute. After eating at Fang Xuan's house, Dr. Kusno took Geno's back to his research institute. On the way, Geno's handed the chip that Fang Xuan gave him to Dr. Kusno. Doctor, this is a chip that the teacher gave me before. He said it might be of great help to me. Can you take a look at it for me? Oh, your teacher gave it to you. I didn't expect your teacher to know a lot. As he said that, Kusno took the chip and looked at it. After looking left and right for a long time, he finally shook his head. Geno's asked, what's wrong, doctor? Is there something wrong with this chip? No, when I went out, I didn't bring any equipment to test the chip, so I didn't see anything special about this chip. However, since it was given by your teacher, there must be something unusual about it. I will take a closer look when I return to the institute. After hearing this, Geno's also said, that's it. Doctor, could you please tell me something next time? Soon, the two returned to the research institute. Originally, Dr. Kusno planned to repair Geno's first and then study the chip, but Geno's felt that it was better to study the chip first. Doctor, if there is anything special about this chip or it can help me improve my strength, then I can replace my current chip while I am repairing it. This will save a lot of trouble. Listening to what Geno said, Kusno nodded and thought it made sense, so he entered the laboratory to study the chip first, while Geno's waited outside. After 3 hours of this. Strange, why hasn't the doctor come out yet? Could something have happened? Geno saw that Kusno hadn't come out yet, so he immediately got up and walked into the laboratory. PhD. Geno shouted anxiously after entering the laboratory. Hearing Geno's voice, Kusno, who was looking at the data carefully at the console, came back to his senses. Geno's, why did you come in? Your injury hasn't been repaired yet. Don't move. Geno scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, doctor, I saw you didn't come out of this laboratory for 3 hours, so I thought something had happened to you, so I hurried in. What? It's been 3 hours. Kusno quickly looked down at the time on his computer. Sorry, I was too obsessed with studying this chip, so I never looked at the time. Geno stepped forward and asked, Doctor, is there anything wrong with the teacher's chip? Why have you been studying it for so long? Kusno said, Geno's, let me ask you something, is your teacher Fang Xuan a very outstanding scientist? Geno's replied, that's probably not the case. Teacher Fang Xuan has never done anything related to technology except practicing, cooking, and playing games. Why do you ask this, doctor? Kusno transmitted the information about the chip on the computer to the big screen and said, this is because the technology of this chip is so advanced. It's even beyond the scope of technology that I know. Look here, the structure of this chip is completely different from what we are used to. Its integration level, computing speed, and even energy utilization efficiency far exceed our existing technology. I dare to say that if you are equipped with this chip, your strength may not only be improved by a few levels, but you may break through your current limits. My first limit? Really, doctor? Kusno nodded first, but then shook his head. Geno's was a little confused and asked, Doctor, what do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Is it because I can't load this chip or is there some other problem? Kusno explained. No, the reason I shake my head is because, facing such a chip, I don't have a suitable weapon to match it. If this chip is installed on your body now, the systems and technologies on your body are not worth mentioning at all. Even if you enter G4 mode during battle, run all systems at the same time, and use all weapons at the same time, you don't have to worry about it. The failure occurred due to energy supply problems because the energy utilization efficiency of this chip is too high. Quote, but if you simply plug it into your current system, it's like putting a spaceship engine on an old bicycle and you can't get the true performance out of it. We need a completely new only systems and equipment that match this chip can truly unleash its power. It's just that I have no way to research this kind of technology for the time being. After Geno's listened to the doctor's explanation of the chip, he looked at the chip as if he were looking at his wife, unable to move his eyes away. Doctor, do you have any good suggestions that can help me make the most of this chip? After thinking for a while, Kusno said, although I can't develop technology for you that completely matches the chip now, it doesn't mean that we are helpless. We can do it in 2 steps. First, I will tell you we will optimize and upgrade our existing systems so that they can better adapt to this chip, and then we will gradually develop more advanced technologies to fully utilize the capabilities of the chip. Okay, doctor, let's start now. I saw Geno's already lying on the machine bed. Seeing Genos' energetic look, Kunos also became motivated, and then began to operate the large and small robotic arms in the laboratory to repair Genos first. After a while, Genos was repaired to the same condition as when he first appeared, and all of Genos' current systems were upgraded and optimized. After repairing and optimizing Genos, Kusno operated the smallest type of robot arm and began to dismantle the place where Genos loaded the chip. The place where Genos carries the chip is a very solid place under the energy core located at the heart. Because it is located in the energy core, the design and processing of this place are very precise, and it is very troublesome to disassemble. After a while of operation, Kusno disassembled it, and then he used a robot arm to take out the chip that Genos was currently installing. He saw that the chip had begun to smoke due to long-term overload use. And there are scorch marks. After putting the chip aside, Kusno installed the chip given by Fang Xuan into Genos' body. For some unknown reason, the size and model of this chip completely matched the size of the chip Genos was currently carrying. Place. This saves a lot of unnecessary trouble. After loading, Kusno began to reassemble it. After the assembly was completed, Genos opened his eyes and stood up from the machine tool. Then, he entered the G4 mode, fully turned on all existing systems, and entered an overload state. The system that took a long time to complete before was now very fast, and he felt that it was no use. I am very happy to be in a state where I can enter with any strength. At this moment, Genos felt that if he faced Elder Centipede, he could fight with him for 3 days and 3 nights without getting hurt. Chapter 206 The new Fubuki team is dispatched. After Genos installed a completely new chip, he left the Kusno Secret Research Institute and returned to Z City. Z City. No man's land. After Fubuki learned that her sister was going to carry out a very important operation, and the location of the operation was still in Z City, she wanted to take her Fubuki team with her, but just after the idea came to her mind, she suddenly remembered that the members of her Blowing Snow team seemed to have not recovered from the last battle, and they were all in the hospital now. But she wanted to participate in this operation, so she planned to find her teacher to go with her. Junior sister Kuishui, are you going to find teacher Fang Xuan? Genos, who came back from the Kusno Secret Research Institute, happened to meet Fubuki who was going to Fang Xuan's house, so he said hello. It's brother Genos. Are your injuries all healed? Well, thanks to the doctor's repair, I have fully recovered. By the way, why did you come to see teacher Fang Xuan for something? Fubuki said. The Heroes Association is doing something big, so I want to ask the teacher to go with us. Big move. The association side. Are you wondering why I didn't receive the message? Genos thought doubtfully. Brother Genos, let's go find teacher Fang Xuan first. Good. Then the two of them came to Fang Xuan's door and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Click. Since Fang Xuan was not at home, the maid robot servant opened the door. It's Genos and Fubuki. Are you here to see the master? Fubuki said. Yes, is that teacher at home? The servant shook his head and said. I'm sorry, the master is not at home now. There were several earthquakes in Z City just now. Then the master cursed outside the window for a few minutes and then went out. Kui Zan was a little disappointed when she heard that Fang Xuan was not at home. She looked at Poo Poo and asked, Poo Poo, do you know where teacher Fang Xuan went? The servant continued to shake his head. The master didn't say where he went. Genos said, Junior sister Fubuki, since teacher Fang Xuan is not at home, let's go find teacher Saitama first. We can form a team with teacher Saitama, and the effect will be the same. Fubuki nodded and said, yes, why did I forget Saitama? With that said, the two said goodbye to their servants, and then walked to Saitama's house nearby. Since Genos had the key to Saitama's house, he didn't need to knock on the door, but just opened the door and went in. Teacher Saitama, I'm back after repairing it. Saitama, I'm here too. I have something to tell you today. After Genos and Fubuki walked in, they found no one in the house. Why isn't Saitama here? Did he go out? Fubuki said while looking at the empty room. Genos looked at the water glass on the table and said, the water in the glass hasn't been finished yet. He must have run out because of something urgent. But I remember, the special price in the supermarket is only the day after tomorrow. And the teacher's hero suit is not there. Could it be that some powerful enemy has appeared? And just now Poo-Poo said that there were 2 earthquakes in Z City in a row. From this, it seems that the enemy this time is anything but ordinary. Kui Shui said, Brother Genos, have you thought of anything? Just when Genos was about to say what he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Saitama, we are disturbing you again. The visitors were Bang Ji-yu and Bang Poo who had returned from the Heroes Association. Genos saw the silver fangs coming, so he said, Mr. Bangu, the teacher is not at home. Aren't you here? Then let's go find Fang Xuan first. Teacher Fang Xuan is not at home either. Why aren't both of them at home? What a pity. I originally wanted to invite Fang Xuan and Saitama to attack the Monster Association's lair with King. Hearing this, Genos was a little surprised. What? Have you found out the exact location of the Weird Association? Bump said. Yes, and it's not far from here. Bang Ji-yu looked at Genos and asked. Genos, you should be going too, right? Genos nodded. Of course. I finally escaped from the association. I'm exhausted. I saw King arriving in front of Saitama's house panting. Bangu heard the sound and turned around to say hello. Hey, King, you're here. King quickly put away his exhausted look and said calmly, "Is everyone here?" Bang Ji-yu said, "Fang Xuan and Saitama are not here, there are only a few of us." "Well, how could this be? How come both of them are not here? When I left in the morning, Saitama was still at home." King said with sweat on his forehead. Fubuki said, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's their freedom where they go." King said, "But, the time for the attack is imminent. What are you going to do with King? Are you waiting for the two teachers to come back? Or should we just rush in together?" Genos and Bangu instantly put pressure on King. King said nervously, "Of course we have to wait for Saitama or Fang Xuan." Fubuki agreed at this time. As expected of King, he arranged everything for me behind my back without my giving orders. We really have to wait for Mr. Fang Xuan or Saitama. After all, if the next battle turns into a team battle, then Teacher Fang Xuan and Saitama will be indispensable forces. Since we are going, we should all go together. I propose that we form the new Fubuki group here. Although Fubuki was very motivated, the other people ignored her and were discussing separately. Seeing this, Fubuki said angrily, "Hey, can you guys stop ignoring me?" Gino said to Bangu, "I think so. If King arrives later, it will increase the burden on the rest of the S-class, so you go first, while I stay here to wait for the two teachers. Don't worry, I will meet you as soon as possible after meeting the teacher." After listening to Gino's suggestion, Bangu nodded and felt there was no problem. But the same King is already going crazy. What, since this operation does not wait for Fang Xuan or Saitama, can this be done? Although King really wanted to change things with Gino's at the moment, considering that in front of so many people, if he said it, his true strength might be exposed. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and set off with Bangu and Fubuki. Fubuki walked in front, waved his hand and said, "New Fubuki team, let's go." Bang Ji-yu said from behind, "Okay, let's go." Bump twisted his wrist and said, "Okay, let's solve this matter before dark." As for King, he feels a little urgent to urinate at the moment. Chapter 207 Heroes Surrounded by Weirdos. Z City. Boundary. This is the edge of Z City, surrounded by solid iron fences. Squeak squeak. The iron gate was opened, and then a large number of people entered from the outside. And these people are the many heroes who participated in this operation. Walking at the front was the Child Emperor. "Here we are, looking at the city in ruins in front of him," the Child Emperor said. "This is a ruined city that has been abandoned by humans. Let us take back this place completely today." With that said, everyone entered Z City and walked on the desolate streets. As the team's think tank, Emperor Tong asked, "Is Mr. King not here yet?" The association sent news that the helicopter transporting Mr. King has arrived. However, Mr. King seems to have temporarily changed his plan. He will go to the location he is responsible for first, and let us attack according to the time we have planned. After hearing this, Emperor Tong felt helpless. This guy King made plans without authorization. Why is it just like eating ordinary food? But why doesn't he contact me directly? It seems that he still treats me as a child. Mizuki, the B-class hero leader, moved his long hair and said, "What a pity. I thought I could see King Senpai's actions with my own eyes." A-level hero Green said, "Forget it Tong Emperor, that guy King has his own way of doing things." B-level hero Jenksing said, "Let's not worry about that guy King for now, let's start attacking." The zombie man warned, "Don't worry about King for now, look ahead." After hearing the zombie man's words, everyone immediately looked up and saw a large number of weirdos suddenly appearing from everywhere on the originally empty street. They emerged from various hidden corners. After lighting a cigarette, the zombie man said, "It seems that someone welcomes our arrival very much, and specially sent someone to pick us up for this reason." Weird people are still emerging, becoming more and more. Super Alloy Black Light looked at the approaching weirdos and said, "Oh, the number of weirdos continues to increase." The A-class hero Ian also immediately reminded his master Atomic Samurai, "Master, I don't know when." A large number of weirdos also appeared in the rear. Atomic Warrior said, "It's not just the rear. I saw a large number of weirdos appearing in front, back, left and right of the heroes." At this time, a black rag suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the rag turned into a pool of black liquid, and two hands appeared from it and made a gesture. The next moment, all the surrounding buildings and the trams in the sky began to creak, and then more weirdos rushed out of the buildings and trams. Mizuki, the B-level hero leader, hurriedly said to Sejingle behind him, "Leader, please retreat first." Sejinjar said, "Damn you, you have bright eyes. You say you don't know how to play tricks, but it turns out to be a trap." Tatsumaki said, "It's okay if they all come out. This will save us the trouble of finding them. Anyway, Fang Xuan has rescued all the hostages, so now we just need to eliminate these disgusting guys." Just after Tatsumaki finished speaking, the black liquid that the black rag had transformed into suddenly turned into a strange man wearing a black cloak. This person is the evil eye in the Weird Association, but because this person is weird and unpredictable and rarely takes action, the level is not clear. "Oh my, your tone is really loud. You dare to say that you will destroy us on our home field?" Cheyenne looked at Tatsumaki for a while and said with a smile, "I heard that in this operation, the total combat power of the Heroes Association will come. Is the result just like this? A little girl, ha ha ha." Hearing Xie Yan's mocking tone, Tatsumaki's anger level rose slowly. The other weirdos around him also started laughing wildly after hearing Xie Yan's words. Hahaha, Xie Yan is right. With just this few people, I guess it's not enough for me to fight alone. I think heroes might taste better. Emperor Tong used his high-tech eyes to carefully observe the weirdos surrounding them. The thermal energy response surrounding us exceeds 80, 110, 150, and continues to increase. Tatsumaki crossed his arms and said, Tong Emperor, throw away that toy of yours. In this case, calculations are meaningless. The sexy prisoner said to the people behind him, boys who have no confidence, hide behind me. Xie Yan smiled and said, this little man is right, calculations have no meaning to you. As he spoke, he stretched out his arm, and saw that his arm was covered with eyes. Then he raised his hand, and the surrounding buildings began to make a buzzing sound. Soon, under the gaze of a group of heroes, a large number of buildings were controlled by a powerful force of thought and flew into the air. Seeing this phenomenon, Sijingar said, is this guy also a superpower? Amidst the astonishment on everyone's faces, Tatsumaki on the side showed no disdain for this. Immediately afterwards, Xie Yan pointed his hand downward and said, did you see these eyes on my arm? These eyes are the eyes of the weird people who were killed by you hateful heroes. And I was originally just a weak superpower, but after Lord Dajongyan integrated these eyes into my body. These condensed residual thoughts have successfully increased my power. Now I will avenge them. Watch out. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil eye controlled the buildings in the sky and threw them at the heroes. Some weaker heroes were frightened and fled in all directions after seeing this scene. Fortunately, Tatsumaki took action at this time. She stretched out a finger and raised it upwards, instantly forming a huge and transparent protective shield around her. Seeing that the building was blocked, the fleeing heroes cheered instantly. Look, it's Ms. Tatsumaki's barrier. Saved. As expected of Ms. Tatsumaki, she is indeed very strong. Thank you so much, Ms. Tatsumaki. Just when everyone was praising Tatsumaki, Tatsumaki suddenly released his superpower, and the remaining building debris fell from the sky, instantly smashing everyone again and screaming. The sexy prisoner quickly came to the weaker hero and used Angel Slap to break all the falling stones. Super Alloy Black Light also used its super hard body to break large rocks. As the leader of the team, Sijingar held his head and said, hey, Tornado, can you defend until the end? Tornado. Tatsumaki didn't look back and said in a cold tone, why do I have to protect you? Chapter 208 Respective Means. Hearing Tatsumaki's cold answer, Sijingal, who was the team leader this time, was also a little flustered. Because among the members of this operation, Tatsumaki has the highest combat effectiveness. If she loses her temper, this operation will probably cause unexpected losses. So Sejinjar could only ask in a calm tone, what's wrong with you, Tornado, and why did you say such a thing at such a critical moment? Tatsumaki crossed his arms over his chest and said, if you can't do anything yourself and just ask for protection from others, it will be of no value to this operation. It's better to go back now and save yourself at the critical moment, distracting others. I share the same opinion. It was Masked Sweetheart who spoke. Super Alloy Black Light was a little surprised when he heard Masked Sweetheart's words. Oh, I didn't expect you to say such a thing, it's really rare. Masked Sweetie threw the huge building debris caught in his hand on the ground and said, their mission is to support, not to hinder, and since they know the danger of this operation, they should be prepared for the situation just now. But just now they were so scared that they ran away, and some were so scared that they didn't move. Quote, if you are also heroes, then let me see your strength. Xie saw that his attack just now was blocked by the little man in front of him, so he prepared to launch another offensive. Upon seeing this, Tatsumaki said calmly, give up. The power you can increase by collecting the energy of the minions is your limit. Listening to Tatsumaki's words, Xie Yan fell into silence, but soon he looked at Tatsumaki in front of him, thought of something, and said, I heard that one of your sisters is also a superpower. Seeing that the other party mentioned his sister, Tatsumaki's expression immediately became serious, and his whole body emitted a green light. Xie raised one of his arms and said cruelly, if I pluck out the eyes of you two sisters and install them on my arms, then my strength may become stronger. Tatsumaki's face had turned gloomy. What a piece of crap. Okay, I'll let you know what the consequences will be if you attack our sisters. Xie Yan took the lead, controlling his telekinesis, condensing a large number of building fragments into a huge force, and suddenly attacked the tornado. That power is like a violent storm, with the power to destroy everything. However, Tatsumaki was not afraid at all. She sneered, raised her hand slightly, and a more powerful telepathy surged out of her body, forming an indestructible barrier. The building fragments hit the barrier and were instantly shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. But the tornado's barrier remained motionless, as if all attacks could not have the slightest impact on it. Immediately afterwards, a storm suddenly blew up around the tornado. The storm swept across the entire battlefield in an instant, with flying sand and rocks, and the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Tatsumaki's move can be said to have opened the eyes of other heroes present. It's really awesome, no wonder it's called Zansu Tornado. But just when everyone was sighing at the powerful strength of the tornado, the weirdos surrounding everyone thought that the lower-level heroes were too scared to move, so they immediately launched an attack. Just a bunch of cowards. It seems they don't have any big skills at all. Brothers, follow me and kill them. Come on. The A-level hero with twin ponytails immediately threw a glass ball in his hand and killed a tiger-level monster. Then she looked at Sweetheart Mask and said, "Don't look down on others. Although our level is relatively low, there's no problem in protecting ourselves." After saying that, the twin-tailed people threw all the glass balls in their hands into the air, and then threw them out one after another like acrobatics. Look at me, Death Loop. Under the attack of the twin ponytails, the monster that rushed up was instantly repulsed. At this time, on a building far away from the battlefield, a one-eyed weirdo held a special sniper rifle, aimed at the twin tails and said, "Isn't he just a street performer? Let's go to hell to perform." Just when he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet suddenly shot towards him, instantly penetrated his scope, and then penetrated his head. The person who took the shot was a fatal shot from the same A-level hero. The twin-tailed man looked at the fatal shot in confusion and asked, "Hey, where were you shooting just now?" A fatal shot said, "It's okay, I took care of a little guy who wanted to make a sneak attack." Those weirdos also realized that their snipers had been killed, so they all rushed forward with a fatal shot. "Oh, a mere sniper actually wants to show off. Let's see how I teach you how to be a good person." Bang, bang, bang. Unexpectedly, after a series of gunshots, those weirdos who rushed up were all shot in the head. I saw a fatal shot and said, "A group of guys who are no longer human actually want to teach me how to be a human being. It's really ridiculous. And you think that as a sniper, I am not good at close combat? Then you are totally wrong. You lose because of this." As soon as he finished speaking, he held his sniper rifle in his arms and began to snipe. In the process of running, he killed several weirdos in a row and accurately. But even great people make mistakes, but after one fatal shot and several more shots, his sniper rifle jammed. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran behind the sexy prisoner as quickly as possible. The sexy prisoner saw that the fatal shot that had made him so excited suddenly hid behind him, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yi Fatal said in a panic, "It's stuck." "Oh, I lose because of this. I always get stuck at the critical moment." At this time, a strange man suddenly emerged from the ground and rushed towards one side fatally. Upon seeing this, the sexy prisoner was ready to take action, but just when the weirdo was halfway through, a large number of vines suddenly entangled him. What is this? Tengman. Then I saw Tengman pulling the weirdo back into the ground, and then the screams started. Ah 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 ah. When Tengman came out again, the weirdo was still divided into pieces by 5 horses. The person who took action was the A-level hero Green, and he took back all the vines. Behind him, the A-class hero Shinue Thick Eyebrow asked in surprise, You can actually control plants." Green said, "So be it." Chapter 209 The Thick-Skinned Wrestling Rhinoceros. These plants have been cultivated in my body since I was a child, and now we even share the same nerves. Although if I do this, the nutrients will be absorbed by them, and my body is a little weak, but now I'd better kill all the enemies in front of me. After Green explained his situation, he once again used Vine Man to catch the 2 weirdos. Shinue's thick eyebrows immediately picked up their weapons and stepped forward to deal with the 2 weirdos. My competitor, Mr. Sweet Mask, please watch the performance behind my words. As an A-level hero, the narcissistic Ikko held a flower in his mouth and spoke as narcissistically as his name suggests. A weirdo raised his fist and hit him. Narcissistic Ike threw the flowers away gracefully and then struck hard. Ah, hit, 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 hit. The moment the flower fell to the ground, he also successfully dealt with the weirdo, and then quickly picked up the flower with his mouth. "That's my wonderful soft show," Narcissistic Ike said with a very conspicuous posture. The masked sweetheart on the side looked at Narcissistic Ike's battle and also said, "This guy has a lot of skills. Maybe he really has the potential to be a star." The A-level hero Shadow Ring quickly threw his shuriken and defeated several monsters. But at this moment, a strange man came behind Shadow Huan with an axe and struck down hard. "Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the axe hit Shadow Ring's head firmly. Just when the weirdo thought he had solved the hero and was complacent, Shadow Ring suddenly turned into a piece of wood. It turned out that Shadow Ring used the substitution technique in ninjutsu. The next second, a cold light flashed through, and the monster's corpse was separated. "Nice move. Where did you learn your ninjutsu?" The flashing flash suddenly appeared behind Shadow Ring. After seeing its ninja, he was very curious. Yinghuan turned around and left, whispering, "It's different from you." Flash looked at Yinghuan's leaving figure and said, "I think so. After all, there were no women where I grew up." Seeing how easily everyone was able to deal with the weirdo, Sijingar, the leader of the team, said, "It seems like it's more powerful than we expected." The child emperor ate a lollipop leisurely and said, "It seems we don't need to worry too much." Sijingal continued, "Yes, after all, they are all A-level heroes. If there were no S-level heroes, they would be the top heroes." With the efforts of all the heroes, all the weirdos who surrounded them were quickly eliminated. Sijingar looked at everyone and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The General Mizuki replied, "There's nothing wrong with me. This is too easy." Atomic Warrior said with a relaxed expression, "Something's wrong. This is the headquarters of a weirdo no matter what, but the enemy's strength is too weak." The flashing Flash put back the sword in his hand and expressed his doubts. The child emperor was eating a lollipop and carefully observing his surroundings. He also felt something was wrong. Knowing that the Heroes Association may dispatch super strong combat power this time, they still send these little soldiers and generals. The purpose of this should not only be to consume our physical strength. At this moment, a large number of weirdos appeared around again. Everyone, don't relax, these weirdos have appeared again. I saw that the weirdos that appeared this time were obviously much stronger than the weirdos just now, their bodies were stronger, and their faces were more ferocious. It seems like the level of these guys has become higher. TCH, come on over here, I want these guys to know how powerful A-class heroes are. All the heroes once again entered the fighting state. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Suddenly, among the crowd of weirdos, a rhinoceros monster rushed over. After arriving at the front, the rhinoceros monster looked at the heroes in front of him with an angry look. There is no chance for Orochi and those cadres to take action. Leave all these heroes to me to wrestle the rhino. Watch me destroy you all. Seeing such confidence in the wrestling rhinoceros in front of him, the B-class hero Point Star also threw away his coat and said, ever since I was kicked out of the Fubuki team because of a quarrel with the team members, I have always wanted to act alone and improve my hero ranking. Now is finally the time. Look at my sure kill move, Violent Star. As soon as he finished speaking, Jengsing hit Wrestling Rhino with the meteor hammer in his hand. But the Wrestling Rhino's defense is very high, and his attack did not cause any damage to it at all, but was even knocked away by the opponent. But the bolus was still falling in the air. Mizuki, the B-class hero, jumped into the air, caught the bolus, and then threw the bolus in a standard shot put motion. Boom. This blow successfully hit the Wrestling Rhinoceros, but it still failed to break the opponent's solid defense. Instead, Wrestling Rhino aimed the bolus at Mizuki and bounced it back. Just when the meteor hammer was about to attack Mizuki, Jengsing quickly pulled the meteor hammer back and dragged Mizuki behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Then there were several more gunshots, and several bullets hit the Wrestling Rhino, but it was still of no use. Fatal on the top of the building looked at the frankness of the Wrestling Rhinoceros and said, damn it, this guy's skin is too thick. Huh, after I became a weirdo, I went through special training day after day just to become the strongest on the surface and to prove that I am the strongest. This is the only desire that fills me with passion, Wrestling Rhino said as he rushed towards everyone. Seeing this situation, A-level Eion also jumped into the air. Although he only had one arm left, his strength has not retreated. He pulled out the sword from his waist and struck the rhinoceros, extremely sharp horn. Then he blocked it with all his strength. Upon seeing this, the other heroes quickly stepped forward to attack. Everyone, we stopped him while Eion, let's go up. All of a sudden all kinds of attacks were directed at the Wrestling Rhinoceros. However, the Wrestling Rhinoceros's defense was a little too strong. After a long fight, they did not cause any damage to it, but were knocked far away by the opponent. Damn it, this guy's skin is too thick. Been beaten back, Wrestling Rhino said. After enduring the opponent's moves and then subduing them, this is the supreme pleasure. Why, is this all you heroes have? Let your strongest hero come out and fight me. Listening to the Wrestling Rhinoceros, Iagon wanted to attack it again, but his master's voice came from behind him. That's enough, Ei, let me do this guy. Chapter 210 Entering the Weird Association. Seeing that his master actually took action against such a weirdo, Eion said, Master, give me a little more time, and all. Before Iagon could finish his words, Atomic Samurai interrupted. No, we can't wait any longer. We can't let everyone accompany you to be stubborn. I know you are obsessed with cutting off this guy's horns. Don't worry, I'll cut it off. Then Eion retreated. The Wrestling Rhinoceros listened to the words of the Atomic Warrior and said confidently, cut off my horn. Do you want to listen to what nonsense you are talking about? Didn't you see the battle just now? Forget it, I just appreciate your courage. Hit me with your attacks and I'll score you. After saying that, Wrestling Rhino waved his fist and hit Atomic Samurai. The sword drawn by Atomic Warrior stopped at this moment, and then he said to everyone, okay, it's over here. Let's move on. Can everyone still move? The attitude of the Atomic Warrior made Wrestling Rhino confused. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm still standing here. The Atomic Warrior ignored the Wrestling Rhinoceros and turned away. Damn it, you dare to ignore me. Adam turned around and asked, by the way, how many points did I get just now? The next moment, a scratch appeared on the horn of the Wrestling Rhinoceros and began to fall downwards. Upon seeing this, the Wrestling Rhinoceros quickly covered it with his hands, but then numerous cuts appeared all over his body. I'm not willing to give in. Open your eyes, UBD. Didn't you say that I'm very strong? You also said that even S-class is no match for me, but why? Immediately afterwards, the Wrestling Rhinoceros was cut into countless small pieces. In this way, the ghost-level monster Wrestling Rhino was disintegrated by the miraculous sword skills of the Atomic Samurai. The Wrestling Rhinoceros was killed by this guy so easily. Did he just take action? I don't know, I only saw him pull out part of the knife. This guy may be the strongest. Brothers, come together and kill him. After being surprised, the weirdos immediately targeted the Atomic Warrior and rushed towards him in a swarm. But facing the monster rushing towards him, the Atomic Warrior took the thin wooden stick in his mouth with a relaxed expression, and then made a few random strokes in the air. The monster rushing at the front was instantly killed, cut into countless small pieces. This scene made all the other weirdos stunned, but as the Atomic Samurai pulled out his sword and slashed forward, all the weirdos were cut into countless small pieces in an instant. If you want to fight me, these few people won't be enough. After dealing with the weirdo, Atomic Samurai twirled his katana and said with a relaxed expression. Oh, are there any additional manpower? In that case, let me destroy them all. Just when Atomic Samurai was about to continue taking action, those weirdos staggered and then all fell to the ground. Then the flashing flash appeared behind those weirdos. The game is over, it's time for everyone to take action. Yinghuan on the side was surprised when he saw Flash's speed. So fast, I didn't see his speed at all. Is this the speed of Flash? Next, all the S-class heroes took action collectively. Super Alloy Blacklight used his strong muscles to knock each of the weirdos to death, while the sexy prisoner quickly eliminated the weirdos with his fists. After a while, all the weirdos present were eliminated. At this time, the tornado also fell from midair, and the evil eye was twisted into a similar garbage bag by the tornado's telekinesis and was thrown to the ground. The sexy prisoner looked at the evil eye and said, "What a strong telepathy, you can still maintain your original shape in the face of a tornado." Yeah, I didn't feel anything. After Tatsumaki finished speaking, he pointed with his hand, and the evil eye was directly destroyed in the next second. And in the air not far from everyone, the small eyeballs divided into big bright eyes are observing everyone. Found it. I saw the Tong Emperor flying into the air with the high-tech backpack he was carrying, and split the little eyeball in half with one move. Okay everyone, all the weirdos who ran out have been eliminated. Now according to the plan, the above-ground organization will stay on the ground and wait, and the rest will start attacking. The commandos who arrived at the designated location began to attack. After the Child Emperor issued the order, the heroes also began to take action. Saijingar took the microphone and said, "Everyone, be careful in this operation. We are going to eliminate the Weird Association this time, and you have no support. If anything happens, you have to rely on yourself. Sorry, can anyone help me?" The speaker was Mizuki, the B-class hero general, and she was pushing someone hard. Senior Pig God is stuck. Next, due to the huge size of the Pig God, the entrance was directly burst, and the whole person fell down smoothly. The other S-class heroes also entered the entrance with their teams. The Weirdos Association Underground is also fully prepared at this moment. As a staff officer, Da Zhong looked at the battle of the heroes he just saw and said, "Although I still want to see King's strength, it seems that there's no such guy in the crowd. But I probably already know the other heroes. Tist, the murderous intention was just now. Don't call us out at this time. By the way, you call us out, and then what? And what did you learn?" Those who spoke were the officials of the Weird Association. After all the cadres gathered, some weirdos with weaker grades ran in outside the door. Da Zhongyan said, "The guys who rushed out after threatening to make military exploits, why did they come back now? Also, where's the hero's head?" Hearing what Da Zhongyan said, all the weirdos were also very scared. Those guys are too strong, we are no match at all. Half of the guys on our side have been killed, but the heroes have suffered no losses. We thought we could defeat the opponent with numerical advantage, but it turned out to be a big mistake. We didn't want to take too many risks. Listening to the words of these weirdos, Da Zhongyan also said, "Are you afraid of death? If this is the case, then you have no value in existence, you can go and die." After saying that, Da Zhongyan used powerful telekinesis to squeeze all the escaped monsters into a cube. "Those who can't even lose, let's become His Majesty Orochi's food." Then he threw the cube to the big snake behind him. Then he looked at the weirdos who hadn't gone out yet and said, "Do you guys want to leave everything to the cadres and those ghost-level weirdos? If you don't want to become the food of His Majesty the Orochi, then put aside your identities and find a way to obtain the other party's situation. And, I have clearly told you who should face that S-class hero." Chapter 211 Fang Xuan was underestimated. Under the threat of force from Da Zhongyan, the remaining weirdos did not dare to say anything, and hurriedly nodded and walked out to confront the hero. In the dark passage, Pochi's head was covered with big lumps and he fell to the ground unconscious. Fang Xuan twisted his wrist and said, "This dog can really withstand beatings. I beat him for so long, and besides screaming, he didn't even say a word for mercy. He is a man, Pochi, who has passed out. You still know that I am a dog." Just when Fang Xuan was about to leave, he felt the auras of many weirdos appearing on the ground above him, but the auras of these weirdos were not very strong. In addition, he also felt the aura of heroes. Hey, they are quite fast, and they are starting to attack now. At the same time, noisy sounds came from in front of Fang Xuan. "MD, what does this big bright eye think of us? I am not his subordinate. No, we temporarily joined the Monster Association to eliminate heroes. Sooner or later, I will destroy Da Zhongyan one day. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go up and defeat a few heroes to vent the anger we just felt." These weirdos were one of the teams that went to fight against the heroes after being threatened by Da Zhongyan. These weirdos cursed and cursed along the way, obviously very dissatisfied with Da Zhongyan. Why is there a human smell here? It seems to be in front. A weirdo with a very sensitive sense of smell pointed forward and said, "Really? That's great. Before we fight those heroes, let's eat a human first to add to the fun." As soon as he finished speaking, this lizard-like weirdo rushed forward first. Bang, 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 ah. Just a moment after the lizard monster rushed out, there was a tragic cry. The weirdos were startled by this sudden change. They all turned around and saw that the lizard monster rushing at the front had now become embedded in the wall and lost its vital signs. "What's going on?" A tall weirdo roared, his steps becoming cautious, for fear that he would follow suit. But the same thing happened. After a while, the tall weirdo screamed and hit the wall hard, just like the weirdo before. In the darkness, Fang Xuan's figure slowly walked out. He dusted off his hands and looked at these astonished weirdos expressionlessly. Just now, he just waved his hands gently twice, but unexpectedly, the two weirdos flew out directly. Fang Xuan greeted the weirdos very kindly. "Hello, everyone." After all, the weirdos saw clearly that it was an ordinary human being who came out of the darkness. They all laughed arrogantly. "What? It turns out he's just an ordinary human being. I thought he was some kind of powerful hero. These two guys are really useless. They were defeated by such guys. They deserve to die. Brothers, come together, then this guy will divide it up." As soon as he finished speaking, all the weirdos rushed towards Fang Xuan. Their eyes were full of ferocity, and they felt that the human being in front of them could be easily dealt with. "Huh, do I look so weak?" Fang Xuan looked at the muscles he had cultivated and said doubtfully. Then he raised his right hand and condensed a super small energy ball. "Is this guy scared out of his mind? Such a small broken ball wants to fight against us. I think his mind must be broken. Whether it's bad or not, we'll find out when I pry his head open." As the group of weirdos got closer and closer, Fang Xuan also smiled slightly, and then the super small energy ball instantly turned into a qigong wave and was shot straight out. The qigong wave was extremely fast and instantly penetrated the few weirdos who rushed forward. They didn't even have time to react before they were penetrated directly and turned into a wisp of smoke. The weirdos behind were frightened by the sudden powerful energy wave and fled in all directions, but the speed of the qigong wave was far faster than them. For a while, there were screams in the channel, and the weirdos fell one after another. The qigong wave impacted until it reached the end of the passage before gradually dissipating. In the entire passage, only Fang Xuan was left standing, surrounded by fallen weirdos and a mess. "Oh, why bother? Can't you just talk it over? Why do you have to do it?" Fang Xuan shook his head and continued walking forward. It is said that after Saitama entered the sewer, he kept walking forward based on his own feelings. However, Saitama's feeling has always been very bad, so he is confident that he is lost. It seems like this is where I came in just now. It's so troublesome to find the entrance like this. By the way, how about? Saitama suddenly remembered a super good method, and then he looked at the ground, then jumped up hard, rushed to the surface and then fell down. Saitama's movements were noticed by Sai Jingar in the distance, but because the distance was too far, he could not see clearly what it was. Boom. After a loud noise, Saitama successfully arrived in a tunnel. The noise seems a bit too loud, so I won't care. There seems to be someone in front, go and take a look. Saitama patted the dust on his body and then walked forward without caring. After entering the monster association, the other heroes also started to attack. Tatsumaki quickly shuttled through the tunnel. If she encountered a strange person on the way, she would use her telekinesis to eliminate them without saying a word. Atomic Samurai led his team and walked forward, but he did not encounter any strange people blocking him along the way. The pig god was eating snacks while observing his surroundings, and behind him there were several weirdos hiding, waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, in a secret control room of the Weird Association, Da Zhongyun was observing the actions of the heroes through small eyeballs scattered everywhere, which of course did not include Fang Xuan and Saitama. This is because these two people are not taking the usual path, one teleports and the other breaks through the ground, so the big bright eyes cannot detect the two of them at all. Very well, just keep entering. The more times you fight, the more data I will collect. Then the fun begins. Let you heroes see the true strength of our Weird Association. As Da Zhongyun's voice fell, there was movement in the depths of the Weird Association. Powerful monsters began to move out. They either had strong physical strength or possessed strange superpowers. Each of them was an extremely difficult opponent. Chapter 212 Flash's Record. Flash was walking down a passage. But soon a weirdo blocked his way. "Hey, you're Flash, the super fast S-class hero, right?" A strange man with sharp fangs, a strange man with 3 heads, and a strange man with 7 eyes appeared in front of him. It finally appeared. "I have been waiting for a long time. Die." Faced with Flash's death warning, the 3 weirdos didn't care at all and instead spoke confidently. "You are the one who will die. We have been waiting for you here for a long time, and the news that you entered from this road has long been exposed. And in such a narrow passage, your boast of super high speed has no use at all, ha. Before the 3 weirdos finished laughing, 3 flashes of light instantly penetrated their heads. The next moment, blood spurted out, and the 3 monsters fell to the ground instantly. The flashing Flash also fell to the ground, and said without looking back, "I have never boasted about my speed. This kind of thing is only something that supporting characters like you can do. It's just that people often say that I can decide the victory soon. Besides, who told you that I have no other means of attack except speed?" Bang bang bang. As Flash finished speaking, applause sounded in the dark passage. I saw a man holding a knife and a man who looked girly appeared in the passage. Then the man holding the knife danced in the air, and then flames appeared on the knife. The man flicked it hard and used it. The flame on the knife lit up all the lights in the passage. "What a beautiful killing speed, Flash." Before the effeminate man could finish his words, Flash instantly turned into a flash of light and stabbed at him. But the effeminate man reacted quickly and stuck to the roof like a spider. "Not bad. Only in this way is it worthy of being killed by us." In addition, the man holding the knife one also said, "Is this your fastest speed?" Flash flash. Flash flash also recognized the two people in front of him. The man with the knife was the culprit who ended the incident in issue 44, and the effeminate man was the culprit in Golden issue 37. Both of them were members of the Hero Association. The released S-class bounty criminal. Flash, who saw the flash, didn't hold back. He instantly drew his sword and stabbed the man holding the knife. Ding, ding, ding. Sword light and knife light intertwined in the passage, and the sound of metal collision echoed. The flashing flash had a fierce confrontation with the man holding the knife, while the effeminate man was observing from the side, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. Flash flash said, "Was I your original target?" The man holding the knife smiled and said, "Humph, we finally meet, you really made me anxious to wait." Wind blade kick. The flashing flash kicked hard towards the man holding the knife, but the man with the knife lowered his head and bent down to avoid it. After the man holding the knife escaped the attack, he immediately fought back, flame blade kick. The flashing flash immediately jumped up to dodge the attack, but he found that the effeminate man was waiting for him on the roof early, and there was a wire in front of him. No, it's actually a steel wire. After the flashing flash collided with the steel wire, he was startled, but it was too late. The effeminate man pulled hard, and the steel wire instantly cut towards the flashing flash like a mesh. Flash, who saw the flash, immediately used the sword in his hand to cut off all the incoming wires and then fell to the ground. "It's such a pity, I almost cut him into pieces. But what we didn't expect was that you actually dared to separate and attack the headquarters of the Monster Association alone. You were really brave. Thanks to this, it is easier for us to start." While the two were talking, Flash quickly looked around and found that the surrounding walls were covered with steel wires. So he raised his sword and said, "Stop talking nonsense and continue." When the effeminate man saw that Flash was about to attack again, he laughed in his heart. "Let me see how you were cut into pieces by your own speed." The next moment, the flashing Flash rushed forward quickly. He used the sword in his hand to cut the surrounding walls into pieces, and then attacked in front of the two of them. Seeing Flash's operation, both of them were a little surprised. "I didn't expect that you, as humans, would not hesitate to join forces with weirdos to destroy us. HMPH, I don't need you to worry about it, but it's too narrow here, so let's move to another place to continue." As he said that, the floor under the three people's feet suddenly split open, and then the three of them fell downwards together. With the agile movement of the three people, they quickly landed under the rocks below. "It's not bad here. This is the territory we took from the weirdos by force. Here you can show off your true abilities. But it's Hayate Devon who's about to defeat you here. And me, Karma Flame." After introducing themselves, the two of them attacked Flash, who was flashing from both sides. Since both of them were at the ghost level, they were able to compete with Flash for a while. Of course, Flash didn't do anything serious because he wanted to get some information from the two of them. "Who are you hired by?" "After cleaning up the Weird Association, I want to go and say hello in person." "Our employer, you are going to die here today anyway, so there is no harm in telling you. Our employer is the king of human trafficking, Black Robe Fish. But so what if you know, do you have the ability to fight with a Legion organization?" After Flash heard this, he objected, "It can't be him." Gale Devon wondered, "Why?" The flashing Flash said confidently, "Because I have already dealt with him. He is really annoying. He always sends this guest to kill me." Hearing Flash's words, Hayate Devon was a little surprised, so he continued. "The drug general, Hellowood. He was killed by me too. Heart collector, Brigula, dead long ago. The invincible bandit captain, Gamma Arashi. It seems like there is such a person. A top executive of the Assassination Alliance. It's already at the bottom of the sea." Next, Hayate Devon revealed an employer, and Flash said that he had killed him. Such a record left both Hayate Devon and Yahuo Flame stunned. Chapter 213 Hayate Devon and Karma Flame who were killed with one sword. "Okay, the boring routine session is over. Who is instigating you behind the scenes?" Flash asked. Hayate Devon replied, "What you just said is that we want to deal with people's names after killing you. Even the underworld should be destroyed, but now it seems that you have saved us a lot of money. Thank you so much. Then, I ask you to die too." After Hayate Devon finished speaking, he and Karma Flame attacked at the same time, attacking the flashing Flash. The three of them got together in a fierce confrontation. Facing the fierce attacks of the two men, the flashing Flash also dealt with it very easily. "Not bad, but if you fight me, it's better not to hide your clumsiness. It's better to release it quickly," the so-called monster transformation. Hearing Flash's words, the two of them were stunned for a moment and then said gloomily, "Oh, I didn't expect you to already know about this." Flash said, "The feeling of incongruity from the previous fight with that guy, coupled with your desire to move the battlefield, I can be sure that you weirdos are still relatively young, so you are not used to your own strength. That's why I was lured to this place with a wider space." While Flash expressed his opinion, Hayate Devon began to turn into a monster. "Oh my, are you saying that you came here on purpose just to see how we turned into monsters?" Yahuo Frame, who was also a weirdo on the side, said, "What a disgusting guy, he actually looks down on us so much." The Shining Flash said confidently, "Wrong, this is not to look down upon, but you are not my opponent at all. Next, I'll let you two idiots know that even if you become weirdos, you can't surpass me." Hayate Devon and Karma Flame, who had completed their transformation into monsters, laughed. You can't take back what you just said. Also, don't blink next time, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to see our speed clearly. As soon as the words fell, the two people disappeared in an instant. The next second, Karma Flame pulled out his knife and slashed at the flashing flash. Ding! The flashing flash quickly raised his sword to block, but another Gale Devon attacked from the other side. Faced with a flanking attack, the flashing flash was not afraid. He twisted his body at an almost impossible angle and cleverly avoided the attack of Gale Devon. The blades of the blades intersected, making a crisp metallic collision sound. But after completing the transformation into monsters, these two people's strength has reached dragon level. After another collision, the three of them retreated backwards. Is my swordsmanship in the monster-like state a fluke? No. It doesn't seem like it. Flash launched another attack. Heavy flash slash. A yellow flash of light went straight towards Karma Flame. The opponent raised his sword to block it, but he didn't expect that his sword broke under the blow. I see, your purpose is to destroy my weapons. Yahuo Frame looked at the broken sword in his hand and understood instantly. The flashing flash said, what a slow reacting guy. I only found out now that it's too late. Hayate Devon on the side looked at the two fighting people and said to himself, he is worthy of being called a genius like us, but he is even better than us in terms of technical accuracy. In the contest just now, I didn't feel the disadvantage of his speed and strength at all. But with such a strong opponent, other than us, the other weirdos probably can't do anything. After repelling Karma Flame once again, the flashing flash said, Half-Wind Devon, Karma Flame, do you still feel that your strength is superior to mine? I can say that I know your tricks very well, because I have experienced more practice than anyone else. The better a person is, the more he will stick to the basic movements. No matter how fast or powerful he is, as long as he knows the movements of his moves, he can easily deal with them. After hearing Flash's words, Hayate Devon and Karma Flame did not feel panic, but showed sly smiles. That's it, I understand. That's enough. Well, that's enough, Hayate Devon said. We gave up our identity as humans and gave up the tricks and props needed by ninjas. Next, we will kill you as weirdos. Destroy you with overwhelming speed. Farewell, Flashy Flash. The next moment, the two jumped into the high air, and then launched their strongest and fastest attack towards the flashing flash. Hayate Devon successfully hit the flashing flash with a knee strike, causing him to retreat for more than 10 meters. Because the sword of Karma Flame was broken, he could only rush forward quickly and attack with his fists. Faced with the siege of the two men, the flashy flash did not appear panicked. He calmly analyzed the situation. Hayate Devon and Yahuo Flame gave up their human identities and launched attacks with the strength and speed of monsters, which indeed put a lot of pressure on him. But how could he, the Shining Flash, be defeated so easily? At the moment when the two were about to attack again, Flash dodged and escaped the two men's attack at an incredible speed. At the same time, the sword blade in his hand was instantly swung out, drawing an elegant arc. Flash slash. A flash of yellow flashed across the sky, and Gale Devon and Karma Flame were cut in half before they had time to dodge. Hayate Devon, who returned to normal, said, it's really annoying. If you have such a powerful move, you should use it sooner. The flashing flash put his sword back into its scabbard and said, I'm just looking for an opportunity to kill both of you at the same time. According to my judgment, if any of you escape, I will be in a lot of trouble later. Quote, furthermore, except for me, if the other S-class heroes face your speed, it will be difficult to keep up, so the best way is to deal with you all together. What a nasty guy. Sparkling Flash, what exactly is it that we lack? Listening to the two people's last words, the flashy Flash said without turning his head, it must be due to lack of practice. After saying that, he turned around and left the place. Not long after he left, the place suddenly collapsed. The bodies of Hayate Devon and Yahuo Flame were buried in the ruins. Where is this place? Forget it, let's confirm the location. Flash looked for the map given by the Child Emperor on his body and found that it was lost. He had no choice but to leave based on his own feeling. Chapter 214 The Tong Emperor's Technology. The one who moved at super high speed just now should be Mr. Flash. But why did it stop suddenly? Could it be that the Annunciator malfunctioned? But this didn't happen to others after the attack. What on earth is going on? Through the map and signal projected by the high-tech watch in his hand, Tongdi noticed that Flash's signal suddenly disappeared, which made him confused and worried. But as a genius, he knew that the signal tracker he developed was stable and accurate, and there would usually be no signal loss for no reason. Did something unexpected happen to Mr. Flash? Emperor Tong secretly speculated in his mind, but he quickly gave up the idea. After all, Flash is an S-class hero and is very powerful, so he shouldn't encounter any danger easily. Maybe it's just that the signal device temporarily failed, or Mr. Flash entered an area where the signal is blocked. Tongdi tried to find a reasonable explanation for the disappearance of the signal. Since Fang Xuan had already rescued the hostages before, the Child Emperor did not need to rescue the hostages first like in the original work. Instead, he had to find out all the paths of the weird association so that other heroes could use their full potential as much as possible. Strength. And this time he has another mission, which is to try to find the driving knight who came here alone before to find information. According to Sijingle, before losing the signal, the driver knight said that he had collected a lot of information about the weird association, but just as he was reporting, a violent attack hit him, and then he lost the signal. However, before the driver lost contact, a voice came from the king of monsters. So as long as they find the driving knight, they will be able to know many things about the weird association as soon as possible. Just when Emperor Tong was carefully observing his surroundings, a strange man holding a kitchen knife suddenly appeared behind him. But what this weirdo didn't know was that a small robot octopus was following him and was already aimed at him. Just when the weirdo raised the kitchen knife and was about to attack, the small robot octopus suddenly sprayed out a large amount of ammunition, instantly covering the pig-shaped weirdo with bullet holes all over its body. After all, I'm an S-class hero, but if you want to sneak up on me with a kitchen knife, you're looking down on me. The child emperor complained and continued to move forward. The pig-shaped monster fell to the ground, twitched a few times and then stopped moving. It was obvious that it had lost its life. In order to find the driving knight, Emperor Tong turned on the radar installed in his backpack. Suddenly, a weak signal fluctuation caught his attention. He immediately stopped and analyzed the signal carefully. As this, a signal to drive the knight, Emperor Tong's eyes lit up. He immediately adjusted the tracker on his watch and moved quickly in the direction of the source of the signal. After walking forward for a while, Emperor Tong came to a laboratory. The signal is getting stronger and stronger here. It seems that the driving knight is here. After saying that, the child emperor walked in and saw the driver knight that had been dismantled on a machine tool. It's amazing. The durability of the drive knight has been tested repeatedly. It can be said to be extraordinary. Although it was defeated by the Monster King, what kind of attack can destroy it to this extent? First, let's see if there is a map of the weird association as a whole. The child emperor took out a data cable from his backpack and inserted it into the split head of the driver knight. Immediately, Emperor Tong began to view all the data in the driver knight's brain through his laptop. This is the data from the conversation recording of the weird association, as well as the location where the hostages are held. Found it. Detailed information on each layer of the map, as well as pictures. After a while, Emperor Tong transferred all the information to the computer. Although the configuration of these parts is not perfect, someone should want to reassemble it. Judging from the beautifully decomposed state of each part without any damage, there are also people here who are proficient in the mechanical field. Damn it, the drive knight is a technology developed to defeat weirdos. If it is abused by these weirdos, it will be troublesome. Really, you have already found the information, but you still refuse to cooperate. I really convinced this guy. Emperor Tong scratched his head angrily, then took back his laptop and data cable, and then walked out of the laboratory. However, on the way, the child emperor was a little confused. Strange, why is there no one guarding the location of the laboratory where the drive knight is? Logically speaking, two powerful weirdos should be sent to guard such confidential matters. The thoughts of these weirdos are really strange and I can't understand them at all. After walking forward for a while, the Tong Emperor's early warning system suddenly detected a large number of weirdos coming towards him in front of him. Is it finally here? I thought the weird association had forgotten about me. With that said, Emperor Tong also clicked the button on his school bag, and the next moment more than a dozen mechanical arms stretched out. These robots also held various weapons in their hands. The child emperor stared ahead. The strange people rushing toward him were of various shapes, some were ferocious and terrifying, and some looked like twisted human shapes. When those weirdos saw that the enemy they were facing turned out to be a child, they all started to laugh. Ha ha ha. I thought the hero Da Zhongyan wanted us to stop with some kind of powerful character, but I didn't expect him to be just a little kid eating lollipops. Hey, kid, have you weaned yourself? How dare you come to a place like this? You're very brave. He can be considered an S-class hero. I can fight 10 like this. With such thin skin and tender meat, it should taste good. After beating it for a while, let's eat it. I believe it will taste very good. Facing the ridicule of these weirdos, the child emperor's face instantly became gloomy, and he took a hard bite of the lollipop in his hand. Normally, what the Tong Emperor hates the most is people calling him a brat, but today someone dared to say that he was not weaned. It can be said that the Tong Emperor's anger level has been maxed out. After those weirdos finished mocking the child emperor, they all swarmed up and attacked the child emperor. The child emperor first threw 3 things similar to elf balls and then shouted, "Come out. Loyal dog, mad dog man. No. 23, number. 24, number. 25. 3 mechanical dogs that looked like corgis came to the child emperor. Then the child emperor continued, combined. The next moment, the 2 dogs were lying on the ground, and the other one was lying on top of the 2 dogs, and then they started to merge. Soon the 3 dogs merged into one and turned into a 3-headed robot dog. Mad dog Cerberus, go ahead and teach these weirdos a lesson. After the Tong Emperor gave the order, he and the robot dog instantly rushed towards the crowd of weirdos. Under the attack of the robot dog and the child emperor, the group of weirdos were quickly eliminated. The child emperor said while killing the weirdo, "This is what will happen if you underestimate me." Chapter 215 Fubuki and others encounter Pochi. At this time, the various passages of the Weird Association were filled with the sounds of fighting. In order to find out the attack plan of the Hero Association, the weirdos also began to fight with the heroes. After 10 minutes, a strange man walked into the room where Da Zhongyan was. Lord Da Zhongyan, the situation outside has been ascertained. The one who entered from entrance A as the sexy prisoner, the one who entered from entrance B is Super Alloy Black Light, the one who entered from entrance C is Tornado. All these S-class heroes they all act alone, while other A-level heroes and B-level heroes act in groups. What? These S-class heroes look down on our Heroes Association so much that they dare to spread our troops in our territory. Hee, that's fine, we can easily defeat them and let this place become their burial ground. Kill them all. When a group of cadres heard about the distribution of heroes, they became furious and clamored to kill all the intruders. Are these the only ones? Did you find any trace of King, Fang Xuan, and a bald man? Da Zhongyan, who was sitting on a tall chair, asked with his eyes closed. No trace of King and Fang Xuan was found, but as for the bald ones, I just reported that the Super Alloy Black Light came in through entrance B. No, the bald head I'm talking about is not the Super Alloy Black Light, but a guy who often wears an earthy yellow Superman uniform. We did not find the person you mentioned among these people. Okay, I understand. After Da Zhongyan finished speaking, he opened his eyes and said loudly, everyone, since the other party has given us such an opportunity this time, we don't need to be polite. According to the characteristics of their heroes, I will arrange your opponents. Quote, Big Esophagus, you go deal with the pig god. You two have similar abilities. I hope you won't let us down. Free Huger, you go deal with the sexy prisoner and try your best to induce him to attack you. As for the crossbow S, since there is no if there are any traces of Fang Xuan, then you go and deal with Sweetheart Mask. At this moment, Da Zhongyan still didn't know that Nu S was the mole. And Nu S also wrote down all Da Zhongyan's arrangements and sent them all to Fang Xuan when he went out. After Da Zhongyan arranged the ghost-level weirdos one by one, he said to the cadres who had been summoned here long ago, okay, this time the cadres should also contribute. Black Sperm, you can split into multiple cells. It happens to be the nemesis of swordsmanship. You have to deal with Atomic Samurai, Wandering Emperor, and Zombie Man's ability is very difficult. His regeneration ability is very strong, so I hope to use your power. Burn him completely. After a series of arrangements, he suddenly found that among the cadres, Boki did not come, so he asked, where is Boki? The weirdo just now said, I don't know, after he defeated the Hungry Wolf before, I don't know where he went. Da Zhongyan said, forget it, don't worry about him. I think he must have gone to fight. I don't know if it was the unlucky guy who bumped into Boki. It is estimated that a hero will be killed by Boki's attack for a long time. Then he said to the heroes who had just been arranged, let's go, I wish you a triumphant return. After watching the Black Sperm and others leave, Da Zhongyan raised his head and glanced at the big snake behind him and said, I really hope your majesty doesn't need to take action. However, this is basically impossible, because that man will definitely come. Orochi. Fang Xuan. Da Zhongyan said seriously, yes, it is him, he will be our biggest enemy. Orochi. Don't worry, I will kill him. Well, Da Zhongyan shook his head. The big snake looked at Da Zhongyan with an expressionless face, you are a piece of shit. ... Boom. In the dark passage, there was the sound of explosions. The originally smooth passage had become bumpy, smoke was everywhere, and several figures were looming. Damn it, is this dog a mangy dog? Why does it keep chasing us? Kui Shui frowned slightly and used her telekinesis to instantly disperse the dust around her. Everyone, don't be stunned. While its attack is suspended, I will lure him from the front. Junior sister Kui Shui, you will assist me. Mr. Bangu and Bangu will wait for an opportunity to attack from the flanks. Looking at its appearance, it seems that it has experienced a fierce battle before and is still injured. This is our advantage. Genos was commanding everyone. As for why he appeared here, it was because he really couldn't wait for Fang Xuan and the other two at home. In addition, he was eager to know what his current status would be after changing the chip. Strength. So I came here. It's just unfortunate that King suddenly got separated from Fubuki and the others shortly after they entered here. Then after walking for a short while, he met Boki who was knocked unconscious by Fang Xuan and fell to the ground. Several people planned to walk over quietly, but they didn't expect that Pochi suddenly woke up and attacked them. Fubuki was a little nervous looking at the huge Pochi in front of him, because if such a weirdo lived in the city, it would definitely be a nightmare, and at least he would start at the dragon level. Brother, let's go. Bangu called out to his brother. Good. Then, the two people ejected one to the left and the other to the right, nimbly preparing to deliver a fatal blow next to Boki. Genos instantly entered G4 mode, and then concentrated super energy in his hands. Super powerful. Spiral incineration cannon. Genos stretched out his palm, and the hole in his palm instantly burst out with dazzling light, and a blazing beam of light shot out. Roar. When Pochi saw this, he also opened his mouth wide, and instantly sprayed out scorch bombs and collided with Genos. Because Genos replaced a brand new chip, he launched such a strong attack without being overloaded like before. However, although he replaced a powerful chip, he did not have a new powerful weapon, so the power of the weapon was not the same. Promote. After colliding for a while, he was instantly suppressed by Pochi's scorch bomb and quickly attacked Genos. Oops. Genos felt bad and just wanted to dodge, but found that it was too late. Hell Arashi. Fubuki crossed his hands on his chest, and the next moment a super strong hurricane rose from the ground and hit the scorching bullet fired by Pochi. Boom. The two energies collided with each other, causing a sonic explosion, and the strong wind rolled back, cutting everyone's faces like knives. Ha, 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 such strong energy. Fubuki took a few steps back, then managed to steady herself. She looked at Genos and said, "Brother, you owe me a favor." Chapter 216 Good Dog Pak. Senior brother, although I was able to defend myself this time, I did it very reluctantly. If I come again next time, I probably won't be able to defend myself. Genos glanced at Fubuki. Just now, he had almost used all his strength to offset most of the power of Bocchi's thermal bomb, but even so, Fubuki was still very reluctant. It is conceivable that if this was a period of complete victory, Fubuki would probably not be able to do anything at all. Unable to resist, while the two were having a brief conversation, Bangu and Banku also saw the right opportunity and took action at the same time. Lu Shui, Rock-Breaking Fist. Lu Shui, Zante Fist. Total Secrets. Jiaoya Dragon Killing Fist. As the two men shouted loudly, the nearby air began to vibrate faintly, and the sharp sound of breaking wind resounded in the passage. The fierce fist wind lifted up layers of rocks. Their fists exuded a faint fluorescence and slammed down towards Bocchi. Boom. The power of this attack by the two was obviously much more powerful than the blasting air-cracking fist they had used before. So powerful. Fubuki was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that the martial arts practiced at the peak could be so powerful. The attack of the two of them this time is more powerful than the last time they dealt with Elder Centipede. Genos also said with some shock. Then Bangu and Banku's figures returned to the ground. Fubuki asked excitedly, "Is it solved?" The dust accumulated around them gradually dispersed, revealing the center of the attack. The next moment, their eyes collectively widened, because Bocchi was there, and Bocchi's figure was still standing, seemingly not too hurt. This means that the seemingly super powerful moves of Bangu and Banku just now did not have much effect on Bocchi. I've been having bad luck lately. Why do I encounter such perverted creatures? Bang Ji-yu and Bang Ku looked at the scene in front of them, and their old faces also pulled. After all, they finally joined forces, but they didn't expect that the other party would be so disrespectful. Forget about Elder Centipede last time, after all, it was in the hands of the blaster. Escaped, and the attacks of the two also had some effect. If Elder Centipede hadn't suddenly shed his skin and become stronger, the final outcome would have been uncertain. But this time, after receiving a blow from two people, Bocchi was fine, which really swollen their faces. Roar. Facing the attacks of several people, Bocchi was also angered. He roared and once again condensed the scorch bullets in his mouth, and this time the scorch bullets were more powerful. Everyone, be careful. Genos also sensed the terrifying energy contained in Bocchi's attack through calculation. Damn dog, why are you here? You still want to be beaten, don't you? Sit down. Bocchi, who was still concentrating on the thermal bomb, heard this familiar voice and thought of the terrifying human who picked him up and beat him up not long ago. Woof woof. Then, in the shocked eyes of Fubuki and others, they saw Bocchi, who was so majestic just now, sitting on the ground in an instant, and sticking out his tongue at them, no different from ordinary pet dogs. Teacher Fang Xuan. Fubuki and the others looked up when they heard this familiar voice. Fang Xuan was seen landing from the sky. Teacher Fang Xuan, why are you here? Genos glanced at Fang Xuan, then looked at Bocchi who was sitting obediently on the ground, and suddenly understood. I understand. Teacher Fang Xuan must have expected that we would come here, so you came here early to defeat this weirdo. Seeing Genos' expression that must be like this, Fang Xuan was confused. Because he had just sensed Fubuki's aura here and seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle. He thought there might be some danger, so he rushed over. However, Bang Ji-yu and Bang Ku looked at Fang Xuan with some horror. Just now, the two of them had used their full strength and strongest moves to stop Bocchi, but Fang Xuan was shocked by just one sentence. It is conceivable that he knew that the injuries on the huge monster in front of him must be caused by Fang Xuan. By the way, why are you here? Fang Xuan looked at several people and asked in confusion. Fubuki told him why he came here. After hearing this, Fang Xuan said, that's it, then why don't you follow the big army and set off? Tatsumaki and the others have already arrived here. Bang Ji-yu said, it's because of me. The association felt that when I dealt with the hungry wolf last time, I deliberately let him go out of consideration for the relationship between master and disciple, so I was not included in this action. Quote, didn't you say last time that the big bug suddenly appeared and stopped you, and then a big bird suddenly rescued the hungry wolf? Didn't you tell them about this? Fang Xuan said with some confusion after hearing this. Bang Ji-yu shook his head and said, I am the person in charge of the hungry wolf incident. The operation failed and I must bear full responsibility for not catching the hungry wolf. Genos asked at this time, by the way, Teacher Fang Xuan, do you know where Teacher Saitama went? Saitama, when I sent a child to his house before, this guy was still lying on the floor reading comics. Why wasn't he there? When junior sister Fubuki and I entered Teacher Saitama's house, we did not find Teacher Saitama and the child. Wait a minute, let me feel it. After speaking, Fang Xuan put his fingers between his eyebrows and then searched for Saitama's breath. Don't worry, Saitama is also here and there seems to be king next to it, but their location is relatively far away from us. Ignore him for now. With this guy's strength, no one can do any harm to him. After hearing Fang Xuan say that Saitama was also here and had inexplicably joined King, several people nodded. It is said that King started walking around here after getting separated from a few people. During this period, He also encountered several weirdos, but with the sound of his Emperor engine, which was actually caused by the excessive sound of the heartbeat when the heartbeat was tachycardia due to excessive tension, these weirdos who were afraid of death were eliminated. Scared away, after walking for a while, he bumped into Saitama who was looking for a hungry wolf. Then the two of them walked together. Of course, King would not get separated this time. After all, his thighs this time were real thighs. If they got separated again, it would probably be a problem whether he could get out from here. Saitama looked at King who was following closely behind him and said, I say King, since you are so scared, why are you still here? King also said apologetically, sorry, Saitama, I still can't tell you my true strength now. Saitama didn't care about this, and the two of them continued walking forward. Chapter 217 Zombies vs Vampires. Bang, 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 including this one, how many are there already? This child emperor said that he arranged such a surprise deployment in order to disperse the number of enemies as much as possible, but with so many fast people, it seems that no matter how many there are, they will not be of much use. After the zombie man killed a weirdo with a gun, he picked up an axe that fell on the ground and split open the iron door in front of him. Boom! The weirdos who heard the noise behind the iron gate quickly ran towards this side. As soon as the zombie man walked out of the door, he saw that a weirdo had arrived, so he threw a barrel of gasoline. Hey, this is a meeting gift for you. After saying that, he pulled out his pistol, loaded it quickly, and blew up the gasoline barrel with one shot. Boom! There was an explosion, and the strange man who came was instantly swallowed up by the fire. Suddenly, the wall next to him shattered, and a strange man with tentacles instantly penetrated the zombie man. Are you the S-class hero zombie man? Go to hell. Although his body was penetrated by tentacles, the zombie man's actions were not hindered. He raised his pistol and killed the weirdo with one shot. After pulling out all the tentacles that penetrated his body, the zombie man also complained, hey, are there too many weirdos in my charge? My special areas are espionage and espionage activities, as well as investigating contaminated areas. I am not good at combat. Really, the child emperor should match me with a hero who is good at fighting. Just as the zombie man was complaining, several weirdos appeared behind him again and they rushed towards the zombie man crazily. He's bleeding, he must be seriously injured. Come together and give this guy a good time. Looking at the few weirdos coming towards him, the zombie man once again raised his pistol and axe and said, come on. The next moment, all those weirdos were wiped out. Ahem, why are there so many weirdos? I'm so tired that my bones are about to break. After a while, the zombie man came to a secret room where many weirdos gathered. Damn, why are there so many? It seems that after this operation is over, I need to take a super long vacation. The leader was a strange man who looked like a goat. He looked at the zombie man and said, it has extraordinary vitality that humans cannot have. It really looks like a zombie. We think you are good, maybe we can kill that guy. Don't worry, we won't take action. Your opponent is watching you behind that door. Hearing that these weirdos did not intend to take action against him, the zombie man was slightly startled, and then said, that's good, it saves a lot of trouble. The zombie man put away his pistol and came to the door behind the weirdos. No matter what kind of monster it is, nothing good will come of it anyway. After saying that, he opened the door and walked in immediately. In the huge room, there was only a bat-like guy hanging upside down from the ceiling. Oh, is it finally here? I can't wait to drain the hero's blood. The strange bat-like creature fell from the ceiling, spread its huge black wings and revealed a ferocious smile. At this time, all the weirdos outside the door rushed in and closed the door. The zombie man looked at this scene and thought that these guys were going to deal with him together, but who would have thought that these weirdos were just watching the show and had no intention of doing anything. Come on, let's fight each other. Come on, little hero. Don't end it too soon, let's have fun. Don't worry, we will collect the body for you. Kill that bat. Although the surrounding sounds were a bit noisy, the zombie man still heard that these weirdos seemed to be cheering him on. He looked at the strange bat-like creature in front of him with some confusion. Hey, they all seem to want you dead. Did you quarrel with them? The vampire, who is a ghost-level weirdo, responded with a smile. This is because these guys are very jealous of me. These incompetent people always think that they can make up for the gap with me by using small tricks, but they fail every time. A pufferfish-like weirdo said. On one side are the S-class heroes of the Heroes Association who have extremely high combat power, and on the other side are the vampires in the Weird Association who regard weirdos as food. No matter who wins or loses, it's a good thing for us. Yes, in a fight between powerful people, no matter who survives, he will not be a healthy person. When the time comes, we will take action together and tear the remaining one into pieces. So, you two, hurry up and start fighting. Start quickly, I can't wait. The vampire said to the zombie man. Don't pay attention to these noisy incompetents. I will kill them one by one later. By the way, is your level S? What kind of hero are you? I don't know much about worldly things, so tell me your name, hero. The zombie man said. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, I am. Before the zombie man finished speaking, the vampire's figure quickly came behind him, opened his mouth wide and exposed his sharp fangs, and then bit the zombie man's neck hard, instantly drawing blood from the zombie man's neck. But as soon as the vampire took a sip, he quickly backed away, and then continued to spit out the blood he had just sucked. When the weirdos around saw the battle started, they couldn't help but start explaining. The vampires suddenly attacked. It seems the vampires have seized the opportunity. What a disappointment. I didn't expect this battle to end so soon. But why do vampires look so ugly? Bah, 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 what kind of blood is this? This is the first time I've drunk such terrible blood. I can't swallow it at all. Just as the vampire was complaining, the zombie man also fell to the ground without moving. Is it really over so soon? Little hero, hey, get up quickly and use up more of this guy's energy. The weirdos around said to the zombie man lying on the ground. Suddenly, the zombie man raised his feet, and then stood up like a carp. There was still blood on his neck, but he recovered quickly. After the vampire saw it, he said, "Did you use up your last strength to stand up? Unfortunately, unyielding justice will not be rewarded. Seeing as you are about to die, I will tell you one thing. I, the vampire, am the only true weirdo among the Weirdos Association. I am a vampire who has inherited the supernatural blood of generations of ancestors. After our little fight just now, you already know the difference between me and other weirdos, right?" After the zombie man got up, he immediately took out his 2 guns, quickly changed the magazines, then pointed at the vampire and said, "Go to hell." Bang, bang, 2 bullets were quickly fired towards the vampire. Chapter 218 The zombie man who was about to die from exhaustion. Facing the bullet coming towards him, the vampire flicked it back with his hand. "Give it back." The next moment, 2 bullets instantly penetrated the zombie man's eyes, and the zombie man fell to the ground. Seeing that he had knocked down the zombie man again, the vampire cheered. "This is the so-called overwhelming victory. Now you can applaud and cheer my victory." The vampire spoke impassionedly, but the weirdos around him didn't react at all. Then the zombie man who fell to the ground stood up again, with a bullet hole still left in his head. The vampire was also a little surprised when he saw this. "Ah. It's a little weird that you can still stand up like this. I just threw the bullet back and penetrated your brain. Even the bullet I bit off with my fangs just now has the carotid artery recovered as well. Wait a minute, I think I heard before that there's an immortal hero in the Hero Association. Oh, I get it, this guy is a weirdo knockoff." While the vampire was talking, the bullet hole in the zombie man's head had healed. "Shut up." The zombie man roared angrily and took out 2 swords from behind. The vampire smiled and said, "Although you are a weird bionic, your regeneration ability is indeed something to be proud of." After saying that, he stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed the zombie man. Ding! This blow directly hit the 2 swords. The zombie man wielded his swords with both hands and slashed horizontally. But the vampire's figure was very flexible, and he came to the zombie man's sword in an instant and then kicked it violently. The zombie man's neck was instantly broken, but the zombie man still took out his pistol and shot the bullet at the vampire. The vampire was so proud that he did not dodge the bullet. A bloated weirdo saw the vampire being hit by the zombie man and laughed. "Ha, hit. This is the first time the zombie man has hit him. It seems he is going to fight back." The vampire immediately became unhappy after hearing this. He reached out and grabbed the weirdo's head, and then tore it in half. A large amount of blood scattered in the air. The vampire also raised his head, enjoying the bath of blood, and soon the wound hit by the zombie man's bullet returned to its original state. The vampire smiled proudly and said, "Don't think that you are the only one who has the ability to recover." The zombie man had also recovered and retorted, "Oh, what's the point of being proud of an inferior race that can't do anything without relying on props? Stop being so arrogant." The vampire who was angered by the zombie man also launched another attack. I saw him transforming into countless bats, and began to suck blood from the zombie man and the nearby weirdos. After a while, several weirdos around were sucked into shriveled corpses. When the other weirdos saw this, they quickly shouted, "Stay away from the vampire, this guy starts sucking blood indiscriminately." After the vampire finished sucking the blood, he thought to himself, "There are so many blood sacs here, which is very beneficial to me. What's going on over there? It doesn't look like a zombie anymore." A bat lay on the zombie man's body and was about to suck blood, but it was integrated into the body by the rapidly healing skin. The zombie man's eyes also became extremely serious. He raised the 2 swords in his hands and said to the vampire, "Hey, vampires, be prepared to hurt each other." Then the 2 began to fight each other back and forth. After 30 minutes, the vampire was beaten by the zombie man and only half of his face was left. The vampire doubted life and said, "No, impossible. I have obviously killed you many times. You should have died long ago." The zombie man said with blood on his face, "Yes, you have won almost 100 times, and it is finally my turn to win." After saying that, the zombie man walked towards the door, and the vampire completely stopped breathing. The vampire is dead. The zombies won this game. The zombie man came to the door carrying his weapon and said, "It's been a long time since I fought against such a powerful weirdo. I'm almost exhausted." Seeing that the zombie man wanted to leave, the other weirdos said one after another, "Hey, where are you going?" "Sorry, you don't have time to rest, because you have to fight all of us next." Hearing this, the zombie man turned his head and said, "There are about 30 of them. I can't just let you escape like this. In this case, I will work again." After saying that, he walked towards the weird people with his axe and sword. Seeing that the zombie man was so tired and still so confident, those weirdos rushed forward one after another. A few minutes later, the door to the secret room was opened, and a zombie man walked out covered in blood. No part of his body was intact at the moment. As soon as I walked out of the door, my left hand was broken. Damn it, such a serious injury will take several minutes to heal. Hey, let's have one first. Then he saw the zombie man squatting on the ground, lighting a cigarette, and then started smoking. During this period, two weirdos came towards him. The zombie man, who had generally recovered, could only put out the cigarette butts and eliminate the two weirdos. Put on your own clothes and continue walking forward. While the pig god was eating snacks, he also met the weirdo Dajongyan who was sent to deal with him. The big esophagus looked at the pig god and said, "It's really easy for me to wait. Pig god, I should be able to have a full meal now. You self-righteous heroes are just my uncle's food at best." The pig god ate the snacks in his hands and looked at the big esophagus calmly. The big esophagus continued, "The weirdo with the big stomach who eats everything in the world is me, the big esophagus. I'm going to swallow you fat man into my stomach." After saying that, the big esophagus opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the pig god. But what it didn't expect was that the pig god's mouth was wider than his, and he bit it in one bite. Then he started to swallow it in his stomach. When the weirdos who came from behind saw this scene, they were frightened and ran away. "Help, there is someone scarier than a monster here." At the same time, Dajongyan was in the secret room. Feeling the fighting coming from the surrounding area, Dajongyan said, "There's a lot of movement. Are you worried? That might be the sound of the weird cadre being killed by us." A lowly voice came, and Tatsumaki flew here and looked at the bright eyes on the seat and asked, "Are you the boss here?" "Oh my, I'm very happy that you can come to me. Welcome to my base, the genius with supernatural abilities, Zansu Tatsumaki. Haha, you are the only one who makes me feel the need to take action personally." With that said, Dajongyan stood up from the chair. Chapter 219 Dalton's Jongyan asking for help. "My name is Dajongyan. He's the counselor of the Weird Association. I will be the creator of a new world centered around weirdos." Dajongyan made a simple introduction to Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki said with an indifferent expression, "So what, you are the boss here, right?" Seeing that Tatsumaki was ignoring him, Dajongyan sneered and said, "Go to hell." The next moment, Dajongyan used his mind power to control countless stones to roll towards the tornado, and quickly condensed into a sphere. Aha! Dajongyan continued to increase his power of thought, trying to trap the tornado in a sphere made of rocks. But the next second, an extremely strong force shot up into the sky and instantly broke through the rock sphere. The tornado floated in the air, looking at Dajongyan with contempt and said, "That's all you have." She pointed with her little hand, and then the surrounding rubble turned into pieces and turned into flashes of light and shot towards Dajongyan, directly shattering the shield around it. It is worthy of being the second-ranked S-class battle. It is really powerful. If this continues, it will not be good for me. Okay, in that case, I won't hide and tuck you in, and I'll fight with a true fighting stance. As soon as he finished speaking, Dajongyan suddenly sprouted countless eyes all over his body. Hehehe, Tatsumaki, this is the first time you let me use high-level superpowers, enjoy it. Gravity, Super Mountain Dew. Under this 300 times gravity, it will be crushed into pieces. Feeling the sudden pressure on his body, Tatsumaki also rubbed his right shoulder with a relaxed expression. As expected of a high-level superpower user. "Hey, can you give me some pressure on my right shoulder? I've been playing a lot of games lately, so my shoulders are a little stiff." Seeing Tatsumaki looking so relaxed, Dajongyan was instantly irritated. All his eyes began to exert force, and he increased the use of his superpowers against Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki's eyes became serious, and he used powerful telekinesis to instantly tear Dajongyan to pieces, and Dajongyan's swollen body immediately spilled countless blood. Only when this woman came to me did I realize that she is a guy with superpowers far beyond mine. There is no comparison between her sister and her at all. The consequences of this misleading are too great. Dajongyan, who was torn apart by the tornado and covered in blood, said, "I already know that you are very strong, and I am hopeless. But before I die, I still want to say that there is no need to kill people with such cruel methods, right? Quote, isn't your character a bit too cold and heartless?" In response to this, Tatsumaki raised his hand with a contemptuous smile and continued to use his telekinesis and said, "You think I am a child and have not noticed that you are just a doll with a pile of flesh that cannot feel pain. See how I can pull out your true body." Quote, as he spoke, Tatsumaki's hand continued to exert force. The squeezed Dajongyan heard Tatsumaki's words and thought to himself, "I still underestimate this woman a little bit. It's too early for me to challenge her." Now there is only one way left. Then Dajongyan shouted loudly, "Your Majesty Orochi, come and save me, kill this woman." Hearing Dajongyan's cry for help, Tatsumaki stopped using his superpower and said, "Orochi. Oh, I remembered it. Someone seemed to have mentioned that there was such a guy." Dajongyan said, "I am in charge of commanding, but the boss here is actually His Majesty Orochi. His strength is unfathomable and he is a real monster. Even I don't know how strong he is." "Haha, you are finished, Tatsumaki." "Got it." After a while, there was no movement around. Tatsumaki put his hands on his hips and said, "TCH, there's no movement at all." Dajong's eyes were full of doubts. What's going on? Why didn't His Majesty Orochi come? It's so strange. I have obviously brainwashed him. He must never disobey my orders, but why hasn't he appeared yet? Tatsumaki sneered. "Is it true that the big snake you said has no time to save you? By the way, Maybe he is fighting other heroes. After all, the other S-class heroes are not as good as me, but they are still quite strong for guys like you. After saying that, Tatsumaki planned to continue using his superpowers on Dajongyan. Seeing this, Dajongyan said quickly, wait a minute, how about we sit down and have a chat in peace? At the same time, Dajongyan was also screaming in his heart. Is there any more powerful enemy that requires priority alert than my crisis? Orochi, where did you die? The opponent I met was Tatsumaki. Come on, this girl doesn't look like a good person. ... In other words, after hearing Dajongyan's cry for help, Orochi immediately rushed up from the deepest level of the weird association, but he met Fang Xuan and others on the way. After sensing the powerful aura exuding from Fang Xuan's body, he temporarily changed his path. Fubuki looked at the huge monster in front of her and said in shock, What kind of monster is this? Genos hurriedly used the eye of detection to scan the big snake. This monster's statistics are not low, far better than mine. Bangu and Banku on the side were already in posture at this moment, preparing to use the combined attack technique. Fang Xuan looked at the long worm in front of him with a calm expression. The big snake opened its mouth and said, although I don't know why you suddenly appeared here, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why didn't the bald man come? Listening to the words of the monster in front of him, Fang Xuan pointed to himself and said, Do you know Saitama and I? Have we met? Why don't I have any impression? Orochi smiled and said, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Xiaohei, take Fubuki and the others and leave here first. Hearing Fang Xuan's words, Boki quickly picked up Fubuki and others on his back, and then ran away quickly. Seeing this, Orochi asked very curiously, Hey, what did you do to Pochi? Why does he listen to you so much? Fang Xuan replied, It's nothing, it's just that this guy caused an earthquake and disconnected my home from the internet. Then I beat him up, and then he became like this. This traitor, wait until I deal with you before I clean him up. After saying that, the big snake immediately used the tentacles on its head to stab Fang Xuan intensively, quickly and accurately. Of course, this kind of childish attack was nothing to Fang Xuan. He quickly dodged and dodged all the attacks. Seeing that his attack had no effect on Fang Xuan, the big snake also opened its mouth and used ultra-high temperature breath. Fang Xuan immediately condensed a burst of qigong in his hand to offset the ultra-high temperature spit. Hey, if you continue to act indiscriminately, I will take action. Chapter 220 The Defeated Snake. Through Dajongyan's investigation, we found that the person who killed Hero and Elder Centipede was this guy. Also, most of the monsters spreading in this ruined city have been killed by this man. Hahaha, I haven't been this excited for a long time. It seems like this is a peak battle. The big snake stared at Fang Xuan for a while, and then changed from the monster's appearance to its final form. I'm very interested in you. A mere human being can actually surpass the limits of a living thing without relying on any technology or mutation. I'm looking forward to how far you can fight me. I wonder if you can awaken myself and feelings that have been blurred. As the ultimate life form, I will become mankind's most powerful natural enemy, the king of monsters. Seeing this guy still wanting to talk nonsense, Fang Xuan quickly raised his hand and interrupted. Stop, I'm not interested in you at all. I'm almost tired of hearing this kind of self-introduction. What kind of king? What kind of overlord? What kind of weapons? What kind of final evolution? What kind of sealed guy? So far, I have fought against many guys like you, but without exception, none of those guys are my opponents, and every time I fight against them, they are not even 1/10,000th of their strength. If there is no need to come out, they will stop eating. As for the ultimate life form you mentioned, is there any difference? I will probably get rid of it soon. Fang Xuan said calmly. The big snake froze on the spot. If you want to fight, but I'll say something ugly first, and I won't be merciful next, so you have to think clearly about the consequences. After listening to Fang Xuan's words, the big snake didn't say anything, but directly launched an attack. He punched Fang Xuan, and then his arms transformed into several giant pythons and attacked Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan didn't care at all when he saw this. He concentrated his qigong to eliminate all the snake heads. The big snake felt the pain and quickly withdrew his right hand, and then transformed the other hand into several giant pythons. However, this time he did not launch a direct attack. Several giant pythons opened their mouths and sprayed ultra-high temperature spit towards Fang Xuan. Wherever this energy hits, whatever it is will be melted away. I saw this energy rising into the sky, continuously breaking through the thick soil underground, and soon breaking through the surface and shooting into the air. Due to excessive energy dispersion, many heroes were affected. The atomic warrior quickly waved the knife in his hand and chopped the ultra-high energy fired into countless particles of energy. Bangu and Banku stood on Boki's back, constantly using their own unique skills to knock away the energy coming from behind. Tatsumaki also felt this energy, and quickly used his superpower to condense into a protective shield to protect himself and the big bright eye beside him. As for why she wanted to protect Dajongyan, it was because she wanted to see the big snake this guy was talking about. The landmark of Z City. The originally flat ground suddenly protruded into a large area in the city center. Accidents also occurred in surrounding cities because of this energy. An underground high-speed train was driving halfway when it suddenly found a huge fault ahead, so it stopped the car in a hurry. The train conductor looked at the situation ahead and said with shock, What's going on? What it is? Suddenly, a figure quickly jumped down from above, startling the conductor. It's so annoying, it almost burned my clothes. Fang Xuan, whose whole body was wrapped in a protective shield condensed by white breath, said. Soon, he returned to the big snake, and then a chi sword appeared in his hand. He swung forward and instantly chopped off all the snake heads on the big snake's left hand. Next up are your 2 arms. After saying that, Fang Xuan waved his hand again, and the 2 arms of the big snake were cut off. Feeling the pain, the big snake immediately gathered powerful energy towards his chest. The next moment, his chest opened a huge mouth just like Boros opened his third eye before, and then launched a stream of energy. Super strong energy wave, Gaia cannon. Looking at the oncoming energy wave, Fang Xuan also dispersed his chi sword and said with a smile, it's interesting, let me see how powerful your move is. After saying that, his hands became calyx-shaped, and as he shouted the 4 words of turtle-style qigong, he pushed his hands forward, and a super strong blue qigong wave shot out from his hands. I saw that after the blue qigong hit the Orochi's Gaia cannon, it crushed it within 2 seconds and went straight towards the Orochi's body. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the air waves generated by the explosion swept away from the surrounding passages in an instant. Not only did the people who had resisted the attack of the big snake just now, they also had to resist the powerful air waves caused by Fang Xuan's moves. When the smoke at the center of the explosion dissipated, only half of the snake's head was left, and the rest of its body was shattered by Fang Xuan. The big snake with only half its head looked at Fang Xuan and asked doubtfully, what was your attack just now? Fang Xuan responded, it's nothing, just a simple turtle-style qigong. After hearing Fang Xuan's response, half of the big snake's head began to fall into the dark abyss below. At this moment, he finally understood what fear was. At the same time, Da Zhongyan, who was violently tortured by the tornado, also found the big snake through the small eyeballs scattered throughout the monster association, but what he found was the big snake with only half of its head left. What's going on? Dead, why did the invincible snake die? What on earth is going on? Ah, you shouldn't have gone far yet. If you find that person's analytical ability, you can draw up a target, this person is, it's him. After flying a short distance quickly, the little eyeball saw Fang Xuan who had just walked not far away, and was stunned. Didn't you say that this guy wasn't found this time? Why is he here now? It seems that His Majesty Orochi was killed by him. Fang Xuan also discovered the big bright eyeball floating in the air, and then blasted it to pieces with a whole wave. Damn it, why did the strongest warrior suddenly appear here? Da Zhongyan lay on the ground and said. Hearing Da Zhongyan's words, Tatsumaki said, this guy Fang Xuan obviously couldn't come, but he didn't expect that he came in the end. Are you worried about me? Fang Xuan, you are thinking too much. Da Zhongyan looked suspicious of life and said, how is it possible? How could the weirdo King Orochi that I worked so hard to research be defeated by that guy so easily? Just when Da Zhongyan was thinking about why, Tatsumaki used his superpower to control him in the air and said with a smile, you still have the time to worry about others. Chapter 221 Infinitely Split Black Sperm. Seeing that Tatsumaki's whole body was glowing with green light again, and using his superpower to drag himself into the air again, he quickly begged for mercy. I admit defeat, please forgive me, I was wrong. Tatsumaki ignored Da Zhongyan at all, pointed with one hand and said, if you want to apologize, I will do it myself. Come out. After saying that, a powerful force of thought crazily squeezed Da Zhongyan's body. Seeing that Tatsumaki was not going to let him go, Da Zhongyan decided to fight to the death. He used up all the remaining telekinesis in his body to control all the eyeballs scattered on the ground. If that's the case, then even if I die, I will drag you along to support you. Each eyeball fired lasers towards the tornado. Boom. The distance of this blow can be said to be very close. Seeing that the attack successfully hit the tornado, Da Zhong laughed wildly and said, ha ha ha, this time it is a direct hit, there is absolutely no way you. Before he could finish speaking, Tatsumaki's figure appeared. She was unscathed by the wave of attacks just now. Who told you to use your superpowers so politely? Look, this is how superpowers are used. The next moment, the tornado increased its intensity, and a figure was squeezed out of Da Zhongyan's body by the tornado's telekinesis. What happened to those 2 attacks just now? The atomic warrior said with a look of astonishment after holding his knife to resist the super high temperature breath of the big snake and the airflow blown by Fang Xuan qigong. Who are you? After being stunned, the atomic warrior suddenly felt a powerful force approaching him from behind. Atomic samurai, right, a guy with a black body, a white face, a vulgar appearance, and a tentacle on his head said to the atomic warrior with a sneer on his face. And he is one of the cadres of the Monster Association, a black sperm with a disaster level of dragon level. Without further ado, the atomic samurai pulled out the samurai sword from his waist and slashed out a sword energy towards the black sperm. The black sperm dodged nimbly. The atomic warrior saw this and smiled. Oh, it's quite flexible. Walk a knife at me, are you provoking me? The hardcore and humane hero atomic samurai is here. What the hell, forget it. Although he doesn't look like much, he is still an S-class hero. I have been bored for such a long time, so I should be happy. The black sperm looked at the atomic warrior in front of him with disdain and said. Atomic warrior said, really? You will know how powerful I am soon. The short body of the black sperm suddenly grew a huge black fist. But in the eyes of the atomic warrior, this scene was not threatening at all. Sensing Black Sperm's expression, Black Sperm said, "Are you looking down on me?" The atomic warrior held a piece of grass in his mouth and said, "Yeah, to be honest, I think killing this guy like you is a piece of cake." After saying that, a sharp light flashed through, and the Black Sperm's huge fist was instantly cut off and fell to the ground. I've seen this kind of scene too many times. I've cut down dozens of guys like you who can transform and grow in size, so I already know what to do. The atomic warrior said without looking back, and suddenly he felt a huge murderous aura surrounding him behind him. I saw that the half of the arm that had just been chopped off by the atomic warrior had turned into a huge black sperm with muscles all over its body. Atomic Samurai said, "Is it the kind of weirdo who splits up? It's interesting, but it's just a little trouble." Little trouble, are you an idiot? Listening to Atomic Warrior's words, Black Sperm said with some shock and anger. Suddenly, another face grew from behind him and said, "Do you still think you can win?" The Black Sperm said, "Nonsense, I am a super weirdo made up of countless me's. No matter how this guy cuts, hacks or beats me, I will not die. On the contrary, my number will only increase, not decrease." Click. Before Black SN finished speaking, the Atomic Warrior slashed out again. "You are the one who is stupid. As long as I destroy countless you with countless slashes, won't I win?" Atomic Samurai smiled confidently. Black Sperm was naturally unconvinced and said, "Really? Then give it a try. I guarantee you will cry in the end. Come on." The Atomic Samurai swung his sword quickly, and then slashed at the Black Sperm countless times. In an instant, the Black Sperm was cut into countless small pieces. But the next moment, these Black Sperm that had been chopped into countless small pieces suddenly turned into countless pieces that were the same as before. Seeing this, Atomic Samurai also didn't believe in evil. He didn't believe there was someone he couldn't kill, so he continued to chop away with his sword. But no matter how he slashed, the number of Black Sperm only increased, showing no signs of decreasing. Seeing this, Atomic Warrior stopped hiding and directly used his ultimate move, Atomic Slash. After cutting through the mess with a sharp knife, the Black Sperm was cut into more small strips. But even so, all the Black Sperm changed back after a while, and the number became even more terrifying. The Black Sperm, as its main body, looked at the Atomic Warrior coldly. "You are finished, Atomic Warrior. Next, I will let you know the consequences of despising me." With that said, countless Black Sperm began to attack the Atomic Warrior. Boom! A Black Sperm first hit the Atomic Warrior, causing it to retreat several meters. Feeling this power, the Atomic Warrior was also a little surprised and said, "This weirdo, after splitting into so many numbers, actually has such a strong power. I misjudged his strength. Oops, based on this amount, Boom! More than a dozen Black Sperm launched another attack, instantly beating the Atomic Warrior's head to a bloody head and flying backwards. As I said, you are no match for me. Admit defeat. My characteristics just restrain your slashing, so no matter how powerful your swordsmanship is, you are definitely no match for me. Hahaha, that guy with big eyes still has some brains." Countless Black Sperm said towards the Atomic Warrior. The Atomic Samurai spit out a mouthful of old blood, then hit the ground hard with the sword in his hand, got into the air, and then swung the sword in his hand quickly. "HMPH, since slashing doesn't work, then I'll bury you." I saw that the ceiling was cut into countless pieces by the Atomic Warrior, and it pressed towards the Black Sperm. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 222 The Dispatch of Cadres. Listening to the sounds of fighting in the distance, the zombie man also thought to himself, it seems that the assault process of the other heroes was not smooth sailing. I wonder how they are doing. Listening to the faint sounds of battle, the zombie man was also concerned about the safety of the other heroes. "Oh, you are so concerned about the life and death of other heroes. I advise you not to think too much. You should first think about how to survive." A cold and arrogant voice sounded in his ears, making his hair stand on end. The zombie man turned around suddenly, looked at the human being in front of him, his pupils shrank and said, "When did you?" The person who came was a sloppy uncle, who was dressed like a beggar. This person was one of the cadres of the Weird Association, a wandering emperor with dragon-level disasters. He pointed his finger at the zombie man and whispered, "Goodbye." Then his fingertips suddenly burst into dazzling light, and a light bullet like a golf ball shot out, hitting the zombie man's face in an instant. Boom! The light bomb exploded, and the entire pitch-black passage suddenly lit up. Violent bright light and hot energy swept out in all directions, scraping off layers of ground. Human beings are really fragile. Even human heroes as strong as S-class can't even resist in the face of divine power. If I remember correctly, there are 18 heroes in the Hero Association. This number is enough for me to eliminate them all by myself. Quote, the Wandering Emperor tossed 2 energy light bombs in his palms and spoke in a confident tone. "You guy, wait for me." The zombie man suddenly raised his hand from the state of standing up and said, "I'm sorry, I may need to waste some of your time. Please kill me." Oh, it's interesting that he didn't die. The Wandering Emperor glanced at the zombie man who was about to stand up, and then his fingers became like gun points, and a ball of light formed on his fingertips again, and it erupted like a bullet. Whoosh, boom, the zombie man was blown away again. I don't know if the Wandering Emperor was jealous of the zombie man's face or for some other reason, but this time he exploded on the zombie man's face again. Huh, what the hell is this ball of light of yours? The zombie man stood up from the ground with a charred face. What a troublesome guy. It seems that he died countless times today. Looking at the zombie man who stood up from the ground after being attacked again, the Wandering Emperor also praised, "You are worthy of being an S-class hero. You were hit by 2 of my attacks, and you were seriously injured and still acted like a normal person. This is how you got the title of Zombie Man. The ability to be immortal is indeed terrifying, but it's still not enough in front of me." The Wandering Emperor once again held up a ball of light in his palm and said, "You must be very confused about my ability. In fact, it was not long after I suddenly gained this magical power last month. A month ago I was still a homeless man with nothing, but now I am indeed the official homeless emperor of the Weird Association." The zombie man interrupted. Salted fish turn over. Don't interrupt. After scolding the zombie man, the Wandering Emperor continued to introduce himself. "Some time ago, I lost my job, lost my house, and my wife ran away with someone. I lost everything and started wandering. Life. I know that a month ago, I was lying on a lounge chair in the park and staring at the sky, and suddenly I realized that the sky is so vast and profound, and human beings are just a drop in the ocean." Quote, "At that time, I had an epiphany. Human beings, who are clearly enjoying the blessings of Mother Earth, are doing dirty things to destroy Mother Earth. Human beings are so ignorant and deserve to die. That's when God showed up." The zombie man asked doubtfully, "God, are you sure you're not hallucinating? HMPH, what do you, an ignorant human being, know? Look at my current strength. This is all the power given to me by God to destroy human beings. As the chosen one, I should respond to God's will, wipe out all human beings, and save Mother Earth from crisis." The Wandering Emperor cheered enthusiastically. The zombie man was still a little confused about this and said, "Is there really a God? How can you be sure that he is a god? Have you seen his ID card? Is he a boy or a girl? TCH, there's no need to talk nonsense like you, an ignorant person, just go to hell." On the other side, Masked Sweetheart was running normally, but suddenly a stone slab was lifted, and an extremely ugly bald weirdo crawled out, and he was one of the cadres of the Weird Association, the ugly president with dragon-level disasters. His body was like a pinball, constantly bouncing back and forth in the passage. "The movements are beautiful, but I'm also very good at hand-to-hand combat." After saying that, he spotted where the ugly president was about to fall, and then rushed over quickly. It's just that the ugly president attacked first, forcing Masked Sweetheart to fight back and block. Boom! Masked Sweetheart was hit and retreated for more than 10 meters before stopping. But the ugly president was very fast. He was behind him in an instant, and then launched several attacks. After knocking the Masked Sweetheart to the ground, the ugly president said, Hey, what's wrong? Weren't you very confident just now? By the way, you are the idol hero Masked Sweetheart, right? You are the hero I hate the most, bar none. The screams those women make after seeing you are completely different from the screams they make when they see people like us. I'm going to kill you. I want the face you use to make a living to firmly remember the reality that appearance and strength cannot have both. Damn handsome BD, the ugly president said with an angry look. Feeling the strong sense of oppression exuded by the ugly president, Masked Sweetheart suddenly broke into a cold sweat and said, So strong, and there is no doubt that this guy is an ugly monster. This type of weirdest power will be affected by their ugly thoughts when they speak weird words, thus gaining great power. I can't defeat this kind of weirdo. Because when I saw this extremely ugly guy, my body would tremble and I couldn't move. When the pig god was eating a weirdo bigger than him suddenly appeared behind him, and he opened his big mouth and ate it. And he is the cadre of the Monster Association, the dragon-level disaster monster, Gum. Just when he thought the stomach acid in his stomach had dissolved the guy he just swallowed, the pig god started rampaging in his stomach. Feeling the pain in his stomach, his gums opened wide and spit out the pig god. The spitted-out pig god had golden eyes, then he rushed forward, grabbed his gums, opened his mouth and bit it. But because the gums' mouth was bigger than his, he couldn't swallow the gums at all. But if anyone else saw this scene at this time, they would think that the two of them were kissing. Chapter 223 The Flash that sneaks up on Saitama. The roads here are so complicated. King, do you know which way to go next? Saitama looked at the dozen holes in front of him and became confused. He looked at King beside him and asked. King said, No, I don't know. How about we go based on our feelings? Well, then let's go in the middle. With that said, Saitama walked straight into the middle passage. The accomplices of those weirdos may be hiding here. As a resident here, I need to remind them to pay attention to the noise and violent behavior that disturbs the residents. Suddenly several weirdos pounced on Saitama and King from the side. King was naturally frightened and hurriedly hid behind Saitama. Saitama didn't even turn his head, he just raised his fist calmly, then waved it lightly, and then those weirdos were beaten into pieces. These weirdos are really annoying. Then, the two of them continued walking forward. Behind a wall, the flashing Flash heard the movement of someone walking towards him, thought it was a strange person, and was ready to wait for the opportunity. Based on the sound of footsteps, there are two people in total. One weighs about 70 kilograms and the other weighs about 85 kilograms. It should be a humanoid weirdo. We must take advantage of these two guys being defenseless and kill them instantly. It's better to kill them in 1 to 2 seconds. As the footsteps of Saitama and King got closer and closer, the flashing Flash slowly pulled out the sword from his waist, and then rushed out quickly. Your head is mine. Something is running over. The flashing flash continuously waved the sword in his hand and slashed at him quickly. Saitama casually leaned over twice and dodged, while King was pulled by Saitama to avoid the attack. You actually dodged it. Ah, isn't that King? So he's not a weirdo. Saitama looked at Flash, who suddenly appeared and stepped forward angrily and asked, "Hey, who are you?" Looking at the bald man in front of him who asked who he was, the flashing Flash also remembered where he had seen Saitama. I remember this guy, the A-level follower I saw sitting next to the Devil Transformer when we were discussing how to deal with Boros at the association headquarters last time. Why does he appear here? I remember that he is clearly not on the list of people to be punished this time. Speaking of which, what happened to his speed just now? He was able to dodge my attack. Is there anyone among the heroes who can compete with me in terms of speed? Is it impossible, or was it just a fluke? Would you like to try again? Forget it. It seems very disgraceful to attack someone who is obviously weaker than you. Moreover, King is watching from the side. If word gets out, then I will. Saitama on the side was very annoyed when he saw Flash suddenly appearing in front of him and attacking him. What do you want to do out of nowhere? Want to sneak attack me? Are you hanging out with those weirdos? Hey, who are you? Answer me. You do speak, are you mute? Saitama was about to reach the peak of his outburst at this moment. Hey, if you don't speak anymore, I'm going to beat you up. Faced with Saitama's inquiry, Flash seemed to turn a deaf ear. But if this man can really dodge my sword moves, it means that my actions have been seen through by him. If not, I will never allow this to happen. There is also this inexplicable sense of oppression. My intuition tells me that this man must not be simple. Flash slash. The flashing Flash finally chose to take action. He waved the sword in his hand and slashed towards Saitama like a stream of light. But Saitama stretched out 2 fingers and easily caught the flashing Flash's sword. This scene shocked Flash as if he hadn't seen anyone in 800 years. Taking the initiative to attack me means you are a weirdo, right? Saitama had clenched his fists at this moment, with a serious look on his face, and a murderous aura bursting from his body. Seeing the murderous aura condensed into a solid form behind Saitama, the flashing Flash was sweating profusely and said, Wait a minute, if you take a closer look, do I look like a weirdo? Saitama said, Weirdo, the head curtain is in the way. Flash said, Don't give other people random nicknames. I am a hero, the S-class hero Flash. I think you should have heard of my name. Saitama said, No, you tell me first why you attacked me just now. If there is no reasonable explanation, I will take action. The flashing Flash said awkwardly, hands, slippery. Seeing that Saitama was still looking at him suspiciously, Flash also pointed to King and said, If you still don't believe it, you can ask King. Seeing that he was caught, King pretended to be calm and said, Yes, Saitama, he is indeed an S-class hero. Saitama asked, By the way, why are you, an S-class hero, here? What, you came here without even knowing what's going on here? This is the weird association, and the enemies are quite ferocious. You'd better go back quickly. Saitama was a little surprised and said, You said this is a very hot topic recently, but this is right below my house. Besides, I can't just go back like this. There is a child, and I am entrusted to go out as a man. The flashing Flash said, I advise you to put your life first and stop worrying about those boring things. Your home is probably already a ruined city occupied by weirdos. Logically speaking, it is no longer suitable. Human habitation, unless, by the way, where does your family live? A mobile apartment in no man's land, the location is. Saitama told Flash where he currently lives. Quote exclamation mark quote. Where did you mean? You sure? After hearing Saitama's words, Flash expressed some surprise, because the place Saitama mentioned was exactly the same as the place where the strongest warrior he knew lived. No wonder you live here. It turns out that guy lives next to your house. I apologize to you for what happened just now. I shouldn't have tested you, but this is a bad habit I can't get rid of. But if you came here without knowing it, I advise you to go back as soon as possible. Your conditions are not bad, but your current fighting level is not enough to participate in this battle. Before Flash could finish his words, King was the first to interrupt. No, Flash, Mr. Saitama is very suitable for this battle. Why? Flash didn't understand what King said. He didn't understand why King thought that an A-level crane tail could participate in this battle. As for the reason, it's because King can only hold Saitama's thigh now. If this thigh goes away, what will he do? Chapter 224 Crisis on the Ground. Boom, boom, boom. In a certain prison of the Weird Association, the sound of walls being smashed could be heard. After the third blow, a hole was made, and then a man with a stubble on his face and a muscular body rushed in from the hole. This person was the sexy prisoner. Where did that little kitten go? I seem to have dived into a very deep place. What is that? The sexy prisoner who was looking for the weirdo suddenly noticed a man beside him whose whole body was bound by strong iron chains and whose whole body was covered with scars. Oh, there is a locked up person here. Don't worry, I'll come to save you right now. With that said, the sexy prisoner quickly came to the man, and the tied guy slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Oh, are you awake? I am an S-class hero sexy prisoner. I successfully escaped from prison just to see you. Wait, I seem to have seen this face somewhere. It looks like it's on a wanted poster. Are you the hungry wolf who specializes in hunting heroes recently? Just as the sexy prisoner looked at the hungry wolf in front of him, he said. Suddenly, the hungry wolf exerted a sudden force, breaking all the iron chains binding his body, and then countless fist shadows instantly hit the sexy prisoner's body. In just a moment, the sexy prisoner was beaten to the ground. Stand. I can't stand up. How is it possible? I obviously used my hair armor to defend myself at the moment he attacked, but why did I still suffer such serious injuries? Ah. The next moment, the hungry wolf suddenly yelled, and then he looked at the sexy prisoner. On the ground. Due to their own strength, the B-class heroes and some A-class heroes who returned to the ground are now cooperating with the frontline commander Sajing Gal of this operation to deal with the weirdos on the ground. Everyone, remember, don't let go of any weirdos that come out of the ground, they must be eliminated. Sejingle said. Damn it, you despicable humans actually set up an ambush outside. They are just a group of low-level heroes. Don't be too. Before the weirdo could finish his words, Xinyue thick eyebrow solved it with one move. Shut up, you weirdos, it's not your turn to comment yet. Mizuki, the B-level hero leader, complained after killing a monster. Huh. I died before I even put in much effort. This is too fragile. At this time, the C-class hero's mechanical superpower, working with the A-class hero Green, discovered the hole where the weirdos were, and then said, I found the entrance and exit of these weirdos. Please, Mr. Green, give it to me. After speaking, the Green manipulator controlled the plants and sealed all the holes. The mechanical superpower also hurried forward and used the machine in his hand to weld the holes shut. Huh. This way, except for the entrances and exits we guard, the rest will be blocked. Jenxing looked at the weirdos who were killed by his own meteor hammer and said, Tisk, these weirdos are really weak. They are probably all weirdos who escaped from the battlefield. Suddenly, a strange cat-shaped man walking on cat steps walked not far away. He is a member of the Weird Association who escaped after a fight with a sexy prisoner. He is a Meowth with dragon-level disaster. However, because Meow Meow's appearance is not as fierce as the other cadres, everyone thinks he is a very weak weirdo. But Green was very confused. It's strange. The entrance and exit have been blocked by me. Where did this guy come from? Jenxing was very disdainful of Meow Meow and said directly to Yisho, with Yisho, kill this guy. The shooter who had already set up his sniper rifle said, I understand. Boom. Then, a hand pulled the trigger and fired a bullet towards Meow Meow. Seeing this, Meow Meow just raised a finger, and then used the slender nails on the finger to throw back the bullet that was fired at him. A direct hit in one eye of the firing hand. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly shouted, one shot. Looking at the hand that was easily hit by him, Meow Meow also showed a sinister smile and said, you heroes are really weak. In that case, let me have a good play to relieve the pressure. As he spoke, Meow Meow opened the sharp claws of his hands, and then walked elegantly in front of everyone. Seeing this weirdo swaggering over in front of them, everyone hurriedly prepared for battle. I am a cadre of the Weird Association, Meow Meow, although I no longer work. The next moment, all the surrounding heroes had horrific scars on their bodies and were knocked to the ground. Gone, cadre, that is to say, this guy is dragon level. The knocked down mechanical superpower said in horror. Looking at the heroes who were easily defeated by him, Meow Meow also said with some pride, that's it. It seems like what Da Zhongyan said, the real fighting force of the Hero Association is very weak, except of course the underground. Except for those two guys who are extremely perverted, but those two guys are probably just exceptions. Forget it, ignore them. Next, I will act as I want as a pure weirdo. What I like most is to break the toys. Meowth showed a very sinister smile. Are you ready? I'm going to start playing with you. Meow Meow licked his claws, then smiled at everyone. Sejinjar looked at the crowd and said, why are you still standing there? Your job is to eliminate this guy. Although he said this on the surface, he actually said to everyone in a super small voice after he finished speaking, quick, run towards the headquarters. Since the guy in front of him was a cadre of the Weird Association, Sejingle knew very well that all of them together would not be his opponent. So running away now is the best option. But the heroes were not willing to just run away. Even if the opponent is a cadre, we will never back down. Commander-in-Chief, please retreat to the headquarters first. Leave this place to us. Looking at the heroes standing in front of him, Meow Meow grinned and showed his sharp teeth. Not bad, really good, my game theme has been decided, I will tear all of you guys to pieces. B-level hero leader Mizuki took a medal off his neck and said, the event is discus throwing. Then, the medal was thrown towards Meow Meow like a discus. Green also used his ability to control Meow Meow. Chapter 225 The Driving Knight Who Comes to the Rescue. After seeing Green controlling the monster in front of him, the heroes also collectively started to attack. But as a cadre of the Weird Association, Meow Meow's strength is naturally not comparable to those of the weirdos they faced before. With just one face-to-face meeting, everyone was knocked to the ground. You heroes are really weak. I haven't even taken any action yet, and you're already dead. Okay, since you are all gone, I will start my game. Huh, I didn't expect that someone actually stood up. Did I start too lightly just now? As soon as he finished taunting everyone, Meow Meow felt his tail being pulled. He turned around and saw that it was Mizuki, the B-level hero who had just thrown the medal at him. It's true that you've already suffered such serious injuries. Wouldn't it be better to just lie there and wait for death? Mizuki put his hands hard and said, who would lie down and wait for death. Although my strength is far less than that of Senior Black Light, I will do my best to stop you here. Oh my, I really can't stand it. Let me show you the gap between you and me. With that said, Meow Meow's tail broke away from Mizuki's hands, and then knocked her away with a sweep of its tail. Just when Mizuki was about to fall to the ground, her body was suddenly surrounded by a strange light, and then she slowly fell to the ground. I saw the C-class hero with mechanical superpowers standing in front of Mizuki, and his whole body was condensed with super telekinesis. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Is this a person with superpowers? It's interesting. Meow Meow looked at the mechanical superpowers and said with interest. Mizuki stood up and said, Senior with mechanical superpowers. Before he could finish speaking, the mechanical superpower interrupted. No need to say any more words of thanks. Now stay away from me. I'm going to attack. Upon hearing this, Mizuki quickly stood up from the ground and quickly backed away. After seeing Mizuki leave, the mechanical superpower looked at Meow Meow in front of him and said to himself, although I saw the power of the S-class hero Tatsumaki at close range before when he launched an attack, the idea of surpassing myself emerged in my mind. But it seems like I can't control this power now. But now I don't care so much. Even if I risk my life, I will use it. Then he aimed his hands at the buildings on both sides, and shouted, watch the move. The powerful telepathy condensed by the mechanical superpower moved all the surrounding buildings. Then he shook his hands, and those buildings instantly turned into sharp cones. Finally, he controlled all these buildings to attack Meow Meow. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the buried Meow Meow in front of him, the mechanical superpower was exhausted and fainted. But at this moment, the mechanical superpower that had been buried just now emerged from the ruins. I saw no harm on Meow Meow's body, not even a speck of dust. It's a good attack, but unfortunately it's still far behind for me. After all, I'm a dragon-level monster, and I'm not at the same level as other monsters. Meow Meow stretched his muscles and said disdainfully. After that, he opened his claws and walked towards the mechanical superpower lying on the ground. Suddenly a spiked shield attacked Meow Meow. Sensing the attack coming towards him, Meow Meow quickly jumped to avoid it. The spiked shield cut the building behind him in half. Then a black box fell to the ground. Meow Meow turned around and asked, who? A one-eyed robot appeared in front of everyone, and he was the S-class hero Driver Knight. It's the S-class hero Driver Knight. Great, we are saved. Jingle looked at the Driver Knight and said to himself, as the Driver Knight okay. That's great. In this case, it's great that an S-class hero can participate in the battle. Amid everyone's surprise, the Driving Knight also said, tactical transformation, fragrant car. Then the Drive Knight was seen rushing towards Meow Meow. Meow Meow looked at the Driver Knight who had been defeated by Orochi before and now recovered, and couldn't help but said, S-class heroes are all freaks. The next moment, the Driver Knight transformed into a huge motorcycle and moved extremely fast at high speed towards Meow Meow. Meow Meow jumped up, looked at the Driver Knight and said, it's worth playing with you. After saying that, Meow Meow fell in the distance, and the Driver Knight accelerated again and started to drift. A large amount of smoke suddenly arose around him. Is this smoke? No, this is poison gas. Meow Meow quickly covered her mouth and nose. Suddenly the Driving Knight rushed out of the smoke formed by the poisonous gas. Upon seeing this, Meow Meow's body turned into a liquid-like state, and then quickly dodged the attack. It's impossible to predict what will happen next. It would be bad if you get burned by that toy. Otherwise, you should retreat temporarily. Just when he was thinking about whether to retreat, he suddenly felt a pain on his face, then returned to its original appearance, jumped into the air and shouted, it's so hot. Feeling the pain on his face, Meow Meow asked doubtfully, is this acid? The Driver Knight replied, that is my special dissolving solution. The thinner the body, the easier it is to be dissolved, just like glutinous rice paper dropped into water. Hateful. After shouting angrily, Meow Meow quickly rushed towards the Driver Knight, and then stabbed the Driver Knight's eyes with his sharp claws. Do you think I can only hide here and there? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Driver Knight immediately changed its form again, turning into a mechanical centaur, and could kick Meow Meow away with its powerful hind hooves. Does the anesthetic gas have no effect on you? What a pity. In this case, let's give up arresting you and eliminate you here. Tactical transformation, speed car. The Driver Knight turned into a huge aircraft and flew into the air, and then he changed again. Tactical transformation, horn. The Driver Knight's whole body was covered with a huge layer of armor, and then he clenched his fists and smashed towards Meow Meow. Boom. The Driver Knight directly smashed the ground, but strangely, there was no Meow below. Why did you disappear? Did you escape? No. Why is there a biological reaction in the armor? Could it be cat punishment? Before the Driver Knight could finish speaking, a meowing voice came from his body. Then he suffered a very serious attack on his body. At this time, the Driver Knight also understood what the other party wanted to do. Do you want to destroy me from the inside? There is no other way. Cancel the transformation. In order not to be destroyed by Meow from the inside, the Drive Knight could only release its current form and return to its normal form. Chapter 226 Defeated Meow Meow. Have you restored it to its original state? It's a pity that you missed the best opportunity. Because the same method is of no use to me. I have already thought of how to kill you. Meow Meow said, crossing his hands. The Driver Knight also opened his hands and said, I have just decided how to kill you. Tactical transformation, gold. Seeing that the Drive Knight was about to transform again, Meow Meow hurriedly took the lead and waved out a super strong claw wind with his sharp claws, directly cutting open a building not far away. Ding! But there was a sound of hitting metal. I saw that the whole body of the driving knight was covered with a layer of multifunctional armor, and powerful flames were sprayed out from the chest, shoulders and back. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Meow Meow immediately jumped up and sneered. Next, let's get in through the gap between your eyes and mouth. Scratch your body, I don't know what you will say. Where's the whale? As soon as he finished speaking, Meow Meow's body was once again like the liquid before, moving quickly towards the driving knight. Then he opened his claws and yelled with all his strength, cat punishment. The next moment, two huge and sharp cat claws struck the driver knight's body in a cross pattern. But under the indestructible armor of the drive knight, Meow Meow's attack was like scratching an itch, causing no harm to it at all. Afterwards, the driver knight also quickly started to investigate, and soon found Meow Meow's vital signs. Then he raised his fist as big as a sandbag and punched Meow Meow. Boom! This punch directly shook the surrounding ground. Saitama, who was dragging the wounded on the side, felt the shock and thought, let's retreat to a safe place temporarily. This kind of battle is not something we can handle at all. If we continue to stay here, we will probably lose a few lives. Not enough. In the battlefield, the punch of the driving knight knocked a large number of stones into the air. Meow Meow was hiding in the gap of one of the stones. After looking at the right moment, he quickly got into the gap of the driver knight's neck. You really don't have a long memory. Seeing this, the driver knight raised his two robot arms and patted him over. But Meow Meow was extremely flexible and quickly got to the other side. Hahaha, you are too slow. Your enhancement and transformation, which seem to be particularly fuel-consuming, are completely useless now. Then I will use cat punishment to crush you inside. The driver knight saw Meow entering his body, and then began to circulate the energy in his body. You've been fooled. The temporary improvement in my basic performance is just an additional effect. The real tactical transformer is heat. I saw that the temperature inside the driver knight's body began to rise rapidly. The next second, Meow Meow quickly emerged from the body of the driver knight and screamed, it's so hot. It's boiling to death. Water. I want water. I saw that Meow Meow's body was burnt. But before he could run far away, the driver knight once again transformed into silver, and then penetrated Meow Meow's body with the sharp sword in his hand. No matter how powerful you are, you can never escape the puncture. With that said, the drive knight launched the final blow to Meow Meow. Boom! In an explosion, Meow Meow was completely killed. Immediately, the driving knight brought Meow Meow's body to Saitama, who had just left. The dragon-level monster Meow Meow has been killed, and this is his body. Saitama said with a look of astonishment. Juan, did you win? Drive knight. ... Boom. I saw the sexy prisoner smashing through the wall and flying out. I didn't expect that after being fully enhanced, I would be completely abused by one side. I can't stand up anymore. I need time to recover, but the other party will never give me this time. Is this the end of it? I'm sorry, my boyfriends, I can't say goodbye to you. Just when the sexy prisoner thought he was going to die here, a man even stronger than him walked over. These muscles full of male hormones are super alloy black light. Super alloy black light looked at the sexy prisoner lying on the ground and said, most of your muscles have been destroyed and cannot be restored in a short time. Tell me who did it. The sexy prisoner said, it's the hungry wolf. Although I have become stronger, I still lost to him, and I was still suppressed and beaten by him unilaterally. At this time, the hungry wolf also walked through the passage created by the sexy prisoner. Is it that hero hunter? Okay, let me see how powerful this guy is. As he spoke, the super alloy black light tensed his muscles and got ready. The sexy prisoner reminded, Xiaohei, this guy has unimaginable power. Don't treat him like a teenager. It has become extremely difficult for an S-class hero to defeat him alone. Even Xiaohei, who has an extremely powerful body, will probably be in danger if you fight him. Although these words are not convincing when said by me, the weakest S-class hero, I just want to tell you that I was no match for him when I fought against him. Super alloy black light said, well, I understand, don't worry, I will kill the hungry wolf for you. No need to worry, I am the one who is unscathed. Seeing the confident look of super alloy black light, the sexy prisoner was instantly fascinated. Xiaohei. Seeing the sexy prisoner looking at him with those loving eyes, super alloy black light quickly said, don't be like this, don't fall in love with me, I will suffer from muscle atrophy. After saying that, super alloy black light regained his confidence and said, okay, let him see how powerful my super alloy black light is. In the complicated passage, the child emperor was walking around. Strange, why are there no messages from Atomic Warrior and Flash's communicators? Did they encounter some powerful enemy? Suddenly he noticed a few people lying in the distance and hurriedly ran over. Ein, Chubutaki, Samurai Drill, what's going on? The 3 top A-level people were killed at the same time. Fortunately, there is still a pulse, but the injury is relatively serious. But in the end, the child emperor, Ein woke up at this time, and Emperor Tong quickly walked over and asked, what on earth is going on? Ein replied, are you the only one here? Move quickly, it's very dangerous here. The next moment, a water column attacked the two of them. The child emperor quickly activated the backpack behind him before falling to the ground. Come out, it's here, run away from the Tong emperor, this guy is a cadre. The child emperor looked at the strange man on the ground and said, is this guy a living thing? Chapter 227 Dalton's Zhongyun's true identity is actually a woman. The secret room of Da Zhongyun. Under the strong squeeze of the tornado, Da Zhongyun's bloated figure had long been squeezed into a shriveled corpse. What, it turns out to be just a body. Are you pretending to be cornered by me just to tease me? The bright eyes scattered on the ground looked at the tornado floating in the air and said in shock, so that's the case, no wonder she is the second in the S-class. Other S-class heroes can be restrained through their appearance, but she let people are at their wits' end. If Black Sperm and the Wandering Emperor are allowed to fight her, they probably won't be her opponents even if they join forces. Deep underground, I saw a woman drinking red wine and looking at the transparent cabinets filled with weirdos. And she is the true identity of Da Zhongyun, the former vice president of the Superpower Association, the maker of the Big Snake, and the dragon-level weirdo, Sykes. Although the weirdo King Orochi was killed by the strongest warrior, a mysterious new king who will be feared by all mankind will soon be born. Everything is under control, and soon I will be able to see the beauty of the end of mankind. At that time, these S-class heroes will also be wiped out one by one, but before that, let's start with you, Tatsumaki. As he spoke, Sykes' face became gloomy. The tornado above also relied on the woman's sixth sense to feel an extremely weak telepathy, so he used his mental power to investigate. I found you, so there you are. In just a moment, the tornado found Sykes' location. Through the eyeballs scattered on the ground by the substitute Da Zhongyun, Sykes also heard clearly what Tatsumaki just said. At this moment, she was covered in sweat and her face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? This is 1,500 meters underground. This is a distance that requires several transfer points in the middle to send my telekinesis out. There's no way she could find out about me. Although Sykes didn't want to believe that her identity was discovered like this, she still felt that there was an invisible pair of eyes looking at her, and the person looking at her was the tornado above. Could it be that she sensed my true identity through the weak grandma on the big bright-eyed doll? At the same time, the tornado above also crossed his hands and began to concentrate powerful telekinesis. A strong wind suddenly rose around her, blowing up Tatsumaki's black slit dress, revealing her white legs. Stop hiding secretly and come out. The stone at the foot of the tornado quickly fell downwards. When Sykes realized that she had been discovered, she immediately stood up and prepared to evacuate, but the next moment a super strong telepathy restrained her. Sykes lay directly on the sofa and could not move. Oops, she took action. It doesn't matter who the officer is, as long as he can distract the tornado. Sykes, who was restrained by the tornado, immediately panicked and quickly contacted the cadres of the Monster Association, hoping that someone could stop the tornado. However, unfortunately, the cadres of the Monster Association were currently fighting S-class heroes, so there was no way. People can come here. At this time, Sykes suddenly remembered Pak, who had not appeared since the beginning of the war. By the way, there's also Pochi. I'll let Pochi move freely. He should be here soon. The maximum output of telepathy. Overgrown Pochi, come out to me immediately and bite the tornado. Saying that, Sykes immediately used telepathy on Pochi. But Boki was carrying Fang Xuan and others at the moment, killing the weirdos around him with one shot after another of scorch bombs, and he had no idea about Sykes. After waiting for a long time, Sykes did not see Boki coming to support him. At the same time, he also found a bald head going deep into the ground. She had no choice but to use her superpower to fetch a strange bottle from the table next to her. It seems I can only deal with the tornado. Come on then, do you know how many days I have been preparing for this day? As she spoke, she opened the bottle and drank the liquid in the bottle. The next moment, Sykes' body erupted with powerful telepathy. Let me show you how terrifying my superpower is, Lord Sykes, who is completely incomparable with his bright eyes. ... At the same time, the battle between the super alloy black light and the unconscious hungry wolf on the other side is about to break out. The two of them roared loudly at the same time, and then rushed towards each other at the same time. Hungry Wolf took the lead in launching an attack, hitting the strong muscles of super alloy black light with his flowing rock-breaking punch. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the Hungry Wolf punches the super alloy black light, it will make a sound like hitting metal. Under the fierce attack of the Hungry Wolf, super alloy black light was unscathed. Then the muscles in his body surged and shook the Hungry Wolf away. Then he stepped forward and punched the Hungry Wolf away. The Hungry Wolf was knocked into the air and hit several walls before stopping. The super alloy black light continued to walk towards the Hungry Wolf. It's useless. No matter how fast your speed and attacks are, they are all useless in front of a body that has been tempered over time. Listening to the victorious speech of the super alloy black light, the Hungry Wolf with a bleeding nose stood up again, and then moved quickly around the super alloy black light. And while moving, he quickly launched an attack, but no matter how he attacked, it was as useless as before. Super alloy black light once again punched away the Hungry Wolf. Okay, this weird game is over. The Hungry Wolf also woke up after receiving the punch, and then braked with his feet to stabilize his body. Then he looked at the black man in front of him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said doubtfully, "Are you super alloy black light?" After speaking, he glanced at the surrounding environment. Where is this place? Didn't I fight with the big snake just now? Where did that guy go? Also, did that kid escape successfully? Thinking of the slugs, there was a trace of worry in the hungry wolf's eyes. The super alloy black light on the side saw the expression of the hungry wolf in front of him change, so he asked, "What's wrong?" The hungry wolf laughed and said, "It's nothing. It seems that I had a fight with you in my sleep just now." Sleeping. HMPH. Don't make excuses for yourself. Haven't you been accepting the challenge just now? If you can't beat me, you can't beat me. Why are you talking so much? As he spoke, the super alloy black light continued to walk towards the hungry wolf. Hungry wolf made the opening move of the flowing water shattering fist and said, "I was a bit sleepy. If I gave you the illusion that you can defeat me, I apologize to you, because there is absolutely no way you can defeat me." Chapter 228 The Hungry Wolf about to lift the limiter. The hungry wolf wielding the water-smashing rock fist looked at the super alloy black light in front of him with a serious expression. This time, super alloy black light took the lead. He stepped forward quickly, raised his huge fist and hit the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf leaned back nimbly, and then kicked the super alloy black light to the ground. Hey, is this the end? As soon as hungry wolf finished speaking, super alloy black light quickly stood up from the ground. As long as I defeat you, it will prove that my attack will be effective on everyone. The coordination of your whole body muscles has improved a lot. Does that mean the real battle begins now? Your muscles are of excellent quality. It would be a pity to let them stink in the Monster Association. The Hero Association's gym is equipped with such high-end fitness equipment. If you can change your ways and retrain your muscles mentally, you may be able to become a great new hero. Regarding Super Alloy Black Light's persuasion to surrender, Hungry Wolf also interrupted irritably. Shut up, I tell you, both the Heroes Association and the Weird Association will be eliminated by me tonight, so you can go on your way with peace of mind. If you persist, it seems I have to kill you here. The super alloy black light directly swelled the muscles on his body, and then rushed towards the hungry wolf with all his strength. When Hungry Wolf saw the black light of super alloy that looked like a hill rushing towards him, he quickly judged whether he could take this move to crush the mountain. No, if you carry it directly, you will be killed. Can it be removed? Hungry Wolf quickly used the force-relieving move of flowing water rock-breaking fist on the super alloy black light. But it is a pity that the unloading failed. The attack of the super alloy black light hit the Hungry Wolf firmly. The hungry wolf felt as if all the bones in his body were cracking, and he thought to himself a second before flying backwards. This is just an ordinary impact. Why is it so powerful? Even the smelly old man's flowing rock-breaking fist can't relieve its force. The next second, the hungry wolf's body flew out quickly and was buried in the ruins. The super alloy black light came to the hungry wolf buried under the ruins and said, "In order to experience the stunts, I once went to the dojo of Silverfang and asked Mr. Bangu to challenge him. But Mr. Bangu refused my challenge, so I took action semi-forcefully, forcing him to take action. As a result, he beat me badly. Although I was not injured, all my attacks were removed by him. Because I have experienced it myself, I know the flowing water shattering fist very well. Compared to Mr. Bangu, Hungry Wolf, you are still very immature. You were able to win all the time before, just because you were lucky. If your opponent was an atomic samurai or a small tornado, you would have been dead long ago. I don't know why you hunt heroes, but I want you to know how much you weigh." After Super Alloy Black Light finished speaking, the Hungry Wolf jumped out of the ruins, and then kicked the surrounding pieces towards Super Alloy Black Light. Hungry Wolf smiled sinisterly and said, "It stinks so much. The stench of hypocrisy on your body makes me want to vomit. You just talked about games. Then aren't you heroes playing hero games? You heroes are nothing but shit, and you are supported by the public like shit. I have no control over this. That's why I have to fight and risk my life to defeat your so-called justice." Looking at the Hungry Wolf standing up, Super Alloy Black Light was a little surprised. You can still stand up after being so seriously injured. You can't organize this weird game. With that said, the Hungry Wolf rushed towards the Super Alloy Black Light. Hungry Wolf once again used the flowing rock fist to hit the Super Alloy Black Light, and his speed became faster and faster. Super Alloy Black Light, who was blocking with his arms crossed, also keenly felt the change in the Hungry Wolf's attack speed. Is it my imagination? His movements seem to be getting faster and faster. No problem, my muscle shield can resist any attack. As long as the Hungry Wolf has time to stop attacking, I can kill him in one go. Super Alloy Black Light was very confident and felt that it was impossible for the Hungry Wolf to break his defense. However, as the Hungry Wolf's attacks became faster and faster without any sign of stopping, the thought that he would be defeated suddenly came to his mind. Idea. No. Impossible, I will never fail in hand-to-hand combat. My method of training muscles is different from that of the Vest Master and the Sexy Prisoner. Seeing that the Super Alloy Black Light's defense had not been broken yet, Hungry Wolf immediately changed his moves with his hands. I saw that his left hand used the flowing water breaking fist, and his right hand used Bump's whirlwind slashing iron fist. The reason why the Hungry Wolf knows Bump's move is because he saw Bump perform this move last time, so he learned it. Okay, this should be enough to defeat him. Using the moves that the two old men used to defeat me last time, we will definitely be able to break this unusual muscle fortress. I saw Hungry Wolf using the Cross-Yang Dragon killing fist that required both Bang Ji Yu and Bang Pu to perform, instantly turning the situation around. Facing the powerful attack of the hungry wolf, Super Alloy Black Light also knew that he could no longer defend blindly, because if this continued, he would definitely lose. So he clenched his fist and hit the hungry wolf. Don't be too proud, I'm going to use all my firepower. Look at me, Super Alloy Rocket Launcher. Seeing the powerful and heavy punch of the Super Alloy Black Light towards him, the hungry wolf did not hesitate at all and punched him. Boom. After a fierce collision of fists, Hungry Wolf took the punch forcefully. At the same time, the hungry wolf's body also underwent some changes. It seemed that some kind of limiter was opened, and the gorgeous arc of the Jiaolong killing fist appeared all over his body. Super Alloy Black Light looked at Hungry Wolf in shock and said, what's going on with his body? This seems to be a weirdo. Sykes was restrained by Tatsumaki's super powerful telepathy and tried his best to break free, but Tatsumaki's telepathy was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. With a finger of his little hand, Tornado was ready to force Sykes up from the ground. Do you want to pull me up from such a long distance? How is that possible? Come down here. After saying that, Sykes immediately used his superpower to pull down the tornado from the sky. Soon, the tornado came to Sykes. Sykes looked at Tornado angrily and said, Tornado, you will definitely lose today, this will be your grave. Tatsumaki moved his hair and said nonchalantly, okay, you can give it a try. Chapter 229 The Combination of the Big Snake and the Crisis of the Tornado. Deep underground in the Weird Association, the eyes of the big snake head that had been defeated by Fang Xuan glowed, and then his broken body began to swallow up the surrounding weirdos. After devouring an unknown number of monsters, the big snake regained consciousness. What are these two powerful forces? Orochi, who had just regained consciousness, felt the energy emitted by the tornado above when he was fighting Sykes. He then continued to devour the corpses of the other weirdos around him. Give me all your blood. During the battle between Tatsumaki and Sykes, Sykes' eyes glowed, and then he fired a powerful energy towards the tornado. In response, Tatsumaki emitted green light all over his body, then raised his right hand to form a protective shield around it, easily blocking the energy wave coming from it. Then Tatsumaki switched to his left hand to resist, then made a fist with his right hand and said, it's over. It seems that you are the loser in this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Tatsumaki punched out and knocked Sykes to the ground. Then she waved her hand and controlled her superpower to lift Sykes into the air, took out the communicator given by the Child Emperor in her pocket, put it on Sykes' mouth and said, now tell me the information you have here. Sykes, who was bound by the tornado, could only say something. Many of the weirdos in the base were recently recruited, such as the Wandering Emperor. After Sykes told the information, Tatsumaki moved the communicator and said, hey, can you hear me? This is the information I found here. How are the heroes who have not been in contact? Are you working seriously? The first person to respond was Sweetheart Mask. Hey, Tatsumaki, is your side over? I have encountered a strong enemy here, and I may not be a match at all. Sweetheart Mask, this is your own problem. You still have to participate in this battle despite your lack of ability. If you can't defeat your opponent on your own, you should have stayed on the ground and waited from the beginning. Now who is responsible for sending more people to rescue you and causing more weirdos to escape? Tatsumaki said proudly, quote. Faced with Tatsumaki's reply, Masked Sweetheart was speechless for a while, and then stopped chatting with Tatsumaki and continued, is there any other hero who can exchange opponents with me? There was internal strife during the battle. Are these guys really heroes? This woman really thinks she has won. If I can take advantage of her arrogant mentality, I still have a chance to win. Just when Sykes was thinking about how to escape next, where the two of them were, many points of light suddenly flashed. The next moment, countless lasers shot toward the tornado. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire space was filled with dazzling lasers, and huge explosions echoed in the underground base. Tatsumaki reacted quickly, and she immediately used her superpower to build a strong protective shield to block all the lasers. However, this sudden attack forced her to let go of Sykes. What I saw were a large number of snake heads emitting lasers. When Sykes saw this, he shouted very happily. Ha, it turns out you're not dead yet, good boy Orochi. Come on, combine with me. As long as you combine the huge energy contained in your body with my superpower, then I will definitely be able to defeat that woman. The big snake was still firing the laser, and the tornado pointed his index finger in the direction of the emission and then wiped out all the snake heads. After solving these things, she looked at Sykes and shouted, don't even think about running away. But when she was about to give chase, a group of sticky things came towards her, and Tatsumaki had no choice but to deal with these disgusting things first. And Sykes has now come into contact with the big snake's body. Come on, big snake, give me your meat. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. What's going on, Orochi? When did you have such power? Could it be that you've been hiding this from me? Oops, my spirit is going to be eroded. Sykes, who originally wanted to combine with the big snake, was devoured by the big snake. So far, in order to accelerate my growth, you have continued to provide me with living sacrifices. Thank you so much, Sykes. Then it's your turn next. The big snake showed a ferocious face and said to Sykes. Just when Sykes was about to be completely swallowed by the big snake, Sykes suddenly burst out with powerful telepathy and got rid of the mental erosion of the big snake. Be obedient to me, you are just a container created by increasing my strength. I am the master. The next moment, Sykes successfully seized the consciousness of the big snake and occupied the big snake's body, and the two successfully combined. The tornado that had just eliminated the disgusting object in the air felt a powerful aura, so he quickly looked back. I saw that the successful combination of Orochi and Sykes was like a god. Looking at the fused serpent in front of him who was many times bigger than himself, Tatsumaki still said proudly, "You deliberately exposed the main body so that I can solve it conveniently. You are really considerate." At this time, the body of Sykes appeared on the head of the big snake and said, "Huh, huh. I finally suppressed this guy. The big snake's body is now completely mine. In this way, I can defeat the tornado." Suddenly Orochi's consciousness rushed out and said, "There is also the strongest warrior who beat me to pieces. Find him, kill him, and use him as a living sacrifice for my resurrection." Tatsumaki crossed his hands, and then a large amount of telekinesis began to gather, and then aimed at the big snake to form a restraining light ball. The next moment, a powerful mental attack attacked the big snake. Boom! There was a muffled sound, but the big snake was not injured at all. Tatsumaki was a little surprised when he saw this guy's body is so hard. Sykes grinned, and then used the spikes in his hands to stab the tornado. Upon seeing this, Tatsumaki quickly used his gravity superpower to resist. It's really stupid to use gravity to operate it at this time. Do you think this will work for me? The next moment, Tatsumaki suddenly felt that the shield surrounding his whole body disappeared, and then, Sykes' mental power became huge and he held her in the palm of his hand. Then the shield appeared again, but as soon as the shield appeared, Tatsumaki felt something was wrong, and she was soon injured. Sykes looked at the tornado in his palm with a mocking look on his face and said, "I changed the protective shield inside and out. It is being eroded and the protective shield cannot be lifted directly." Tatsumaki was shocked, but then another burst of pain hit him. Sykes continued to laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, if you don't lift the protective shield quickly, your powerful output and the energy I injected will make the internal pressure stronger, and soon you will be crushed into a meatloaf. But don't worry, I won't waste your flesh and blood. I will eat you up." Ah! After Sykes finished speaking, Tatsumaki was hurt again. Chapter 230 The Full Power of the Tornado. Bang, bang, bang. The hungry wolf's fist was like a bullet, hitting the super alloy black light quickly. This guy, not only his speed, but also his strength has also improved. But, I will not be defeated so easily. The super alloy black light once again punched the hungry wolf. But the hungry wolf just turned sideways and dodged, and then aimed a punch at the chest muscle of super alloy black light. Well, super alloy black light groaned in pain. It was obvious that the power of this blow was far greater than before. He flew backwards like a meteor and hit the ground heavily, making a big crater. Even the accuracy of his moves has become more accurate. Does this guy regard me as a training target? Super alloy black light covered his chest and climbed up from the ground with some difficulty. Hungry wolf looked at the super alloy black light below and said, "Hey, super alloy black light, what's wrong? Aren't you a hero? Aren't you going to end the weirdo game? I'm still alive now." As he spoke, the hungry wolf jumped down and continued to attack. As the hungry wolf's attack speed became faster and faster, super black gold black light was soon at a disadvantage, and now he could no longer keep up with the hungry wolf. The flowing water breaking rock fist continued to hit his body like raindrops. This man is really strong, very strong. He should be the opponent I've been looking for who can let me exert 100% of my strength. But if that's the case, why do I feel otherwise? This feeling is a feel-good victory. I don't want to get involved in a battle where I can't control the victory. At this moment, the thought of being unable to escape appeared in super alloy black light's mind. Facing the hungry wolf in front of him, super alloy black light also revealed a long-standing sense of fear. And it's very intense, scary. Ah! After roaring angrily, super alloy black light swung a punch forward, but the hungry wolf nimbly dodged it. The hungry wolf turned over in the air and kicked the super alloy black light to the ground. "I'll take your ears off." Seeing the hungry wolf trying to rip off his own ears, super alloy black light also showed a very frightened expression. But just when the hungry wolf was about to take action, his mind suddenly thought of the scene where Slug was pulled by the ears and bullied by those little kids, and then he remembered what happened to him in his childhood. So he let go of the super alloy black light and jumped back. Seeing that the hungry wolf did not attack him, the super alloy black light also showed a question mark with a black face. TCH, that pitiful expression made it seem like I was bullying him. The evil I pursue is not as simple as killing people, but... Suddenly, veins popped out on the hungry wolf's head, and he fell to the ground. Super alloy black light saw that something was wrong with the hungry wolf. When he was about to step forward to check, a transparent protective shield appeared around his body and wrapped him up. Isn't this the protective shield of Little Tornado? What's going on? Is she going to use some big move? Just as he finished saying this, the top suddenly began to collapse. "Hey, hungry wolf, run away quickly. If you continue to stay here, you will be crushed." The super alloy black light slapped the protective shield and shouted loudly. Soon the hungry wolf was buried by the falling rocks from above. Super alloy black light was not the only one protected by the tornado's protective shield. "Everyone come close to me first. As long as you stand by my side, you should be fine," Fubuki said to Bungu, Bump, Genos and the smaller Pochi. The Tong Emperor, who was being tortured by the dragon-level monster Evil Natural Water, was also protected by a protective shield, and then rose rapidly. This protective shield is Tornado. The zombie man whose feet were blown up by the Wandering Emperor and turned into bones countless times was also protected by a protective shield and flew upwards. There is also the Atomic Warrior, who was looking at the black sperm that just tortured him completely inside the protective shield. Why did the tornado make such a big noise? Come over and take a look. Fang Xuan noticed that the tornado exploded with such powerful power, so he immediately used teleportation and disappeared from the place. The reason for this is because Tatsumaki no longer intends to retain her power, and she wants to use all her power to deal with Sykes. Feeling the power of the tornado, Sykes sneered, "You still have reservations." As Tatsumaki raised his hands upward, the surface of Z City split apart instantly. A giant pillar rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. It shocked all the cadres at the Heroes Association headquarters in City A. The next moment, Tatsumaki's figure flew out from the pillar, and then looked back solemnly at the suppressed Sykes. The next second, several laser beams were fired around the pillar, and finally a beam of light rushed out from the top, and then a huge spiritualized Sykes appeared in midair. After enduring an attack as powerful as a tornado, Sykes was unscathed. Sykes looked at the tornado with a joking look on his face. "You actually broke the crust of the earth and pulled up the entire foundation. Because you were crushed by me in the move just now, do you want to show me your power?" "Oh, that's really awesome, but what should you do next?" Tatsumaki looked at Sykes and thought, "This guy has grown in size again." Then she looked at Sykes' roots. "Does it really rely on the roots to absorb energy? You ran out without a care, which saved me a lot of trouble." After saying that, Tatsumaki aimed at Sykes' roots and used telekinesis. "As long as you twist this position, your ability will be weakened easily." Sykes sneered and said, "Humph, I guess that you would do this. It seems that you still haven't figured out the situation. That means that I have completely surpassed you in terms of superpowers." Sykes aimed his hands at the tornado, and then fired a powerful energy wave. The powerful power gives the earth a free center. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the figure of the tornado was swallowed up. And the mountains and seas where this blow passed were all separated from the middle. After the explosion disappeared, Sykes said very confidently, "Did you see it? Little doubting, this is my power, such a powerful power. It doesn't look like much." Before Sykes could finish speaking, the surrounding smoke dissipated, and Fang Xuan raised a hand to block Tatsumaki's body. Apart from the old injuries, there were no new injuries on Tatsumaki's body. It can be seen that the energy wave explosion just now was blocked by Fang Xuan alone. Seeing Fang Xuan, Sykes' face couldn't help but become solemn. The Strongest Warrior, Chapter 231 Destiny. Looking at Fang Xuan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Sykes was surprised at first, and then laughed wildly. Ha, it really takes no effort at all. I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. If that's the case, I'll kill you two guys here together. After Sykes finished speaking, the consciousness of the big snake that had been defeated by Fang Xuan came out again. "Go on, kill him. I want him dead." However, when facing Sykes after merging with the big snake, Fang Xuan didn't pay attention, but started chatting with Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki looked at Fang Xuan. "You always appear at this time, couldn't you have come earlier?" Fang Xuan spread his hands and said, "I thought you could handle it, so I didn't pay too much attention." Looking at the injuries on Tatsumaki's body, Fang Xuan took out a fairy bean from his pocket and handed it over. "Didn't I give you a fairy bean before? Why didn't you take it out and eat it?" Hearing this, Tatsumaki showed a hint of embarrassment on her face, because she had previously thought that with her own strength, there was no need for things like fairy beans, so she packed up her share of fairy beans and gave them to her younger sister, Fubuki. "I never thought that I would be here today." Tatsumaki took the fairy beans and said, "I forgot to bring them. Besides, don't underestimate me. I can still bear this injury without using the fairy beans at all." Although she said so, her body was still very honest. After she finished speaking, she immediately ate the fairy bean given by Fang Xuan. In the blink of an eye, all the injuries that Tatsumaki suffered just now were restored to their original state. Fang Xuan also shook his head and smiled, then took out a bag of fairy beans from the system space and handed it to Tatsumaki and said, "If you forget to bring it, just forget it. Anyway, I have plenty, so I will give you another bag." Quote, ... "Hey, are you two guys a little too arrogant? I'm still here." Sykes was also furious when she saw this couple in front of her talking about love. She was still standing here, but they ignored her like this. After hearing Sykes' words, Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki also turned their heads. Fang Xuan said, "I almost forgot, there is another person here. Little lowly, what the hell is this guy? Why does he have the head of a human and the body of a snake? And she still has the scent of a long insect I killed before." Tatsumaki replied, "She is the leader of this weirdo association. Originally she was no match for me, but after merging with some sticky and disgusting objects, she became like this, and she is slightly stronger than me." Although Tatsumaki admitted that Sykes was stronger than her arrogant character made her unwilling to bow completely. She turned away and pretended not to care and added, "However, it's only a little stronger. If I hadn't consumed too much before, she wouldn't have taken advantage at all." Sykes sneered and said, Ha, the gap between you and me cannot be bridged by just a little bit. The strength I have now is something you simply cannot match. You have no chance of winning now. After all, I was chosen by a great being and was given power beyond you. While fighting for the body with the big snake, at the moment of life and death, I saw brain cells, or a diagram of the structure of the universe, something a bit like the surface of Jupiter. Something like a god spied on me at that moment. While I was afraid, a mysterious power poured into my body, and in an instant I realized my destiny. Tatsumaki asked in confusion, Destiny? Sykes continued. Yes, use this power to absorb all living creatures and turn them into food for the flesh and roots. After that, after the spirit has been fused, it will become a huge thought body. Don't you think that I will become a complete life form at the level of a planet? Or even become the planet itself? Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Do you mean you want to become the Earth? Using powerful power to swallow up everything, leaving you alone in the universe? Only a fool would do such a thing. Tatsumaki smiled disdainfully. Sykes smiled and said, You are the one who is stupid. This is a great process that has been destined for a long time and is the end of intellectual life. And I was the runner chosen to be the last leg. Let me ask you a question. We are both superpowers, but why was I the one chosen in the end instead of you? Can you guess why? The same goes for Fubuki. You have never seriously thought about the future possibilities brought about by superpowers. You just participate in boring hero activities all day long and turn a deaf ear to my words. The final result of this is that you will lose. Just regard it as God's punishment and accept it willingly. Tatsumaki put his hands on his hips and said, It's so ridiculous. I think you also know that only those who are willing to take advantage of us will approach people with superpowers like us. You were not mentally prepared, so even though it was unreasonable, you were still seduced by words and became someone else's pawn. Never think that someone will come to save you in a crisis. Probably because you are a dilettante who would ask pets for help when you were in a desperate situation, you are being targeted. Sykes was also very angry after being lectured by Tatsumaki. How dare you, dare to say that I am a fool? After seeing my power, you still dare to say such arrogant things. Okay, then let me show you my power as I was chosen by God and will soon become the consciousness of the earth. After saying that, Sykes once again aimed at the tornado and fired energy waves. But this time, before her energy wave could be launched, Fang Xuan pinched her mouth with his hand. Boom! Sykes' huge mouth exploded. Fang Xuan said, You really have enough nonsense, about destiny, about being chosen by God to become the will of the earth. Which comic do you get these ideas from? Sykes' eyes widened and he looked at Fang Xuan with horror on his face. She originally thought that after merging with the snake's body, she had become invincible, but she didn't see Fang Xuan's actions clearly at all, and she could even say that she was not aware of it. Fang Xuan continued, Besides, your so-called power is nothing more than child's play in my opinion. Why are you not convinced? Sykes was naturally unconvinced and replied, Of course. As she spoke, several snake heads suddenly emerged from under her base, and then she fired several laser beams at Fang Xuan. Catch these attacks if you can. Under such a close-range attack, I don't believe you can dodge it. Tatsumaki saw this and said worriedly, Be careful, Fang Xuan. Chapter 232 Explosion appears. Boom, boom, boom. Under the fire of Sykes' laser, Z City, which was originally in ruins, became even more dilapidated at this moment. People on the ground fled quickly, fearing that the laser behind them would catch them. Naturally, there were unlucky people among them, who were wiped out by laser fire. In the air, Sykes laughed loudly and said, Ha 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 ha, I have killed the S-class number 0, so you will be next. Fang Xuan, that guy should be fine. Tatsumaki looked at the smoke with a worried look on her face and said, then her whole body glowed with green light, and she opened her hands to activate her telekinesis. I saw the surrounding sea suddenly protruding, and then huge rocks were manipulated into the air. At this moment, a chasm appeared in the originally flat sea, swallowing up countless seawater. The tornado pointed with both hands and controlled the rocks to hit Sykes. Seeing the rocks flying towards him, Sykes quickly counterattacked. She cut all the rocks that came flying, and then looked at the tornado mockingly, Is this all you have? No, I should be asking you this question. Is this all you can do? The smoke in the air dissipated, and Fang Xuan's figure appeared unscathed. And he wore something like a detector on his eye, and a number 1086 was displayed on it. Tisk, is this the only combat power you have? It's really disappointing. I thought you would be much more powerful than the pineapple head before. I didn't expect you to be worse than him, yet you still have the nerve to speak arrogantly here. Fang Xuan said expressionlessly. Fang Xuan, are you okay? Tornado flew to Fang Xuan's side and asked concernedly. After seeing that Fang Xuan was fine, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But Sykes was a little surprised at this moment. How is it possible? At such a close range, it's impossible for you to be fine. Fang Xuan said with a relaxed look, the attack just now and tickling me are not enough. Okay, let me show you what the real power is. After saying that, Fang Xuan immediately burst into flames, white flames instantly enveloped his whole body, and his combat effectiveness increased rapidly. A huge sense of oppression rushed towards Sykes. The emotional value of Sykes also kept ringing in his mind. Ding, Sykes is detected to be shocked, emotional value plus 9999. Ding, Sykes' fear is detected, emotional value plus 99999. Sykes' face instantly turned pale, and she felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, which was brought about by the powerful power emanating from Fang Xuan. Her heart was filled with fear and uneasiness. This kind of power was far beyond her imagination. No. Impossible, Sykes said with a trembling voice, her huge body retreating unconsciously from Fang Xuan's violent anger. At this moment, she didn't have the confidence she had when dealing with tornadoes before. Fang Xuan mocked, "It seems that you don't understand what real power is. In that case, let me show you what real power is like." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xuan's figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Seeing Fang Xuan disappear from his eyes, Sykes quickly looked around, but could not find any trace. "Hey, your concentration is too poor. I've been standing behind you for a while and I haven't noticed you yet." Hearing the voice coming from behind her, Sykes quickly looked back, but as soon as she turned her head, she was stabbed in the eye by a dazzling ball of light. Fang Xuan stretched out a hand to condense an air bomb and aimed it at Sykes. Then, just as Sykes turned around, he launched it and hit its root. Boom! The air bomb exploded after hitting Sykes at the base. Ah! Sykes let out a scream. This blow alone killed a large number of Sykes' cells. I, who have merged with the body of the big snake, should be the best in the world in terms of defense and attack power. How could it be possible that because of this blow, I am destined to be chosen by God? It is impossible for me to lose. Sykes shouted wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, Sykes did not improve his combat effectiveness by shouting, but was beaten violently by Fang Xuan. On the ground, the heroes who had just been sent up by the tornado using protective shields saw Fang Xuan beating Sykes violently. It's amazing. As expected of a teacher, every punch is delivered so fast and accurately. Genos continued to explain as usual. Genos, why are you here? Are your injuries healed? Saitama said after seeing Genos. Yes, teacher Saitama, all the damage on my body has been repaired with the help of the doctor. After Genos saw Saitama, he immediately walked over quickly. Teacher, why is there a weirdo next to you? Genos suddenly noticed a one-eyed weirdo next to Saitama and asked. Saitama explained. This is a weirdo that this eldest sister and I met down there. Because he can emit light, I brought him here. Sister. Genos looked at the flashing Flash beside him. Flash felt very unhappy when Saitama called him big sister. He wanted to teach the bald man a lesson with the flash sword in his hand, but he was no match for him. Suddenly, the surrounding space became distorted, and the next moment a black hole-like object appeared behind several people. Then a man wearing sunglasses, a cloak, and armor appeared in everyone's sight. Oh, great, it seems I've caught up. The man took off his sunglasses, looked at the people in front of him and said, it seems you haven't accepted the deal yet. Who are you? A hero? Saitama, Flash, and Genos all raised questions at the same time. The man did not explain anything, but took a cube on the ground in his hand and asked, have you ever touched this thing? Flash wondered, what will happen if you touch this thing? The man said, did you touch it without knowing what it was? This cube is similar to a communicator. When it touches it, the space will be distorted, so that you can get in touch with that guy. Out of interest, I am collecting these things scattered everywhere. Fang Xuan, who was beating Sykes in the air, felt a familiar aura. He first let go of Sykes, and then shouted down, blast. It's you, come up here. No, I was discovered by that guy. I'll take this thing away. Goodbye. Saying blast, he was about to leave. Chapter 233 The Masked Sweetheart Torn in Half. You are the one who explodes. The person in front of Flash was the mysterious S-Class number 1 in the Hero Association. After the explosion, he was also shocked. Yes, it's me. You must be Flash, the 13th ranked S-Class. Blast also responded. Is it really me? I still don't believe it, so let me give it a try. Knock on me, top speed. Flashing feet. The next moment, the flashing Flash turned into a yellow flash and kicked towards explosion. Just when he was about to attack Blast's figure appeared behind him. Young man, calm down. Don't be so impulsive. Genos and the one-eyed weirdo looked at the scene that just happened with confused expressions on their faces. It was so fast, I couldn't even see their movements clearly. What did they do just now? Saitama on the side complained. Is it this guy's bad habit to attack others head-on when meeting them? Then Saitama walked up to Bakugo and asked, hey, your appearance is very special. Blast looked at Saitama and said, compared with the way I appear, I seem to be more curious about why there is a weirdo here, and he doesn't look like a prisoner. Saitama explained. Oh, you are talking about him. He is responsible for leading us and is also compatible with the flashlight function. You see, it gets brighter when it's frightened. After saying that, Saitama showed a very serious expression to the one-eyed weirdo. The frightened one-eyed monster also lit up. Okay, that's it. I have to leave quickly, otherwise if the guy above comes down, I will probably get beaten up again. With that said, Blast's ability to use space teleportation disappeared. The other S-Class heroes who were teleported to the ground by the tornado using protective shields were all shocked when they looked at the battle in the sky. Is that Fang Xuan's strength? It's amazing. We are not on the same level as him at all. Are you going to pursue the victory against the weirdo? It looks like this farce is finally coming to an end. Just as a few people were sighing, suddenly several things similar to gas bombs attacked everyone. The zombie Superman quickly pushed away the Child Emperor and withstood the fierce attack. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the zombie Superman was blown to pieces. We meet again, little zombie. The person who made the move was none other than the Wandering Emperor who had previously fought against the zombie Superman. Huh, is that guy above a big snake? It's really embarrassing to be beaten like this by a human. Sure enough, a guy like this is not worthy of being our commander-in-chief. God will only favor the chosen ones, just like me. The Wandering Emperor smiled very proudly. As a villain, don't get too carried away. Masked Sweetheart raised her fist and charged towards the Wandering Emperor. Just when he was about to attack, a large number of black hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed the Masked Sweetheart. Hee. I heard that when humans reprimand others, they always say things they don't want others to hear. It seems to be true. Isn't that right, Mr. A frivolous male hero who gets carried away with himself? The person coming was the Black Sperm who had previously tortured the Atomic Warrior. Before Masked Sweetheart could react, another ugly guy rushed out from the ground, and this person was the ugly president. Do not come. The Masked Sweetheart was frightened by the appearance of the ugly president and yelled. The ugly president looked at the Masked Sweetheart with great disdain and said, "What a waste. Guys like you are just timid clowns in the bar. Yelling is too loud. Slap in the face and destroy the punch." As he said that, the ugly president raised his fist and punched the Masked Sweetheart who was caught by the Black Sperm. With this punch, Masked Sweetheart's appearance was completely shattered, and she lost her former handsome image. After the beating, the ugly president laughed and said, "Ha, such an ugly face." The Wandering Emperor looked at it and thought to himself, "It looks a little painful. This is the retribution of being addicted to external beauty." Then, the ugly president took the Masked Sweetheart in his hand again. "With such long legs, do you think you are a scarecrow? In that case, then I will make it longer for you." The ugly president's hand grabbed Masked Sweetheart's other leg, and then tore it vigorously to both sides. He tore the Masked Sweetheart in half from the middle, threw it out, and laughed wildly. Ha, I'm in a great mood now. I just like to trample on those handsome guys who are above me, and from now on I'm going to go on a killing spree. Quote, the ugly president turned to look at Black Sperm and the Wandering Emperor and said, "Hey, let's have a ranking match based on the number of S-class heroes killed." Black Sperm said, "Oh, okay, this competition is just what I want." The Wandering Emperor said, "Okay, let's add some color to this boring game." After saying that, the three of them looked at the Child Emperor and the zombie Superman as if they were prey. While pulling the zombie Superman who was only half alive after being bombed, the Child Emperor retreated back and called for support. Hey, I'm the Child Emperor. I've encountered a powerful enemy here. I'm asking for support." Before the Child Emperor could finish speaking, the ugly president trampled the zombie Superman under his feet, then looked at the Child Emperor and said, "You are the Child Emperor, right? It's really enviable to be a guy who has talent and a bright future and is held in the palm of everyone's hands. But I am indeed that kind of despicable and powerful existence. From now on, I will be the new Monster King. Let me show you my powerful power." Just when the ugly president was punching, the voice of the Wandering Emperor came over. "Get out of the way, this little brat is my prey." I saw the Wandering Emperor condensing a huge energy ball and then throwing it towards the Child Emperor. Sykes, anger level reached its peak after being violently beaten by Fang Xuan in the air. I saw that she didn't care whether she was Fang Xuan's opponent or not. She used her superpower to control the stones on the ground to condense into a huge and sharp towering stone pillar, and then threw it towards Fang Xuan, and then she sprayed out a strong the laser is attached to the stone pillar. Fang Xuan looked at the stone pillar flying towards him, stretched out a finger and shouted, "Dongdongbo." A blazing slender red energy ray shot out from Fang Xuan's finger, penetrated the flying stone pillar, and also penetrated Sykes' chest. After doing all this, Fang Xuan felt that the other heroes fighting below seemed to be trapped below, so he called to the side tornado. "Little lowly, let's go help the others first, and we'll come over and deal with this guy later." After saying that, Fang Xuan ignored Tatsumaki's consent and directly held him in his arms and used teleportation. Chapter 234 Black Sperm, Wandering Emperor, Ugly President vs Fang Xuan. Finally recovered again. What kind of person is that guy? My recovery ability can't keep up with him at all. Sykes, who was severely injured by Fang Xuan's whole wave, recovered after absorbing a large number of monster corpses. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear of the power displayed by Fang Xuan, and at the same time, she began to question whether she could rule the world with the power she now possessed. No, how could I have such an idea? I am the chosen one chosen by God. It is impossible for me to lose. Absolutely impossible. But, the power he possesses is many times better than mine. Even if Sykes doesn't want to believe it anymore, the current facts are here. On the ground, facing the huge energy ball thrown by the Wandering Emperor, the Tong Emperor also raised his hands and closed his eyes in fear and thought, "It's over, it seems I have to explain here. If I had known I would be doing my homework in the cram school." Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and huge air currents swept through the entire place like a hurricane, causing the ground to tremble. The Atomic Warrior, Pig God and others who were far away from the Child Emperor also felt this violent vibration. "Hey, Child Emperor, answer me, is the movement just now an attack by the enemy?" Atomic Samurai contacted hurriedly with a communicator. The explosion was so loud that my ears were almost deafened. After suffering such a powerful attack, I'm definitely done. It turns out that people don't feel pain after death. But why can I touch my body? The child emperor slowly opened his eyes and found that he was not blown to pieces as he thought, but was intact. At this time, an arrogant lowly voice spoke up. It's okay, little brat. Hearing the sound, the child emperor looked forward, only to see the smoke in front of him dissipate, and the figures of Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan appeared in front of him. Weren't you fighting that monster in the sky? Why are you here all of a sudden? The child emperor's face showed a smile of surviving a disaster, but then he thought again. By the way, zombie man. Is he okay? Tatsumaki pointed to the zombie man on the ground whose body was about to break apart and said, don't worry, this guy's vitality is very strong and he's still alive. Emperor Tong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the zombie man was fine. The wandering emperor who launched the attack saw that his attack was actually blocked, and said curiously, are you the S-class hero ranked 0th? You can actually block my attack. It seems that you still have 2 brushes. But unfortunately, you are definitely no match for me who was blessed by the gods. The wandering emperor said very proudly. The ugly president got up from the ground, walked up to the wandering emperor and said, hey, beggar, why did you just steal my prey? The wandering emperor said, your prey, doesn't it belong to whoever grabs it first? And who do you call a beggar? Ugly fat man. Damn it, what did you say? Is not it? There was a slight gap between the wandering emperor and the ugly president. The black sperm came to the 2 of them and said, hey, don't quarrel over this trivial matter now. Standing in front of us now are the strongest warrior ranked 0th in S-class and Zansu Tatsumaki, ranked 2nd in S-class. If any one of us can defeat the 2 of them, then who is the real king of monsters? After hearing Black SN's words, both the wandering emperor and the ugly president fell into deep thought. The ugly president widened his little eyes, and the wandering emperor stroked his messy beard, both of them weighing the black sperm's proposal. HMPH, defeating the No. 0 S-class hero is indeed an exciting challenge. A cunning light flashed in wandering emperor's eyes. He had absolute confidence in his own power, especially after receiving the gift from the gods. After blessing, the ugly president snorted, and his fat body trembled, as if to show his strength. Defeating the strongest warrior will indeed prove who is the real king of monsters. At this time, Fang Xuan looked at the 3 people as if they were fools. Tatsumaki looked relaxed. Although she was no match for Sykes after merging the body of the big snake, she still had absolute confidence in destroying the 3 people in front of her. Since you all want to give it a try, let's go together. Fang Xuan said lightly. Although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The wandering emperor, the ugly president and the black sperm looked at each other. Since the other party was the 0th ranked S-class hero, the 3 of them did not dare to make the first move. In the end, it was the wandering emperor who took the lead in attacking. He clasped his hands together, then suddenly separated them, and a huge energy ball condensed again, roaring towards Fang Xuan and Tornado. The ugly president was not to be outdone. His fat body suddenly became flexible and rushed towards the 2 of them like a mountain of flesh. The black sperm transformed into thousands of tiny sperm, attacking from all directions. Fang Xuan faced the siege of the wandering emperor, the ugly president and the black SN, but his expression remained as calm as water. He moved slightly, dodging the huge energy ball launched by the wandering emperor at an almost incredible speed. The energy ball flew past his body, blasting a huge hole in the ground. Upon seeing this, the ugly president roared angrily and accelerated towards Fang Xuan, trying to use his huge body to crush Fang Xuan. However, Fang Xuan, as if he had expected it, jumped up lightly and landed firmly on the shoulders of the ugly president. With a tap, the ugly president lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. At this time, the tiny sperm transformed from the black sperm came in like a tide. Fang Xuan waved his palm, and a powerful palm wind quickly blew forward. The tiny sperm were blown away by this airflow and could not get close at all. Fang Xuan's body. When the wandering emperor saw this, a look of horror appeared on his face. He gathered strength again and prepared to launch a more powerful attack. However, Fang Xuan had already taken action 1 step ahead of him. He flashed and appeared in front of the wandering emperor in an instant. Then in the wandering emperor's surprised eyes, an air bomb was shot out of Fang Xuan's palm. After a bang, the wandering emperor flew backwards and hit the ground. This scene shocked both the ugly president and the black sperm. They didn't expect that Fang Xuan's strength was so terrifying. Faced with the joint attack of the 3 of them, he could defeat them so easily. Chapter 235 A Serious Punch. After Sykes recovered, he did not stay in the air, but planned to attack others. She didn't believe that other heroes could be as perverted as Fang Xuan. Just at this time, Genos, Saitama, Flash, and Big Eyes, who had just met Blast, came into her sight. Isn't that big-eyed? Why does he go with the hero? Did he rebel? Okay, it seems that before I devour this planet, I have to deal with the traitors first. With that said, Sykes dragged his huge body and flew towards the 4 people. After the 4 Saitama parted ways with Blast, they also planned to go to other battlefields to support them. Suddenly, the early warning system on Genos began to sound. DDDDDD. Wait a moment, Teacher Saitama, I detected a powerful energy coming towards us. Genos quickly reminded him. Hearing Genos' reminder, Saitama, Flash and Big Eyes stopped. Saitama looked around and said, Genos, where is the powerful energy you mentioned? Before Genos could speak, the big eye at his feet trembled and said, big snake. Your Majesty, I saw Sykes pointing his big eyes in the air. Isn't this guy the weirdo who just fought with the strongest warrior? Why are you here, the strongest warrior? The flashing flash said he was ready to fight. He wanted to draw his sword, but he remembered that his sword had been accidentally broken before, so he had to fight with his fists and kicks. Sykes came to the four of them without any nonsense and launched an attack directly. I saw a blazing laser shot towards the four people. Upon seeing this, Genos immediately entered G4 mode, then concentrated all the energy of his body on his hands, and then shouted, Real Spiral Incineration Cannon. The golden energy wave collided with the oncoming blazing laser like a golden dragon. Boom! The two energies collided fiercely in the air, causing a shock wave that shook the surrounding air. Genos, True Spiral Incineration Cannon and Sykes, laser cancelled each other out. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with smoke and dust. Although the two energies are evenly matched, their situations are quite different. After Genos performed this move, his energy was directly insufficient and he temporarily lost the ability to move. On the other hand, Sykes had nothing to do at all. Compared with the energy waves fired during the battle with Fang Xuan, the laser just now seemed like a piece of cake. Hey, Genos, are you okay? Saitama asked looking at Genos who was motionless after releasing the attack. Go to hell, humanity. Sykes once again sprayed out a powerful wave of energy. Saitama raised his fist, knocked away the incoming energy wave with one punch, and then said to the flashing flash, Andy, I'll leave Genos to you first. Andy. Flash was stunned, obviously a little speechless at this title, but now is not the time to dwell on this. Because he had tested Saitama's strength and knew how powerful Saitama was, he immediately grabbed Genos and stepped aside. After Saitama finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Sykes. Hey, was the attack just now made by you? Hurry up and apologize, or I'll beat you up. Seeing that the mediocre Saitama dared to talk to him like this, Sykes said confidently, HMPH, do you think you can fight me like that pervert? Stop dreaming. After saying that, she waved her hands, and many snake heads sprouted from the lower part of her body. These snake heads aimed at Saitama and launched energy waves. Doesn't it make sense? Okay, that's it. Earnest and serious jumping back and forth. As Saitama's words fell, his figure moved quickly, and a large number of afterimages appeared due to the too fast frequency. The energy waves launched by Sykes seemed to hit the air and all failed. Seeing Saitama's figures below him becoming more and more numerous, and all heading towards him, Sykes said in horror, What kind of ability is this? Not far away, the flashing flash and big eyes looked at this scene, their eyes full of shock. They knew Saitama was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Although Sykes was a little frightened, she continued to attack, but no matter how hard she tried to attack, it was always in vain. Because she couldn't hit Saitama at all. Saitama jumped up high, then raised his fist and hit Sykes. Normal punch. A super strong murderous aura burst out from Saitama's body. Sykes relied on a woman's strong sixth sense to clearly sense the power of Saitama's punch. Sykes knew that she could not take the punch forcefully, so she hurriedly moved to one side to avoid it. However, Saitama's movements were too fast. She only had time to avoid the vital point, but his fist still hit her body hard. Ah! Sykes screamed, and a big hole was punched out of his huge body. Saitama did not continue to attack, but stopped and stepped back. Because based on his past experience in killing weirdos, as long as he punches the weirdo will basically be cooled, so there is no need to throw a second punch. But what Saitama doesn't know is that Sykes, who is fused with the body of Orochi, has super recovery ability. Although the damage caused by this punch is very large, and the injuries caused cannot be fully recovered in a short time, she cannot fatal. Sykes swayed in the air, trying to maintain his balance. She looked down at her body that had been penetrated by Saitama, with a trace of cruelty flashing in her eyes. No. Impossible, how could I lose to such a mediocre guy? Illusion, this must be an illusion. Sykes's heart was full of unwillingness. He originally thought that he had gained such great strength and could conquer the world. But first he met Fang Xuan and was played by him like a child. Now he met this bald man whose strength was different from Fang Xuan's. Xuan was on par with him, and only one punch caused such injuries to himself. I won't lose like this. Sykes roared angrily, and her body began to change again. This time, not only were the wounds on her body healing, but her entire form was changing, becoming more ferocious and larger. The evil aura emanating from her body made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Not dead yet. Saitama, who had just stopped, saw that Sykes was not dead yet, so his expression became serious. Well, it seems we need to end the battle quickly. Look at me, part of the Serious Kill series, Serious Punch. Chapter 236 Fang Xuan's 1-3. Aurora Light Ball. After being knocked to the ground by Fang Xuan, the Wandering Emperor stood up and immediately summoned an infinite ball of light to hit Fang Xuan. Looking at the overwhelming ball of light, Fang Xuan clasped his hands together and launched a large number of air bombs. Bang 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 bang. Air bombs and light balls collided fiercely in the air, and explosions occurred one after another. The air bombs launched by Fang Xuan not only hit every ball of light accurately, but also achieved a complete crushing effect in terms of power. The bright light and fierce explosion form a spectacular picture. When the Wandering Emperor saw this, his face showed an expression of disbelief. Because the move Fang Xuan used just now was very similar to his light ball. Hey, why are your attack moves so similar to mine? Are you also the one chosen by God? The Wandering Emperor said very doubtfully. My power has nothing to do with the so-called gods. This is the power I gained through hard training. Fang Xuan said. After hearing this, the Wandering Emperor couldn't help being stunned. He thinks that the reason why he has the strength he has today is because he was given power by God, so he finds it unbelievable to have power that is not given by gods. He shook his head, as if trying to clear his head. Impossible, how can human beings reach such a situation through their own efforts? The Wandering Emperor whispered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. Fang Xuan shook his head at this, and suddenly a huge black arm behind him clenched into a fist and hit him. Fang Xuan felt the strange movement behind him and turned around instantly. Facing the huge black arm, Fang Xuan calmly stretched out a finger and blocked it easily. Boom. Seeing that his sneak attack failed and was blocked by the other party with only one finger, Black SN was stunned for a moment. The black sperm looked at Fang Xuan in disbelief. It originally thought that the sneak attack just now would bring some glory to Fang Xuan, but it didn't expect that the other party's reaction would be so fast. Fang Xuan looked at the black sperm and said calmly, "Is this all you have?" The black sperm was irritated by Fang Xuan's words. It roared and its body instantly split into countless small sperm, which rushed towards Fang Xuan like a tide. Fang Xuan, however, remained calm, gathered his hands together, and then pushed forward, releasing a blue energy wave. I saw that even if it was chopped into black sperm by the atomic warrior, it could be restored to an unknown size. In this energy wave, all the split clones were destroyed. Watching the little sperm on the ground gradually dissipate, the black sperm's body showed a horrified expression. It has never encountered such a powerful opponent, and its own splitting ability seems useless in front of the opponent. At this time, the Wandering Emperor also recovered from the shock and immediately condensed a huge ball of light, which was bound to kill Fang Xuan. Because he did not want to believe that human beings could obtain such powerful power through cultivation. As a loyal fan of God, he was not willing to believe such a thing anyway. Take the move. The Wandering Emperor threw the huge ball of light in his hand with all his strength. Snapped. Fang Xuan slapped the incoming light ball away. Boom. After the light ball was shot away, it exploded in the air and made a deafening roar. The Wandering Emperor looked at this scene in shock, his attack seemed so weak in front of Fang Xuan. What two losers, look at me. The new king of monsters will definitely be me. When the ugly president saw that the Wandering Emperor and Black SN had no power to fight back against Fang Xuan, his indescribably ugly face showed a smile that could make him vomit at a glance. Looking at the disgusting face of the ugly president, even Fang Xuan, a powerful Saiyan, couldn't look straight at it for a while and wanted to vomit. The ugly president roared, and his whole body expanded greatly, turning into a huge monster. Dozens of muscles appeared on his belly, and his arms had a total of 3 joints. His speed and strength were greatly enhanced. And this is the completely weird form of the ugly president. Ha ha ha, let you see the power of the real Monster King. Full body dissolving punch. In this move, the ugly president attacks the enemy with his fist filled with stomach acid, melting the enemy's body. The ugly president smiled ferociously, waving his huge claws and rushed towards Fang Xuan. You guy, it's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault that you come out to scare people. And if you can become even uglier, that's even more outrageous. Fang Xuan really couldn't bear to suffer such damage to his eyes, so facing the ugly president who was charging towards him, he moved and turned into an afterimage, skillfully dodging the huge claws. Then he punched the ugly president into the air. Immediately afterwards, a light sword condensed in Fang Xuan's hand, and then directly split the ugly president into 2 halves. A large amount of acid flowed out from the split body of the ugly president, falling on the ground like a corrosive rain, making a sizzling sound and bursts of white smoke. This disgusting scene made everyone else present frowning. Because the balance of acid in the body was broken, the ugly president's body began to collapse and disintegrate, and the acid continued to corrode his body, turning into a pool of acid in a short time. He looked towards Wandering Emperor and Black SN with burning eyes. When Wandering Emperor and Black Sperm saw this scene, they both showed horrified expressions. The two of them knew that the ugly president's body defense was very strong, and ordinary swords could not harm him at all. However, Fang Xuan easily split open the body of the ugly president. Fang Xuan turned his head and looked at Wandering Emperor and Black SN with burning eyes. The battle is over. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xuan dispersed the chi sword condensed on his fingertips, and then his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already appeared behind the black sperm. Galric Cannon. After a purple energy wave shot into the sky, the black sperm completely disappeared. Hateful. The Wandering Emperor saw that Fang Xuan was so strong, so he planned to escape first. Just as he was about to summon infinite balls of light, they gathered at one point and bombarded them like a carpet of rain. The next moment, he was shocked to find that his power suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Where's my power? Why is it missing? The Wandering Emperor not only lost his strength at this time, but his body also began to shrink rapidly. Upon seeing this, Emperor Tong immediately took out the life detection device in his backpack and said, his vitality is losing rapidly. While the child emperor was speaking, the Wandering Emperor had turned into a white skeleton, completely losing his vitality. At the same time, a loud noise sounded in the air. Boom. Oh, it seems that Psyche's sky has been taken care of by Saitama. Fang Xuan looked at the sky and said. But the next moment, he suddenly discovered that a super spiritual power was trying to invade his spiritual world. But in the face of Fang Xuan's powerful strength, this invading force was unable to break through Fang Xuan's defense. Chapter 237 God. Sensing a force invading his spiritual world, Fang Xuan became interested for a moment. He turned to Tatsumaki and said, Tatsumaki, I'll leave the other things here to you first. I have to deal with some other things. Tatsumaki asked in confusion, what's going on? Where are you going? Fang Xuan replied, there is a guy who wants to invade my spiritual world. I will go and meet him. Then be careful, don't worry, with that guy's strength, he can't pose any threat to me at all. After Fang Xuan finished speaking, he used his breath to condense into a mask, and after wrapping his whole body, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and relaxed his mental strength. The next moment, a mysterious force pulled Fang Xuan to a new environment. Fang Xuan found himself being pulled into a strange space, surrounded by strong spiritual power, as if it was a world constructed of pure consciousness. There are no physical scenery here, no flow of time, only flowing brilliance and changing patterns, as colorful as a dream. Fang Xuan looked around this strange space built by spiritual power, and couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite structure of this intruder's spiritual world. He realized that the owner of this space must have considerable spiritual power, otherwise he would not be able to create such a stable and complex spiritual world. Since you have tried so hard to bring me into this world, why don't you show up and meet me? Fang Xuan said loudly, his voice echoed in the space, but he did not receive any response. After a moment, changes began to occur in the space. First, a strange head appeared in midair, and then countless tendons similar to lines continued to form a body. In a moment, a complete figure condensed in front of Fang Xuan. I saw that this creature was very huge, and it looked at Fang Xuan with a pair of deep eyes. And he was the god who gave the Wandering Emperor the ability to control light balls, turning him into a dragon-level monster. He was also the god who took back the power given to the Wandering Emperor and turned him into a skeleton. But he doesn't seem to be the god Psyche's encountered. After staring at Fang Xuan for a while, Shenzai said, you are very special, and the power you possess is very powerful. Fang Xuan asked, who are you? After hearing Fang Xuan's question, the god first smiled and then replied, ha ha ha, I am not a human, I am a god. God, just you. When he saw this creature claiming to be a god, Fang Xuan showed an expression of disbelief on his face, because he could sense the breath of the creature in front of him. According to the Dragon Ball worldview, mortals cannot sense the breath of gods, but here it's the world of One Punch Man, so he doesn't know if this setting is useful for this world. God did not care whether Fang Xuan believed it or not, but continued to the next topic. The power you gain by breaking through the limiter is so powerful that it's incredible. According to human beings, even if you break through the limiter multiple times in a row, the power you gain cannot reach this level, but you and the bald man named Saitama are exceptions. Fang Xuan said, the reason why I have such powerful power is that I achieved it through hard training. As for Saitama, he is a bug. God continued, compared to that bald man, I am more optimistic about you. If you are willing to be my spokesperson and wipe out all humans on the earth for me, I can give you power and make you even stronger than you are now. Quote, when he heard that the god in front of him, who was completely inferior to him, wanted to give him powerful power, Fang Xuan refused directly and said, no need, you can keep your meager power for yourself. I will only become stronger through my own practice. Besides, if you want me to wipe out human beings, that's just nonsense. What, you actually rejected me? It's just a human being who luckily broke through the restriction period, but he is so arrogant. Although God knew that Fang Xuan was very strong, he didn't know how to sense breath. He only had a rough idea of Fang Xuan's strength based on Fang Xuan's battle with the Wandering Emperor, Black SN, and the ugly president just now. He felt that Fang Xuan was just a human who luckily broke through the restriction period. Although he gained great power, he was definitely not as strong as him. God continued, you haven't forgotten the Wandering Emperor who fought with you just now. The power he possesses is a trivial amount of power that I gave him casually. But this little bit of power turned him into a dragon-level monster. Fang Xuan spread his hands and said, so what, are you very strong? To be honest, if I wanted to, I could eliminate him in a few seconds. If I wasn't bored and wanted to have some fun, those three guys wouldn't be able to hold on for a second in my hands. I can guarantee that. Quote, seeing that Fang Xuan despised his own power, God also said angrily, really? In that case, let you see the power of God. I hope you won't regret it. As soon as the words fell, God launched an attack. I saw God's palm suddenly open, and a powerful energy began to condense in his palm, gradually forming a dazzling ball of light. This light ball emits a bright light, as if it contains the power to destroy the world. The god threw the ball of light towards Fang Xuan. The ball of light cut through the void and flew in front of Fang Xuan in an instant with a whistling sound. However, facing this seemingly powerful blow, Fang Xuan just smiled faintly, and then condensed the energy bomb in his hand to easily neutralize it. Then Fang Xuan's figure quickly came to the god and punched him. But because Fang Xuan was in a spiritual world constructed by God, and God's true body was not here, his punch failed. The god sneered and said, don't waste your efforts. This is just a spiritual world I built. My body is not here. What you see is just the spiritual power I transformed, so your attack has no effect on me at all. Useless. Here, only I can attack you, and you can't hit me. Fang Xuan looked at the god and said with a smile, really? As he spoke, he concentrated his energy on his eyes, and then launched an attack on the god. I saw an invisible force of energy shooting out of Fang Xuan's eyes, heading straight towards God. God's face changed slightly, he didn't expect Fang Xuan to have such a method. However, this energy directly penetrated the god's body without causing any harm. Shen snorted coldly. It's useless, this is just my mental illusion, your attack is ineffective against me. Fang Xuan was not discouraged. He said calmly, I know this is your spiritual world, and I also know that your body is not here. However, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Shen looked at Fang Xuan doubtfully, wondering what kind of medicine he was selling in the gourd. Fang Xuan continued, the spiritual world is also made up of spiritual power. Since you can use spiritual power to build this world, then I can also use my spiritual power to crack it. After saying that, Fang Xuan closed his eyes and began to gather his mental strength. His spiritual power surged out like a ferocious beast, filling the entire spiritual world in an instant. God felt Fang Xuan's spiritual power, and his expression changed drastically. He tried to use his own spiritual power to suppress Fang Xuan, but found that Fang Xuan's spiritual power was not weaker than his at all. Amid the conflict of spiritual forces, cracks began to appear in God's spiritual world. These cracks spread quickly like spider webs, and the whole world became crumbling. God looked at this scene in horror. He couldn't believe that his spiritual world had been cracked by a human being. He tried to repair the cracks, but found it was too late. Finally, with a loud noise, God's spiritual world collapsed completely. Fang Xuan's figure reappeared in the real world. He looked at the disappeared entrance to the spiritual world, smiled slightly, and then returned to reality. Chapter 238 The final stage of the battle. Part of the Serious Kill series, Serious Punch. A few minutes before Fang Xuan's battle with God, the battle between Saitama and Sykes had also ended. Under Saitama's serious punch, Sykes was shattered by one punch. How is it possible, just a human being? As Sykes' words fell, her huge body began to dissipate, and finally returned to normal human size and fainted on the ground. On the other side, Atomic Samurai and Ian are fighting against Evil Natural Water, a dragon-level monster from the Monster Association. After losing contact with the Child Emperor, before the two of them could react, a large amount of water suddenly spurted out from the ground, and then two eyeballs appeared out of thin air and attacked the master and apprentice. After the pig god and the venerable master evacuated from the ground, they had not rested for a few minutes when the ground suddenly sprouted teeth. Fortunately, the pig god reacted quickly and quickly grabbed the venerable vest beside him, and then quickly jumped to the side with his bulky body. The next moment, a huge body emerged from the ground and bit into the ground where the pig god and the venerable vest had just been. And he is the dragon-level weirdo Gum of the Weird Association who fought against the pig god before. Gum chewed the stones in his mouth, and then swallowed them. His body became very huge due to eating too many stones, but it relied on its powerful devouring ability to digest those stones, and then the body returned to normal size. Atomic Slash. The Atomic Samurai used his special move on the Evil Natural Water in front of him. In an instant, countless sharp sword energy crisscrossed, like a dense net, and enveloped the Evil Natural Water. However, the body of Evil's natural water is water flow, so attacks like slashing have no effect on it. All the slashes returned to their original state in less than a moment after hitting Evil's natural water body. Damn it, why are the monsters I encountered today not only capable of splitting into countless pieces, but also guys with super recovery abilities like this? The Atomic Warrior looked at Evil Natural Water and couldn't help but think of the black sperm that had just lifted him up like a toy. But fortunately, this monster in front of me will not divide like black sperm. Evil Natural Water's eyes widened, and then his body fired a large number of water cannons towards the Atomic Warrior. Atomic Samurai quickly used the katana in his hand to block all the water cannons fired at him. Ian on the side reminded at this time, Master, be careful, this weirdo is the same weirdo who defeated me, Shuwu Teisho, and Samurai Drill instantly. The three of us have no power to fight back in his hands. The Child Emperor is no match for him either. I know, I may have a way to deal with this guy. By the way, Ei, are you okay? I'm fine, Master, what can you do to deal with this guy? You'll find out later, the Atomic Warrior said, swung the knife in his hand again, and then slashed at Evil's two eyes. Seeing that the restorative power of Evil's natural water is particularly strong, this reminded Atomic Samurai of Meluza Gerudo, the subordinate of Boros who invaded the Earth before. Both sides have almost unlimited recovery capabilities. The reason why they were able to defeat Meluza Gerudo at that time was because they discovered its weakness, the core, and then destroyed all 5 cores in its body. Gerudo was defeated, so he decided that Evil Natural Water was also like this, and its weakness was the 2 eyeballs. But Atomic Warrior's method is of no use for Evil Natural Water. Because the opponent does not rely on the inner core to recover infinitely like Meluza Gerudo, the 2 eyeballs are also liquid, not entities. After seeing that his idea was wrong, the Atomic Warrior said with a sad face, Tisk, I thought this guy would have the same core as the previous guy, but didn't you expect that even the eyes are liquid? What should I do now? Evil's natural water, which was chopped into pieces by the Atomic Warrior, recovered after a while, and his body was even bigger than before. Then proceed to fire water cannons at the atomic samurai. The atomic samurai could only raise his katana to resist continuously. For a while, the battle situation entered a stalemate. Upon seeing this, Ian thought, I wonder if this guy has absorbed underground water. It feels like his water cannon is becoming more and more powerful. Thinking of this, Ian suddenly felt something bad in his heart. If this guy comes into contact with seawater, then, just when Ian was stunned, evil natural water fired several water cannons at them. Ian quickly swung his knife to resist, but with just one blow, his knife was broken in half. He looked at the knife in his hand with surprise. He couldn't believe it for a while, but there were still several water cannons aimed at him. Come, EI, flash mob, Atomic Samurai immediately shouted. At this critical moment, a super alloy black light stood in front of Ian, blocking the water cannons. Exactly, usually, when I am lifting iron, taking a shower is the most enjoyable thing. Super alloy black light touched his face and continued with a smile. This way, I will be even more beautiful. Bring it on. Super alloy black light waved his hand to evil natural water very confidently. Evil natural water looked at the dark guy in front of him, his face full of confusion at first, but then he fired a large number of water cannons and attacked him. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the attacks of these water cannons, Super Alloy Black Light made several handsome poses and easily blocked them with his body, without suffering any damage to himself. Seeing that his attacks were useless against this black guy, Evil Natural Water fired 3 water cannons at the same time and hit the Super Alloy Black Light. After being attacked by the water cannon for a while, Super Alloy Black Light pointed at Evil Natural Water with an affirmative look on his face and said, "You did a high-pressure cleaning for me for free. Thank you for your hard work." Atomic Samurai saw at EI and that the situation here could be handled by Super Alloy Blacklight alone, so he went to other battlefields to provide support. By the way, the Pig God and the Venerable Vest are here. At this moment, Venerable ZZ was bitten by Gu. Fortunately, Venerable G opened Gu's mouth with force and was not swallowed. The Pig God hit Chin Ching's face with an elbow, and rescued the vest-backed Venerable who was struggling to support himself. Seeing that the food he was about to eat was knocked out, Gu Chin looked at the Pig God in front of him angrily. Vest grapple. The Venerable Vest punched out, hitting Gu's fat face hard. Knock it away in one go. At the same time, Bangu and Banku also came here to provide support. Chapter 239 Another battle between Master and Apprentice. Just when all the heroes are fighting, a figure rushed out from the ground and came to Bump and Fubuki. Hungry Wolf. Bump looked at the visitor and immediately exclaimed. Fubuki was also surprised and said, "What? You said he is the heroic hunter Hungry Wolf." Bump looked at Hungry Wolf now in a completely weird state, and thought to himself, "Have you really joined the weird association?" Then he immediately shouted to the other side, "Bangu, come here quickly, it's a hungry wolf." The hungry wolf appears. Hearing Bangu's voice, Bangu immediately broke away from the battle with Gum and wanted to rush over there. But the gums opened wide again and attacked. Damn it, this guy is so difficult to deal with. I can't leave for a while. Suddenly a ray of sword light passed by, causing the gums to recede. I saw the atomic warrior rushing over and saying to Bangu, "Bangu, go quickly, leave this place to me. As his master, the task of cleaning up the door can only be left to you." "Thank you, Atomic Warrior, I will remember your kindness." Bang Gu quickly ran in the direction of the hungry wolf. After seeing it, Gug wanted to continue to stop him, but the Atomic Samurai slashed him with his sword. "Hey, where are you looking? Your opponent now is me." Super Alloy Black Light, who was fighting Evil Natural Water, was surprised when he heard the hungry wolf appeared. "What, hungry wolf, isn't that guy dead yet? He's really tenacious." Bump keenly sensed that the hungry wolf was stronger than before, so he said to Fubuki on the side, "Fubuki, you hide first, this guy is very powerful." Kui Shui put on a fighting stance and said, "Don't underestimate me. After all, I am also teacher Fang Xuan's disciple." While the two were talking, the hungry wolf had already begun to attack. Oh ha 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 ha. After a burst of laughter, the hungry wolf quickly attacked the two of them. Bump immediately jumped to the right, avoiding the hungry wolf's flying kick, and then counterattacked with a punch. The hungry wolf leaned back, jumped to avoid Bump's counterattack, and then attacked again with a side kick. Bang Gu raised his hand to resist and said, "Although this battle should be reserved for my brother, judging from the current situation, I can't care so much. Since you want to fight, I won't be polite." Bump made a fighting gesture and punched the hungry wolf. For a moment, the figures of the two people flashed rapidly on the battlefield. Fubuki, who wanted to use his superpower to help Bump, looked ahead with a stunned look on his face and said, "I can't see clearly at all." Exclamation mark. Suddenly, the hungry wolf's fist appeared in front of her, but fortunately Bump quickly blocked it. Hungry wolf punched Bangku. Bangku lowered his head to avoid it, and then said, "Let's fight in another place." After saying that, he punched the hungry wolf in the direction where Bangu was coming. Then, he rushed forward quickly. The two began to fistfight again. The hungry wolf punched Bump in the face, and Bump kicked the hungry wolf in the chest. Both of them were knocked back by the other's blow. It's amazing. How on earth did he accumulate so much combat experience in such a short period of time? Compared to last time, I feel that many of her and his moves have been integrated and formed into her own style. Isn't this also different from becoming a weirdo? No matter what, I can't fall before Bangu arrives. The next moment, the hungry wolf rushed up quickly again. Upon seeing this, Bump raised his right foot and stepped hard on the ground, stirring up a lot of dust and blocking the hungry wolf's sight. Then he raised his claw-shaped right hand and struck out. Boom! The dust dispersed, and the hungry wolf's right hand was also in the shape of a claw, cancelling out all of Bump's strength. Then, with Bump looking surprised, the hungry wolf kicked Bump away. The hungry wolf hit Bump so hard that his head was bleeding and he couldn't get up. At this moment Bangu also came here. Bangu quickly reminded. Bangu, be careful, the hungry wolf's current strength is completely different from what it could be compared to before. Hungry wolf looked at Bang Ji-yu and couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. Bangu looked serious and said, look at what you are like now, hungry wolf, have you even degraded your speech? Hungry wolf, now you finally know the price you have to pay for becoming a weirdo, right? Since you have become a weirdo now, I will no longer hold back. With that said, Bangu took off his shirt. Today, let me, my master, wake up this rebellious disciple of yours with my own hands. This will be the last time in my life that I fight with someone seriously, come on. Bang Ji-yu was very serious and put on the posture of flowing water shattering rock fist. When the hungry wolf saw this, he yelled and rushed forward. Oh ow ow, boom, Bangu and hungry wolf both attacked each other with knees at the same time. Then the two started fighting fiercely. Hungry wolf punched Bangu in the face. There was no skill in this punch, it was just a matter of strength. Seeing this, Bang Ji-yu did not dare to be careless, and quickly used the force-removing move of the flowing water-shattering fist to deflect the hungry wolf's punch. At the same time, he made a fist with his other hand and hit the hungry wolf. Hungry wolf also had to use the flowing water-shattering fist move to push the punch away and continue to attack. For a time, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Bang Ku, who was lying on the ground, looked at the fight between the two in surprise. Hungry wolf can actually fight to a tie with Bang Ji-yu, who is going all out. His skill has increased a lot. Did you learn the rigid breathing technique that can stimulate the physical limit at just one glance? Bang Ji-yu, who was fighting fiercely with the hungry wolf, watched the hungry wolf imitate his own moves after just one glance. He immediately lifted up and kicked the hungry wolf away. Then Bangu took advantage of the victory to pursue the victory, rushed forward quickly, came behind the hungry wolf the moment it landed, and punched the hungry wolf into the air. Bang Ji-yu jumped hard with his legs, got into the air, and smashed down with fists in his hands. Who would have thought that the hungry wolf suddenly turned his body to the right, dodged the attack, clamped Bangu's neck with his legs, then turned over and smashed Bangu to the ground. Boom! Bangu landed head first. The hungry wolf jumped back. Bangu! Bangu shouted anxiously when he saw Bangu being attacked by a hungry wolf. Bangu bent his legs and kicked out of the ground with all his strength. Because of the blow just now, blood flowed from Bangu's head. It seems that I have more fun teaching you now than when I was my apprentice. You traitor! Bang Ji-yu twisted his head a few times and said. After the hungry wolf heard it, he just laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Chapter 240 Mutation, Resurrected Weirdo. After some fighting, Hungry Wolf and Bang Ji-yu punched each other, and both sides retreated. The Hungry Wolf suddenly changed his attitude. Bangu and Bangu were surprised at the same time after seeing the Hungry Wolf's change of posture. This posture is Explosive Heart Liberation Fist. Bangu looked at Bang Ji-yu in confusion and said, isn't this the evil boxing technique that was sealed by you? Why does the Hungry Wolf know this boxing technique? Bang Ji-yu looked at Hungry Wolf with a serious face and said, when Hungry Wolf left the dojo, he peeked at the boxing secrets in the safe. Although I arrived in time, the secrets were not taken away by him. But this kid still watched it from beginning to end. Unexpectedly, he only read it once and memorized it all, and also learned this boxing technique. It seems that while dealing with hungry wolves, we also have to face our past self. But this is okay, we can put an end to it. Come on, I won't lose. Bangu said to the hungry wolf in a prepared manner. ... How is this going? Aren't they already defeated? Why are you here again? Headquarters, I am the Tong Emperor. All the monsters that were eliminated before have been resurrected. Please support me. The Child Emperor's surprised voice resounded on the battlefield. He looked at the strange man in front of him in horror. I saw that the black sperm who was defeated by Fang Xuan just now, the ugly president, and the wandering emperor who died for unknown reasons were strangely resurrected at this moment. In addition, Meow Meow, who was defeated by the Drive Knight before, and Elder Centipede, who was killed by Fang Xuan earlier, also appeared on the battlefield. After hearing the Tong Emperor's voice, the other heroes also looked over. The Atomic Warrior who was fighting Gum looked at the resurrected weirdo on the Tong Emperor's side and said in shock, Nani? Is it a hallucination? Gum suddenly launched an attack, and the Atomic Warrior quickly raised his sword to resist. And it's not just the heroes who are confused, but also the weirdos. What's happening here? Didn't I get split in half by that guy's sword? How could it be intact? The ugly president looked at his intact body and was very confused. The black sperm looked at the resurrected Elder Centipede and asked, Hey, Elder Centipede, weren't you punched to death by that guy Fang Xuan a long time ago? Why are you here again? Could it be that you were a golden cicada who escaped from her shell before and hid somewhere else to recuperate? Elder Centipede said, I don't know. I just remember that I fought with a group of humans and had the upper hand. Suddenly a human appeared and stopped me. Then the human turned into yellow hair and punched me. Then I lost consciousness and then I appeared here. Seeing that Elder Centipede didn't know what was going on, Black SN stopped interfering. At this time, the Wandering Emperor on the side screamed in surprise. Ha 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 ha, I understand, I understand. The Wandering Emperor shouted like a madman. Hey, Wandering Emperor, what's wrong with you? Black SN asked. The Wandering Emperor stretched out a finger, condensed a ball of light and shot it at the black sperm. Boom, there was an explosion, and the black sperm was blown to pieces, but it quickly recovered and turned into multiple ones. The black sperm looked at the Wandering Emperor with an angry look and said, Hey, stinky beggar, I advise you to give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I will make you look good. Facing Black SN's extremely threatening words, Wandering Emperor smiled crazily and said, that blow just now was a warning to you. I hope you can respect it. Tell you, the reason why you can be resurrected is because of God. And I have once again been rewarded by the gods. Listening to the Wandering Emperor's words, Black SN was confused. What the hell are you talking about? The Wandering Emperor saw this and said disdainfully, Ignorant guy, don't you understand yet? The reason why you were able to come back from the dead is all because of God's reward. It's that little brat again. I didn't kill him just now. I will tear him in half this time. The ugly president looked at Tong Emperor who was contacting the headquarters to request support, and quickly rushed forward. The child emperor looked at the ugly president coming toward him, quickly activated his backpack, flew into the sky, and avoided the fatal blow. The other weirdos also picked their own opponents and joined the battlefield. But none of them said they were looking for Fang Xuan to fight. At the same time, Sykes, who was defeated by Saitama's punch and fell into a coma on the other side, woke up at this moment. And her body also became the state after fusion with the big snake. Sykes smiled and said, By God's will, I gained strength again. In addition, God also said that he wants me to destroy you humans. In an instant, the battle that had already had an absolute advantage and was about to end fell into a disadvantage due to the resurrection of these weirdos. In the universe, in a mysterious space, a guy with lines all over his body is looking at the earth through a strange crystal. And he is the self-proclaimed god who fought with Fang Xuan. Opposite him, there was another guy with a body that looked like the great red spot of Jupiter. Do you think it's useful to resurrect these weirdos? I feel that the one named Fang Xuan is very strong. There is also that bald man whose strength is also mysterious. No matter how powerful you are just a mere human being. I want that guy to know the consequences of daring to reject God. But there is some truth in what you said. As human beings, it is indeed surprising that the two of them are so powerful. That Sykes has probably reached his peak now, and we need to consider replacing him with someone else. I think that Hungry Wolf is good, let him be our new spokesperson. Well, what you said makes sense, so let's start now. Don't worry, I feel that Hungry Wolf guy can continue to break through. We will observe it for a while. Yeah, that's fine. By the way, that guy named Explosion seems to be paying special attention to us recently. HMPH, that guy. One day I will go out, and the first thing I will do is torture that guy to death. After hearing the explosion, Line God's face was full of anger. 3 years ago, Blast felt that the reason why weird people frequently appeared on the earth was because of them, so he summoned a few companions and spent a lot of effort to seal the two of them here. So they can be said to hate blasting very much. Chapter 241 Fubuki riding Pochi vs Meow Meow. GG, little beauty, let me tear your beautiful face into pieces. Meow Meow opened her sharp claws and said cruelly to Fubuki. Seeing that the opponent was a dragon-level monster, Fubuki didn't dare to be careless at all and quickly used his special move. Hell or Ashi. The powerful hurricane swept all the rubble on the ground into it and attacked Meow Meow. Little tricks. Meow Meow's figure became super flexible, dodging the attack in an instant, and was in front of Fubuki in just one breath. So fast, Fubuki said in shock as she looked at Meow Meow who quickly came to her. Meow Meow showed a cruel smile and said, let's start with your beautiful face. After saying that, he raised his right hand and tried to grab Fubuki with his sharp claws. At this moment, the ground under Meow Meow's feet suddenly cracked, and then a huge figure shook Meow Meow away. Porky, I didn't expect you to be alive. Very well, let's work together to deal with those heroes, but before that, you get out of the way and I'll kill this woman first. Pochi glanced at Meow Meow first, then put his nose up to smell it, and then shook his head. Pochi, it doesn't taste right, please change it. Then Pochi looked at Fubuki again, put his nose up to smell it, and nodded this time. Pochi, I got it right this time. Meow Meow looked at the strange movements made by Pochi with a confused look on his face. Hey, Pochi, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Pochi was indifferent to Meow Meow's words. When Fubuki saw Pochi appear, the expression on her face was also happy. Xiaohei. That's great. Come on, Xiaohei, teach this guy a lesson. Fubuki gave instructions to Pochi. Facing Fubuki's order, Pochi finally reacted. He immediately raised one foot and stepped on Meow Meow. Boom. The surrounding ground shook 3 times. Fortunately, Meow Meow reacted quickly enough and jumped back in time to avoid the place where Pochi stepped on. Hey, Pochi, what on earth are you doing? Why did you listen to that woman's orders? Meow Meow was very confused at the moment. He couldn't figure out why Pochi, who was also a weirdo like him, would listen to the orders of a human. But when he saw Fubuki riding on Pochi's back, he instantly figured it out. So this is damn Pochi, I didn't expect you to dare to betray the weird association. In that case, don't blame me. Saying that, Meowth immediately launched an attack on Pochi. Xiaohei, be careful, that guy is coming towards you. Although Fubuki's reminder was very timely, Meow Meow's attack was obviously faster. Cat punishment. The claws of Meow Meow's hands grew longer, and he saw the move that could cut the building and the ground into pieces hit Pochi. Ding, ding, ding. A series of metal collision sounds were heard. I saw that Pochi was unharmed under Meow Meow's frenzied attack. This guy Pochi's defense is too high. It's okay. Meow Meow couldn't help but sweat dripping from his face as he looked at Pochi who was unharmed. Seeing that Pochi was fine, Kaio said happily, "That's great, Pochi, come on." I saw Bokina slowly opening his big mouth, and terrifying scorching bullets began to condense in his mouth. After pinpointing Meow Meow's position, Pochi spit out a powerful scorch bomb. FK. Looking at the oncoming scorch bombs, Meow Meow couldn't help but curse, and then used the fastest speed in his life to avoid the attack of the scorch bombs. But the scorch bomb did not stop, but headed in the direction of Saitama and Geno's. Dee, high energy detected heading this way. Geno's early warning system quickly sounded the alarm. Seeing this, Geno's quickly dodged aside. Oops, I forgot to remind Teacher Saitama. After reaching a safe position, Geno's turned his head and thought of Saitama, so he quickly shouted, "Teacher Saitama, be careful, there is an attack coming towards you." Saitama was currently thinking about what to eat at night. Would you like to eat 2 halves of kelp tonight? Geno's, why are you so far away from me all of a sudden? And what are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly. You want to eat a big CK? Suddenly Saitama felt the back of his head was very hot, so he turned around and looked. What is that? Boom. There was a loud noise, and the scorching bullet that was originally intended to hit Meowth successfully hit Saitama. Saitama-sensei. Seeing this, Geno's quickly ran to Saitama's side. Cough cough cough. It's such a big smoke, it chokes me to death. The smoke dissipated and Saitama walked out intact. Geno's, what are you looking at me for? Teacher, your clothes. Saitama followed the direction Geno's finger pointed and looked at his clothes. I saw that the scorch bomb fired by Pochi just now burned Saitama's khaki hero uniform. My clothes were burned completely. What should I do? I don't have any spare costumes. At this time, Geno's took out a capsule from his pocket, took out a set of casual clothes and said, "Don't worry, teacher. Teacher Fang Xuan gave me a universal capsule before, and I put a lot of things in it, in case for need." "Thank you, Geno's, you are so reliable." Saitama took the clothes, put them on and continued to ask, "By the way, what was that just now?" Geno's replied, "It should be the attack from a puppy that Teacher Fang Xuan adopted when he raided the Monster Association." "Wow, I feel much more powerful than that glowing one-eyed weirdo." "Hey, where's that one-eyed weirdo? Help, there is a monster." I saw the one-eyed monster running quickly in the direction of Saitama and Geno's. Behind him was a huge centipede that was constantly running towards him. "Saitama, please save me." "Teacher, the one chasing that guy is Elder Centipede, the dragon-level monster who was defeated by Teacher Fang Xuan before. His defense is very strong." Saitama-sensei, wait for me." When Geno's was introducing the characteristics of Elder Centipede, Saitama had disappeared and appeared behind the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed weirdo saw that his thigh was coming, so he stopped. "Hey, Big Bug, this guy is my pet, you are not allowed to eat it." Elder Centipede looked at the bald man standing in front of him and felt very disdainful. He felt that although he couldn't beat Fang Xuan, he probably couldn't beat an ordinary bald man. 7 nanoseconds. Chapter 242 The Fate of Elder Centipede. While everyone was fighting the weirdo, a group of people came from outside Z City, and they were the heroes who remotely broadcast the operation through the Heroes Association. They saw that the situation on the battlefield was not good, so they came to support. The S-Class hero's metal bat was still wrapped in gauze. It was obvious that he had just come out of the hospital. Like the metal bat, there is also Springbeard, an A-level hero who came out of the hospital. In addition, several A-level heroes came here together. Springbeard put away the communicator and said to everyone, "We just received a signal from the Child Emperor asking for help. Let's go over there and provide support." The metal bat put the baseball bat on his shoulder and said viciously, "Damn it, last time that guy from Hungry Wolf took the opportunity to sneak attack, this time I'm going to take it out on these weirdos." Then several people quickly headed towards the battlefield. Ding. It is detected that the host is very confused about the sudden resurrection of the weirdo, the emotional value plus 10000. Ding. It is detected that Tatsumaki is very confused about the sudden resurrection of the monster, and the emotional value is plus 10000. Ding. It is detected that the Child Emperor is very confused about the sudden resurrection of the weirdo, and the emotional value is plus 10000. Ding. It is detected that the black sperm is very confused about his sudden resurrection, the emotional value is plus 10000. Ding. Machine sounds kept ringing in Fang Xuan's mind. However, Fang Xuan did not pay attention to these prompts for the time being, but looked at the weirdo who had just been eliminated by him in confusion. What's the situation? These weirdos are resurrected so suddenly. The Wandering Emperor, the black sperm, and the ugly president were just eliminated by me. Needless to say, wasn't that Elder Centipede defeated by me a long time ago? Why is he even resurrected? Is it possible that in the world of One Punch Man, a certain weirdo has the ability to make wishes and revive the weirdo like Dragon Ball? Impossible, why am I not impressed? Fang Xuan looked at the resurrected weirdo and was confused for a moment. Tatsumaki on the side also looked at the surrounding situation in confusion. What's going on with these weirdos? A hallucination. This is impossible. Aren't they dead? Why did they come back to life all of a sudden? Fang Xuan, do you know what is going on? Tatsumaki immediately looked at Fang Xuan. After all, in her knowledge, Fang Xuan was the strongest person present and he should know something. Hearing this, Fang Xuan said, I don't know. Seeing that Fang Xuan didn't know what was going on, Tatsumaki's green pupils flashed with worry. Fang Xuan continued, but although these guys have been resurrected, overall the problem is not big. Their strength has not improved. I can still defeat them easily, so you don't have to worry so much. Okay, I'll take a rest here first, and help me look around. After saying that, Fang Xuan found a stone to sit down on, and then closed his eyes. However, he was not resting, but planning to draw a lottery, because he found that his current emotional value had accumulated to 1 million, which meant that he could draw a lottery ticket. 100 times award. When Tatsumaki saw that Fang Xuan started to rest before the battle was completely over, he couldn't help complaining. Hey, Fang Xuan, you should wait until you finish all those weirdos and rest. Why haven't I seen you resting so actively? Quote, what an irresponsible guy. Although Tatsumaki cursed, he still used his mind control power to open a protective shield around Fang Xuan. And Fang Xuan started to draw prizes. Although there are 100 chances, to be on the safe side, let's take a shot first to check the situation. After saying that, Fang Xuan spent 10,000 emotional points on the first lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Destruction Skill one-time card of Beerus, the God of Destruction. Oh, the Destruction of Beerus, the God of Destruction. This is good stuff. Destruction is one of the God's control skills of the God of Destruction in Dragon Ball. As a necessary means to perform his duties, the God of Destruction does not need to fight to destroy objects. The destroyed target will completely disappear among all things. It's a pity that this thing is not permanent, otherwise. Fang Xuan looked at the destruction experience card he had just drawn from the warehouse with a look of pity on his face. My luck was so bad the first time, I guess the next ones will be better, so I started to smoke. Fang Xuan stopped talking nonsense and started to draw continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a set of Piccolo's costumes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting one of Sun Wukong's hairs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Sun Wufan's book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of Portella earrings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a jar of fairy beans. ... As the drawn rewards were continuously distributed to the warehouse, Ling Yun's originally expectant eyes were momentarily speechless. Because, among the rewards drawn, except for the Portella earrings and the potential increase once, there is basically nothing that can be used. Soon, out of hundreds of lottery opportunities, only 6 were left. Damn, no, it's 100 draws. Please, can you give me a big prize? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting one of Sun Wufan's toys. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a Dragon Ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a Dragon Ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a Dragon Ball. I'll go. No, can't I get the Dragon Balls together this time? Watching the system explode 3 Dragon Balls in a row, Fang Xuan became a little surprised for a moment. If there is no big prize, Dragon Ball wishes seems to be a good idea. But unfortunately, his luck was not very good. The 5th explosion was the robot arm of No. 16. Seeing that he probably wouldn't win the stupid jackpot, Fang Xuan originally planned to get up and continue to fight monsters, but when the system's voice sounded, he was pleasantly surprised. Damn it, I actually got this. ... Elder Centipede looked down at Saitama, who was as big as an ant in his eyes, and mocked. Gia, do you want to stop me even with your bald head? It's simply overestimating one's capabilities. If it were normal times, you might not be able to defeat me if I were to hit you 300 times first. I have other things to do today. So, you become my nourishment. After saying that, Elder Centipede rushed towards Saitama. Spiral Incinerator. Upon seeing this, Genos attacked and tried to stop Elder Centipede, but unfortunately his attack was just like the last time and had no effect on Elder Centipede. When Saitama saw the opponent attacking him, he clenched his fists and said, "You guys, don't you understand human language?" After saying that, Saitama jumped up, and then punched Elder Centipede, who was charging towards him, to pieces. Poor Elder Centipede, although he was resurrected, he still could not avoid the fate of being defeated by Saitama with one punch. Chapter 243 The Fallen Bangu. After a fight between Hungry Wolf and Bang Gu, Bangu's figure was thrown out by the Hungry Wolf's punch, and landed heavily next to Bangu's body. Bang Gu was covered in scars and his forehead was bleeding. He looked at the Hungry Wolf solemnly and said, "It's really difficult to deal with. But brother, just watch, I won't fail so easily." Bump said with a smile. Of course, I have seriously witnessed the transformation of that brat back then into the outstanding person he is today. Bang Gu turned his head and shouted, "Come on, Hungry Wolf. This is the final blow." As soon as the words fell, Banggu's figure rushed forward with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, Bang Ji-yu and Hungry Wolf were fighting together again. The two of them attacked and I defended, and the battle was extremely fierce. While Bang Ji-yu was using the flowing water rock fist, he thought to himself, Hungry Wolf, can you hear the voice of my teachings? You are so talented, you must be able to realize it. You must be able to hear what I want to say. Words delivered to you with fists. I'm sorry for your current situation. I may not be a qualified master. I only focused on the affairs of the Heroes Association and neglected the communication with my disciples. As a result, you have gone astray now. Other disciples have also left the dojo one after another. Now you have caused such huge trouble to many heroes. This is also my retribution. I will resign as a hero after solving this matter, and then I will spend my remaining years teaching Cha Lanzi in the dojo with peace of mind. Hungry Wolf, how about you and I becoming master and disciple again? How about we start over again? Hungry Wolf, it's a pity that the Hungry Wolf now can't listen to anything and only thinks about fighting. Heartbreaking. Flowing water. Master and apprentice both punched at the same time. Liberation fist. Rock-breaking fist. Boom. The fists that the two collided with each other made a huge sound for a while. An astonishing wave of air bounced the two of them away. Bang Ji-yu looked at the hand that had just punched and was shaking uncontrollably, feeling a little stunned at the power of the Hungry Wolf. After the Hungry Wolf was bounced away, he immediately adjusted his body shape and launched another attack. The heart-breaking liberation fist hit Banggu directly in the face, and at the same time, his chest suddenly swelled. This boxing move is as its name suggests. The wind of the boxing can cause the heart to vibrate violently, and finally explode, causing extreme damage to the body in an instant. This is why this set of boxing is called the evil boxing. No, even though I can dodge the moves, I can't bear the accumulated punches. However, when the Hungry Wolf was about to approach Banggu, he suddenly changed his moves and used a flying kick. Upon seeing this, Bang Ji-yu quickly jumped into the air and avoided the attack. At the same time, he came behind the Hungry Wolf with a backflip, and his right arm strangled the Hungry Wolf's neck. Bump, who was lying on the ground, was shocked when he saw the Hungry Wolf suddenly changing his moves. Was that a combo just now? Banggu grabbed the Hungry Wolf's neck and said, "What's going on with your combo? With this look, can I use the essence of the flowing water breaking rock fist?" When the Hungry Wolf heard this, he immediately turned around and kicked him with his sweeping legs. Bang Ji-yu jumped into the air to avoid it, then put his feet together and kicked the Hungry Wolf away, while cursing in his mouth, "You're such a dabbler." The Hungry Wolf flew out and hit the ground, splashing a lot of smoke. But soon he stood up again, and suddenly used two different punches with his hands. I saw that he had the flowing water rock breaking fist in his left hand and the whirlwind iron slashing fist in his right hand. And the move he wants to use is exactly the move that Banggu and Banggu could use together before, the whirlwind, flowing water, air and air splitting fist. Bang Ji-yu and Banggu were shocked when they saw the moves used by the Hungry Wolf. But as the Hungry Wolf collided his two fists together, a strong punching wind struck Banggu. Bang Ji-yu quickly used the flowing water rock breaking fist to resist. But as the Hungry Wolf's attacks became stronger and stronger, Banggu was constantly forced to retreat. What a boy! This boy can use the tricks that my brother and I can use together. Is this also affected by the monster transformation? If you were accidentally punched, your body would probably be shattered to pieces. We can't retreat, let alone be careless, we must continue to face it. Because I'm here for him. Boom, boom. I saw Bang Ji-yu and Hungry Wolf punch each other. Although Banggu was careful, he still got caught. Looking at the place where his chest was attacked, Bang Ji-yu vomited a mouthful of blood and said, "Were you still unable to escape? Haha, it seems that I still fail to teach my words and deeds like my brother." Well, after Bang Ji-yu said this, he fell backward. And Hungry Wolf was holding his head because of Banggu's punch, not knowing what he was thinking. After the resurrection, the wandering emperor set his sights on Ian and Springbeard who came to support him. He stretched out his hand and continuously fired balls of light towards the two of them. Ian and Springbeard could only resist by waving their swords constantly. "I didn't expect you two guys to be quite tenacious." As he spoke, he raised his other hand to his head, and a huge ball of light condensed in the air. "I wanted to kill people at a happy pace, but now I won't give you another chance. But you have to practice everything. After all, there are still billions of people to kill in the future. It would be bad if you get tired of it halfway." On the side, the Atomic Samurai was trying hard to pull out a knife. This sword is called Nichiren, and it was specially brought to Atomic Samurai by the master of Atomic Samurai who came with Springbeard to support him. However, the Atomic Warrior at this moment has not yet been recognized by this sword. Looking at the Atomic Samurai who was about to finish off his disciple, he shouted, "Ei, hold on a little longer and I will be able to pull out the sword soon." After saying that, he continued to sense the sword. At the same time, he kept thinking of what his master taught him before. With the efforts of the Atomic Warrior, the sun disk in his hand gradually developed light. The Wandering Emperor also pointed at Ian and Springbeard, and the huge ball of light fell towards the two of them. Bang Ji-yu, who is also my teacher's opponent, if his realm is flowing water, then my realm should be water mirror. At this moment, the state of the Atomic Warrior reached the level of the water mirror, and the sun disk in his hand seemed to sense the current state of mind of the Atomic Warrior and responded. Then the Atomic Warrior pulled out the sun wheel, rushed forward quickly, waved the sun wheel in his hand, and used atomic slash. The huge ball of light was chopped open in one go, but his offensive did not stop there, but continued to attack the Wandering Emperor. Chapter 244 King's Embarrassment. The Atomic Warrior raised his sword and came to the Wandering Emperor. Just when he was about to kill the Wandering Emperor, a fused golden sperm with 43 trillion cells appeared in front of him, arms crossed. Bang! A crisp metallic sound sounded. The extremely hard arm of the golden sperm was cut into the flesh by the blow of the Atomic Warrior. The Wandering Emperor was blown away by the air wave generated by the Atomic Warrior's move. The golden sperm who blocked the attack felt very puzzled by the Atomic Warrior who had become stronger than last time. Is it possible that this guy has turned into a weirdo? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that it was the sword that made him stronger. If that's the case, watch me break him in pieces. As he said that, the golden sperm grabbed the blade of the sun wheel with one hand. But suddenly the sun disk became very soft, like a ribbon, instantly cutting off the golden sperm's arm. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The right arm that condensed 12 trillion fragments was cut off. Looking at his fallen arm, Golden SN couldn't believe it for a moment. After cutting off the golden sperm's arm, the Atomic Warrior also took back the sun disk. But the next moment, Atomic Warrior suddenly felt that his body seemed to have been overloaded, and he fell to his knees directly on the ground, with almost no strength in his body. Have you begun to assimilate with the sword? Damn it, just one sword blow sucked all my power away. Atomic Warrior said with sweat pouring from his forehead. The Wandering Emperor stood up from the ground, wiped the corners of his mouth and said, it seems like it's just a restricted power. After saying that, an energy ball that was even bigger than before was condensed in her hand. The golden sperm walked towards the Atomic Warrior with a dark face. You have to pay the price for what you just did. Take this spring beard and go first. Seeing that the two men were about to attack him, the Atomic Samurai quickly said to Ian behind him. It seems that your ability is only so much, there is no other trick. Let the surviving heroes stand still so that I can deal with you one by one in order. Stop. A very majestic voice sounded, attracting the attention of everyone present. The Wandering Emperor and Golden Sperm, who were about to take action against the Atomic Warrior, also turned around in surprise. This voice is King. I saw King standing on a huge rock, with his hands folded on his chest, looking down at the Golden Sperm and the Wandering Emperor. Is it the guy who was known as the strongest man? He is going to take action. It seems that our situation is not optimistic. This guy is the same as Fang Xuan. They both have the strongest one. I'm afraid the two of them are equally powerful. It's that guy from King, I have to help him. Wait a minute, since King has arrived here, I guess you don't have to worry about the fighting here. I'd better go and get rid of the black and disgusting things in the distance. Said the metal bat. Under King's serious gaze, the black sperm couldn't help but ask, damn it, do you want to just sit back and watch? Let's decide the outcome. If I can defeat you, the strongest man, it will definitely be very satisfying. A group of little black sperm were about to take action, but were stopped by the golden sperm. Wait a minute, don't act so hastily, there is a king standing there who can be called the strongest with that guy Fang Xuan. The level of alert is higher than that of a tornado. Everyone gathered together. After listening to the words of the golden sperm, countless black sperm began to gather here. King, who was standing on the rock, looked at the situation below and suddenly panicked. It's broken, it's broken, it's broken, it's broken, what on earth was I doing just now? I wanted to show off and scare these guys away, but I didn't expect it would cause such a big trouble. The opponent is a monster that can knock down the Atomic Samurai. What can I, an ordinary person, do? It would be great if Saitama was here. What about Saitama people? Just when King was thinking about what to do next, two figures suddenly appeared behind him. King. Hearing the voice, King quickly turned around and said, is it Saitama? Who would have thought that when he turned around to look, the people coming were the child emperor and the sexy prisoner. The two said happily, great, Mr. King is going to take action, we are saved. Seeing this, King's face turned black and he said, spare me, Saitama, where are you? Come quickly. At this time, all the golden sperm had gathered, and they all looked at King above. King thought to himself, I'm dead this time, I'm definitely dead. Seeing King standing there motionless, Golden SN couldn't help but wonder, why is this guy so motionless? Does he want us to take action first? One of the black sperm looked at the Wandering Emperor and asked, hey, what is this guy's fighting style? The Wandering Emperor said, I don't know. For some reason, among all the heroes, except Fang Xuan, only King has the least combat information. Could it be that he is also good at controlling intelligence? In short, it is certain that this guy's strength should not be much different from Fang Xuan. Let me give King a try this time. As he spoke, the Wandering Emperor was about to throw the huge energy ball in the air downwards. Suddenly two more figures appeared behind King, and the Wandering Emperor quickly stopped attacking after seeing these two people. Hey, King, I didn't expect you to be quite brave. Listening to the voice behind him, King had a very ugly expression on his face, thinking to himself, Saitama, please don't bother me. Unexpectedly, a Lolita voice said, hey, what's your expression? Don't you welcome us? King turned around and found that the visitors were Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan. I felt happy for a moment. PWQ, King, Fang Xuan, Tornado, great, welcome, Welcome, warm welcome, now you don't have to be afraid of those weirdos. Fang Xuan patted King and asked, hey, what are you thinking about? Since there were other heroes around, King suppressed his happiness and said, I'm just thinking about how to eliminate these weirdos later. Hearing this, Fang Xuan was also speechless. If you're afraid, you're afraid. What you said is so nice. How about I leave? After hearing this, Tatsumaki said, if you can handle it, then Fang Xuan and I will go somewhere else. Saying that, Tatsumaki was about to pull Fang Xuan away. King quickly said, wait a minute, I think it is safer for us to act together, otherwise if one of these weirdos misses one, it will be troublesome. Okay, let's get rid of the weirdos here first. As he spoke, Fang Xuan condensed the aura sword in his hand, and Tatsumaki's whole body burst into green light. When Emperor Tong saw that these three people were going to attack together, he said happily, great, the three of them are going to attack together, now we will definitely win. Chapter 245, Duel. Yes, the three of us will challenge you. At this moment, King saw Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki standing next to him, and his original panic instantly dissipated. Instead, there was a very excited mood. He looked at the large number of golden sperm and wandering emperor below and shouted, I originally wanted to give you a chance to surrender, but now it seems that you must be eliminated. As he spoke, he looked at the wandering emperor. Hey, that beggar, weren't you going to attack me? Why did you stop? Do it. The wandering emperor was sweating on his forehead. Not to mention the mysterious king, he had already experienced how powerful Fang Xuan was before. Before, he, Black Sperm, and the ugly president had acted together, but they had all been treated like monkeys. If he were alone now, he would probably be wiped out in an instant. There is also Tatsumaki. This little girl's superpower is not a vegetarian either. Although he has the ability to shoot light balls, his physical fitness is no different from ordinary people. Once he fights with him in close combat, he will be defeated in an instant. What should I do? Who can help me? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. Bravo. As expected of King, his momentum alone makes his opponents afraid to move. The child emperor said with an expression of admiration. The sexy prisoner covered her face with her hands and said coyly, King is so manly. I really want to have dinner with him. Just when the wandering emperor was panicking, a hand stretched out from behind him, grabbed his neck, and pushed him to the ground. The person who took action was the zombie man. I thought I was going to die. Thanks to you, I almost saw the Neighbour bridge this time. The zombie man grabbed the wandering emperor's neck hard and said, Zombie man, it's great that you're okay. The Tong emperor said happily when he saw that the zombie man who protected him before was nothing serious. The zombie man responded, well, child emperor, I'm fine. Seeing that he was currently in a completely unfavorable situation, the wandering emperor hurriedly shouted to the golden sperm. Hey, golden sperm, help me get this guy away, this time I'm going to blow him to pieces. The golden sperm said, Hey, I'm being watched by three powerful guys right now. If I go to save you, wouldn't it be an opportunity for the other party to take advantage of, so you'd better find a way on your own. After all, I don't have an endless supply of cells. Seeing that Golden SN didn't come to help, Wandering Dio quickly looked at the other fighting weirdos. After a while, he discovered that no one could help him. Elder Centipede was punched to death by a bald man. Meowth is fighting the rebellious Porky. Natural Water fights Super Alloy Black Light. The ugly president fights the metal bat that just arrived for support. As for Sykes, it was impossible for him to come here because he was scared by Fang Xuan. The golden sperm looked at King and shouted, King, do you dare to challenge me? Now I have split a total of 11,491,714,540, which is the total number in my body. Including me who was combined into the golden sperm, the 43 trillions formed, totaling 54 trillions. Can you defeat all of me? Listening to Golden SN's words, King was shocked. Oh my god, that means you have to hit an attack capable of killing the opponent 54 times to kill them all. This astronomical number is too unreasonable, right? His setting for a big boss is too exaggerated. The quantity is nonsense. The next moment, Golden Sperm suddenly shouted, I'm coming. The ultimate combination of 54 trillion clones. The dense black sperm all converged towards the golden sperm. But just in case, he split a sperm and escaped. But unfortunately, the sperm hit the metal bat. The golden sperm soon merged and turned into platinum sperm. Okay, King, I have completed the integration, so the next step is for the two of us to duel. Platinum SN said seriously. Before King could speak, Fang Xuan smiled and said, okay, let's get started. Seeing that Fang Xuan was about to take action, Platinum SN hurriedly shouted, hey, the strongest warrior, didn't I just say that? I want to challenge King, so what do you mean by coming out? Fang Xuan replied calmly, a duel. Yes, aren't you going to duel with the three of us? After listening to Fang Xuan's words, Platinum Sperm said angrily, do you know what a duel means? Even a weirdo like me knows that a duel is one-on-one. Fang Xuan said nonchalantly, that's your understanding. My understanding of the duel is that the three of us will challenge you. If you don't accept it, come and bite me. Quote. Platinum Sperm was left speechless by Fang Xuan's words. She had never seen such an ungrateful person. So he said, King, don't you say something. As a strong man, do you just listen to other people's words? Platinum SN also wanted to use provocation to get King to agree to a one-on-one duel with him. But unfortunately, King will not go as he wishes. Sorry, I think what Fang Xuan said is correct. You're a guy who can split into many clones. In order to completely eliminate you, it's just right for us to do it together. Moreover, at this critical moment, it is not the time to show off. It is best to be foolproof. King crossed his arms and said with a righteous look. As expected of Mr. King, his level is different from other S-class heroes. It is estimated that if other S-class heroes hear what Platinum SN just said, they will definitely agree to the opponent's duel. In that case, the final result is really hard to say. Fortunately, Mr. King is a person who has an overall view of the situation and did not fall into the opponent's trick. Quote, the child emperor said with a tone of shock and admiration. At this moment, his admiration for King has reached its peak. After King finished saying this, he secretly rejoiced. Ha ha ha, I really admire what I just said. To be honest, even I admired myself just now. Besides, am I the kind of person who gets easily offended? If it was true, I would probably be dead a long time ago. After listening to King's words, Tatsumaki said in surprise, looking at this guy, I didn't expect him to have such a big picture view. Platinum Sperm's face has turned pale. He did not expect that the other party would not accept this trick. This is troublesome. He is no match for the three perverted opponents in front of him. Once the fight begins, he will definitely lose. Hateful. Platinum SN didn't know what to do for a moment and could only look at King with a ferocious expression. Fang Xuan saw that both parties had almost finished speaking, so he put on a fighting posture and said, you guys have finished speaking, then I will go on. Just when Fang Xuan was about to launch an attack, a figure quickly came behind Platinum Jing. Oh my, it looks like there is something fun here. Meow Meow looked at several people and sneered. When Platinum Sperm saw Meow Meow, he instantly showed joy and said, the scapegoat is here. Chapter 246 Miserable Meow. It's Meow Meow, do you want to come and play? That human strength is very good. Don't you want to be the king of monsters? If you defeat him, we will recognize you as the new king of monsters. Platinum Sperm pointed at Fang Xuan and tried his best to deceive Meow Meow. Meow Meow, who had never fought against Fang Xuan, naturally didn't know the opponent's strength. He just thought that the opponent was just a little stronger than the driving knight. Thinking that with the help of Platinum Sperm and Wandering Emperor, it would not be easy to defeat the opponent. But the key point is that there is a king on the opposite side. Although he has never fought against King, he has heard from the rumors in the weird association that King's strength is terrifying. So he hesitated. Meow Meow stared at King and said hesitantly. Seeing Meow Meow hesitate, Platinum Sperm suddenly screamed in his heart, feeling that Meow Meow was not fooled. He knew Meow Meow's character very well. This kid had a very poor will to fight. Once he felt that his opponent's strength was about the same as him during the battle, he would immediately run away. But when he saw the other party's eyes looking at King, he instantly understood the other party's concerns. Don't worry, just go deal with that guy named Fang Xuan. King, let me help you block it. After hearing Platinum SN's words, Meow Meow was still a little worried, because there was a tornado on the opposite side. At this time, the ugly president, who was full of stomach acid, came here and said, leave that little girl to me. Seeing someone help deal with the other two extremely dangerous guys on the opposite side, Meow Meow's heart finally fell to the ground. He stretched out his sharp claws, licked it with his perverted tongue and said, okay, leave that guy named Fang Xuan to me. I will let him feel what cruelty is. Hey, I'm going to be the new king of monsters soon. After saying that, Meow Meow walked out, pointed at Fang Xuan and said loudly, hey, that guy named Fang Xuan, come out, the new weirdo king Meow Meow will torture you. Hearing the other party calling him, Fang Xuan also flew over and said, oh. It seems that you have discussed it. Will you help them buy time to escape? Yes, it's up to me to help them buy time to escape. Quote. Wait, what? Buy time to escape? Meow Meow said somewhat confused. Fang Xuan pointed at the Platinum Sperm and the ugly president who had run away behind Meow Meow and said, yes, don't you want to buy your two companions time to escape? Hearing this, Meow Meow immediately looked back, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Nani? Hey, what's going on with you two? Didn't you say you were going to help me stop King and the tornado? Why did you escape? What about your morality as weirdos? Platinum SN, who had already run away, turned around and said, I'm sorry, we are no match for those two guys. Come on, the two of us are optimistic about you, and you will definitely be able to defeat those three guys. Besides, as a weirdo, what is morality? Ha 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 ha, only then did Meow Meow realize that he had been tricked by those two guys. Hateful, how dare you cheat on me? Meow Meow's face was full of resentment at this moment. I think I was beaten up by Pochi just now, and now I was tricked by Platinum Sperm and the ugly president. At this time, his mood was complicated. HMPH, two useless guys. Aren't they just 3S class heroes? There's nothing to be afraid of. No matter how powerful he is just a mere human being. Is it possible that he can be more powerful than me, a former cadre of the Weird Association? Ah ha ha, Meow Meow laughed crazily. Looking at Meow Meow who was smiling inexplicably, Fang Xuan said, hey, can we start the fight? I have to chase your two companions. Meow Meow's pupils became erect, and then he said expressionlessly, okay, come on. Having said that, Meow Meow took the lead, and his body quickly spun around Fang Xuan like liquid. Cat punishment. Meow Meow's claws grew longer and clawed at Fang Xuan. Although Meow Meow's attack speed was very fast, Fang Xuan was faster than him, and his figure flashed rapidly, causing all Meow Meow's attacks to fail. You coward, aren't you just faster than me? If you have the guts, don't dodge. Stand where you are and block my attack. Since he was completely unable to hit Fang Xuan, Meow Meow used the provoking method, hoping that Fang Xuan would stand still and act as a living target. Fang Xuan smiled and said, although you are an idiot in this way of provoking generals, I don't mind playing with you. Okay, I'll just stand there and you attack me. Fang Xuan ducked and stood on the spot. Meow Meow was overjoyed when he saw this and said, I think you are the idiot. Although he was defeated by the driver night before, even that guy did not dare to agree to this request so confidently. I'll show you how powerful I am. Extreme cat punishment. Ah, Meow Meow used all her strength to hit Fang Xuan. Bang, bang, bang. It's a pity that no matter how Meow Meow attacks, Fang Xuan can accurately catch his attacking claw every time. How can it be? Damn it, I'm no match for this guy. I have to evacuate quickly. After Meow Meow made the last attack with force, he immediately turned himself into a thin slice, found a crack in the ground and got in, and then quickly shuttled through the crack in the ground. Oh, I want to run. Fang Xuan immediately punched the ground. Boom. The powerful force caused the ground to begin to shake, and the escaping Meow Meow was suddenly shaken out. Fang Xuan grabbed Meow Meow in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. First, he gave Meow Meow 3 slaps and then said, you run, let me see if you are running. Meow Meow was so dizzy from being slapped by Fang Xuan that she couldn't tell north from south for a while. Then Fang Xuan punched Meow Meow in the abdomen again. Meow Meow spit out a mouthful of old blood. At this time, Tatsumaki, Tongdi, King, and the sexy prisoner came up. Fang Xuan, let me also punch you twice. Mr. Fang Xuan, if you don't mind, I have a lot of technology here that can give this guy some brand new experiences. Tong Emperor, you are still young and cannot be so cruel. Just let me take him to prison. I believe that my boyfriends must like this cat very much, but before that, let me tame it with the fist of love. This guy, guys, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you a few punches, too. Seeing the excited expressions of the 4 people, Fang Xuan threw Meow Meow over. Okay, then I'll leave this guy to you. I'll chase the 2 people who escaped. By the way, Tatsumaki, remember to use your superpowers to control this guy when you fight, otherwise he will turn into a thin slice and crawl into the gap to escape. Tatsumaki had already hit Meow Meow with fists and kicks. After hearing Fang Xuan's words, he replied, okay, I understand. After saying that, she used her telekinesis to control Meow Meow, and then the 4 of them began to love each other. Meow Meow screamed miserably, police, please help, humans are beating cats. Chapter 247 The Hungry Wolf Who Wants to Become a God-Level Disaster. Wandering Emperor's side, with the zombie man choking his neck, he didn't dare to act rashly. Because although he obtained the powerful ability to shoot light balls through God, but in fact, except for this ability, his body is no different from ordinary people. Once someone gets close to you, you are like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, unable to resist. The zombie man saw that the Wandering Emperor didn't show any ease in dealing with him before, and he immediately guessed something. Hey, I said you don't have any other abilities besides the ability to throw light balls, right? Seeing the zombie man exposing himself, the Wandering Emperor immediately panicked and shouted, I am the man chosen by God. You are no match for me at all, and you will not die so easily. Seeing the Wandering Emperor's panic, the zombie man smiled and said, it seems I guessed it right. Then, I will send you to see the god you mentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted his hand hard and broke the Wandering Emperor's neck. In this way, the Wandering Emperor who was finally resurrected was sent to see God again by the zombie man. By the way, Hungry Wolf finally regained some consciousness after knocking Bangu to the ground. Old man, why did he fall here? Then he looked at his monstrous body and wondered, what's wrong with me? Why does the body look like this? I have absolutely no memory of being on the ground. I just remember that after being knocked down by that big guy, I lost consciousness. Also, it seems like I'm dreaming about the past in my dream. In Hungry Wolf's mind, he recalled the past practice at Bangu Dojo. Suddenly, a yellow flash faster than lightning struck him. The Hungry Wolf quickly recovered from his memories and lowered his head to avoid the attack. Turning around, he saw the flashing flash wiping his hair and lifting it up. The flashing flash looked at the Hungry Wolf in surprise and said, he actually dodged it. Hungry Wolf looked at the flashing flash and said, hero, I remember you are Flash, the 13th ranked S-class. As a hero, why are you conducting a sneak attack? The flashing flash looked at the Hungry Wolf and said, HMPH, I don't care about sneak attacks or not when dealing with weirdos. By the way, are you the leader of the Weird Association? It seems quite powerful. Due to the monster transformation of the Hungry Wolf at this time, Flash didn't recognize it at all. The Hungry Wolf was a heroic hunter. The weirdo leader. Oh, yes, there is indeed such a person. But I can't remember exactly. Then Hungry Wolf said with a serious face, listen up, my name is Hungry Wolf. I am not the leader of some bullshit weirdo association. I am the one who is about to become a disaster-level god and create a new world. Hungry Wolf, so you are the hero hunter. It seems like you have joined the Weird Association. Hungry Wolf said, Once again, I have nothing to do with that weirdo association. That kind of ragtag organization is not worthy of being compared with me. At this time, a voice came over. Sure enough, I knew you were not our companion. A figure ran over quickly. Borrow it for a moment. The platinum sperm quickly ran past the hungry wolf and the flashing flash. At the same time, he also launched an attack on two people. Boom, boom. After the attack, Platinum SN looked at Hungry Wolf with a serious face. They have become such weirdos that they still refuse to stand on our side. What a disappointment. It seems like we have to get rid of you as soon as possible. The flashy flash patted the dust on his clothes and said, oh, the remnants of the weird association have come out on their own, so I can be left to look for them. Then let me, the 13th ranked flash, use my special move to send both of you to heaven. The Hungry Wolf was full of fighting spirit. When it comes to fighting, I have always refused to accept the offer. In my opinion, everyone is equal in the face of absolute evil. No matter you are a hero or a weirdo, the final result is that I will beat you to a bloody pulp, because my goal is to become a god with a disaster level. Come here on horseback. After the three of them put down their harsh words, they rushed forward at the same time. Flash Flash and Platinum Sperm took the lead in fighting. The Hungry Wolf jumped into the air and kicked down violently, forcing the two fighting men to separate. Boom. This blow also made a big hole in the ground. Then the three of them started fighting at the speed of sound. ... The ugly president and Platinum Sperm ran away separately. Fang Xuan did not go after the Platinum Sperm, but the ugly president. The reason is no other than that this guy is really ugly. Damn it, why didn't this guy chase the Platinum Sperm instead of chasing me? The ugly president ran and complained crazily. He, who was cut in half by Fang Xuan's sword before, didn't want to see Fang Xuan again. Call out. Fang Xuan used teleportation and came directly in front of the ugly president. Then he punched the ugly president in the face. Boom. This punch directly deformed the originally ugly face of the ugly president. When he saw Fang Xuan hitting him with his bare hands, the ugly president burst out laughing happily. Ha ha ha. Fang Xuan, although you are very strong, you dare to hit me with your fists. Have you forgotten that my whole body is full of stomach acid? No matter who it is, if it gets a little bit of it, their hands will be completely disabled. Fang Xuan said nonchalantly. You said this, don't worry, even if I punch you hundreds more, it will be fine. As he spoke, he dispersed the stomach acid covering his hands, revealing the aura protective shield wrapped around his hands. Hateful, why are you chasing me and not letting me go? Fang Xuan replied. I don't know, maybe I'm just worried that you are too ugly. Listening to Fang Xuan's personal attack on him, the ugly president was also very angry. Dazzled by anger, he did not dare to do anything else for a moment and directly launched an attack on Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan saw that the other party had actively launched an attack, so he stopped pretending and directly fired a Qigong wave to destroy him. After eliminating the ugly president, Fang Xuan heard Kuishui's cry for help and the scream of a dog not far away. I saw Fubuki and Pochi, who were being attacked crazily by the resurrected Sykes. After seeing his pet Pochi, he rebelled. And the one who rebelled was his former friend. This made Sykes very angry, and he must destroy this traitorous dog. Chapter 248 King hugging Saitama's thigh tightly. Boom, boom, boom. Sykes waved his hands and continuously released powerful attacks, hitting Pochi's body. Although Pochi's defense is very high, Sykes' attacks are not vegetarian either. Tatsumaki is no match for her. You traitorous dog, I have raised you for so long in vain, and you betrayed me. I will definitely beat you to death today. And Fubuki, I regard you as a good friend, but I didn't expect you to become my enemy. I will destroy you all here today. Sykes roared loudly while attacking crazily. Fubuki, who was hiding under Pochi, was very sad to see that his former friend had become like this. But her current strength is no match for Sykes. You beat my apprentice and my dog in front of me. Do you think you don't take me seriously? Fang Xuan quickly came to the sky above Fubuki and Boki, crushing all the falling attacks. Tatsumaki heard his sister's cry for help and flew over quickly. After Boki saw Fang Xuan coming, he immediately stood up from the ground, his tail wagging crazily, and his big head kept rubbing against Fang Xuan's body. Tatsumaki came to Fubuki and asked with concern, Fubuki, are you okay? Fubuki replied, I'm fine, sister, Xiaohei protects me very well. After Tatsumaki carefully checked that there were no serious injuries on Fubuki's body, she felt relieved. She turned to Pochi and said, Xiaohei, you did a good job. You protected my sister so well. Come on, I've decided to adopt you, and you'll live in our home from now on. Fubuki reminded, Sister, this is the teacher's pet. Tatsumaki said, Is there any problem? I adopted it, and it does live in Fang Xuan's home. Okay, there's really nothing wrong with it. It's you again. Damn it, you guys are really haunting. Sykes looked fiercely at Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki who came over. To be honest, the person she least wants to meet right now is the bald man who punched her back from the combined state and fainted in human form. There was only Fang Xuan. Based on the previous battle with Fang Xuan, she understood that when the man in front of her dealt with her, he was just playing around and did not use his real power at all. I didn't expect that this guy like you would change back to this form. What, didn't Saitama teach you a lesson with that blow just now? Although Sykes was panicking inside, he still pretended to be calm and said, it was just an accident before. Let me tell you, The reason why I can change back to this form this time is thanks to God, who asked me to humanity is completely wiped out. This time, I will definitely kill you and that bald man. Then, I will kill those heroes one by one. In the end, I will devour all humans and become the new master of this world. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Sykes, who was already going crazy, Fang Xuan stepped in front of him without any ceremony. One punch punched a big hole in Sykes' chest. Don't worry, you and the so-called god will not succeed. Because, I will destroy you all. Feeling the pain in his chest, Sykes was very scared, because he was afraid that Fang Xuan would punch himself back into his human form like Saitama did. In that case, she would have absolutely no chance. But the next moment, she discovered that her chest could be repaired. So he smiled evilly. It seems that you can't kill me with one move. In other words, as long as I can find a way to restrain the man named Saitama, and then as long as you exhaust all your physical strength, then I can kill you. Hearing this woman's confident words, Fang Xuan was speechless. His punch just now was just a random punch under normal circumstances. How could she have the confidence to think she could beat herself? I haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Besides, even if my strength is really exhausted, you can't hit me even if I lie there. You might think that the physical strength of Saiyans after hard training is just a joke. Sykes, who has entered his own world, cannot listen to this at the moment. She waved her hand, and a large number of snake heads appeared on the ground instantly. These snake heads were not attacking Fang Xuan, but were heading towards Saitama who was being held by King on his thigh in the distance. Saitama's side. After Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki left one after another, King became a loner again. Luckily Saitama and Genos happened to be walking by him. After King saw Saitama, he rushed over. Mr. Saitama, it is indeed Mr. Saitama, right? Very good. Woo woo woo, I have always believed that you will definitely come to me. It really scared me to death, even though I tried very hard to be as silent as a stone. At this time, he finally noticed Genos following Saitama, so he quickly pretended to be a serious, mysterious and unpredictable king. I mean, I'm really afraid that you won't be able to see my results, Saitama, but it's really great that you came here in time. Saitama looked at King and said, you don't look injured. By the way, what stone did you just say? King had a dark look on his face, covering his kidneys and said, well, you heard wrong, I said kidney stones. Then he turned to look at Genos and said, Mr. Devil Cyborg, I believe you and Mr. Saitama are equally good performers. Genos said, I didn't have any outstanding performance. The one who performed well was Saitama-sensei. Just now, the teacher punched the enlarged leader of the Weird Association back to his original form and passed out. But it seems that the leader has recovered and is now fighting with Teacher Fang Xuan. Teacher Saitama and I are planning to help Teacher Fang Xuan and deal with that guy together. After listening to what Genos said, King said, I think Mr. Fang Xuan should be able to handle it by himself. Let's go to other battlefields to deal with other enemies. At this moment, several snakeheads appeared on the ground and attacked the three of them. Whoosh, 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 several laser beams were fired, and King was very lucky. He tripped over a stone and escaped the fatal blow. When he looked up again, he saw that all the snakeheads had been eliminated by Saitama and Genos. It's amazing. As expected, as long as you stay next to Saitama or Mr. Fang Xuan, you are the safest place. I must follow Mr. Saitama closely this time. After destroying these snakeheads, Saitama and Genos continued to walk towards Fang Xuan. King saw this and quickly followed him. Wait for me, Mr. Saitama, Mr. Devil Cyborg. Chapter 249 The God of Blame Killing Fist. Z City. At this moment, the sky here is filled with light represented by geometric structures. However, due to the external helicopter formation, it is impossible to get close to the current Z City, and can only be broadcast in real time from a long distance away. Therefore, the reporting department believed that these rays of light should be those with superpowers such as Tatsumaki. As everyone knows, this was formed by the struggle between three masters. But this fact is only known to everyone present. I saw the flashing flash, the hungry wolf, and the platinum sperm fighting with each other. Each person will fight for no more than a minute, and then another person will intervene in the battle. The flashing flash quickly attacked the hungry wolf with his fist. After the hungry wolf easily blocked all its attacks, he kicked the flashing flash away. Seeing this, the platinum sperm used the tentacles on its head to pull the shining flash over, and kicked out with both feet. Boom! Flash, who was kicked by Platinum SN, spat out a mouthful of blood. But then he launched a counterattack. Used the wind blade kick to kick back. The platinum sperm quickly retreated and avoided the attack. However, since Flash's combat effectiveness dropped significantly after losing his sword, he was at a disadvantage when facing the two of them. Platinum SN also discovered this, so he said to Hungry Wolf, Flash has lost his main weapon, and his combat effectiveness has been greatly weakened. The best attack plan now is for the two of us to join forces and attack together. How about focusing our attacks to deal with him first, and then deciding the outcome one-on-one? After Hungry Wolf heard this, he tilted his head and said, Are you trying to win over me? All right. After saying that, the Hungry Wolf was ready to attack. Just when Platinum SN thought that the Hungry Wolf would deal with Flash first as he said, the Hungry Wolf's fist hit him in the face. Boom. The platinum sperm was punched and fell downwards. Fortunately, he turned over in the air in time and stabilized his body. I just heard Hungry Wolf laughing and saying, "Ha ha ha ha, do you think I will listen to this guy like you?" Platinum Sperm wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "Damn it. You half weirdo, you really don't know how to live or die." Boom, bang, bang, bang. The Platinum Sperm rushed upward angrily and fought with the Hungry Wolf. As the Hungry Wolf fought, his heart began to change. I can feel that a set of boxing techniques unique to me is gradually being completed. It is neither the flowing water shattering rock fist, nor the whirlwind slashing iron fist, nor the explosive heart liberation fist, nor the tiger Yalai Gen fist, nor the empty abyss fist, nor the lake cut glacier fist, nor the Udao mountain fist, nor the Bachi bird G fist is not a pressure killing fist, nor is it a Kongui Waidu fist, nor is it a Yinggu Longsheng fist. And after countless battle experiences, I have accumulated a boxing technique that is unique to me. It reaches the disaster level and is like a god's monster fist. No, that name doesn't sound very nice. It should be, the god of blame killing fist. I will become absolute evil, dominate the world, and plunge the world into the abyss of despair. After thinking about this, Platinum Sperm and Flash Flash were also hit by his punches and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the strength of these two people was not weak, and they quickly jumped onto the rocks in the air to offset the powerful punch. Platinum SN saw that the Hungry Wolf had become so powerful and that he might not be his opponent, so he set his sights on the shining flash. Quickly sprint and punch the flashing flash back several meters. The flashing flash reacted quickly, crossed his arms to block the attack, and quickly jumped on the surrounding rocks. But just as he stabilized his body, the Hungry Wolf appeared behind him and kicked him downwards. The flashing flash could only jump up, but at the same time his heart was about to collapse. Because the people he met today were actually faster than him. First it was Saitama, then Blast, and then there was the Wolf and Platinum SN. This is impossible, I won't allow it, there are so many people faster than me. Flash Flash's pride couldn't accept it for a moment, so he shouted, his body turned into a yellow flash, and flew towards the Platinum Sperm. Flash punch, bang, bang, bang. Flash Flash kept chasing the Platinum Sperm for face slaps. Enough. Unreasonable recycling technique. Platinum SN's hands and the tentacles on his head formed 3 rings for defense, blocking all Flash Flash's attacks. Then he grabbed the flashing Flash's hand and said with a smile, a mere mortal can only reach this level. As he spoke, he kicked the flashing Flash into the air. Hateful. Flash, who was ridiculed, became even more angry. He did a backflip and landed on the rock. He pushed hard with his feet and rushed towards the Hungry Wolf. Lying kick. The flashing Flash kept using his shadow kick to attack the Hungry Wolf, but the Hungry Wolf's strength had reached another level at this moment, and he easily dodged all these attacks. Platinum SN struck with a flying kick, knocking the shining Flash away. At the same time, he continued to taunt. Now you are full of flaws, so your heart has started to panic because of fear. No matter who your opponent is, as long as your own advantages are surpassed by others, will you throw everything behind and stick to the so-called dignity that is worthless? In that case, you, a hero, are nothing more than this. There are no people in this world who really want to save the weak. Another kick, and the flashing Flash was kicked directly to the ground. This time he didn't stand up and passed out directly. Seeing this, Hungry Wolf started fighting with Platinum SN. Very good, your opponent will be me next. Let me show you the power of a disaster-level god. Really, I do want to see it. The next second, their bodies turned into 2 rays of light and began to fight rapidly in midair. Although the flashing Flash is missing, the speed of the two of them has reached its peak at this moment, so the density of the light drawn in the air is even higher than before. It seems like the god-level transmission of a Hungry Wolf that is constantly accelerating. Unreasonable. Boom, boom. Just when Platinum SN was about to use the unreasonable return technique again, he was knocked to the ground by the Hungry Wolf's punch. Hungry Wolf. The Platinum Sperm drilled out of the ground with force and shouted angrily. The Hungry Wolf clasped his hands together and quickly pierced the Platinum Sperm's body. Excuse me. The next moment, a large number of cracks appeared in Platinum Sperm's body. Then, it exploded. Chapter 250 Centipede Immortal and Evil Natural Water appear. Just when Hungry Wolf realized the monster-killing fist, Blast appeared next to Saitama again. Saitama looked at Blast and said, isn't this Uncle Blast? You've appeared again. Explode. 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 Saitama, you said this guy is the #1 blaster in S class. Saitama nodded. Yes. Blast looked at King and said hello, you must be King. King pretended to have a serious expression and said, yes. Don't worry, I came here this time to see the current situation of the Earth. It seems everything is better than I imagined. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I have to go back immediately to help. The explosion once again opened the space door. King asked in confusion, help. That's right, I'm not fighting alone. Inside the space gate, the teammates recruited by Blast appeared in front of the 3 of them. As the explosion entered the space door, it disappeared from the Earth. At this moment, Fang Xuan grabbed Sykes' huge body and said, hey, you're too inexperienced. Didn't you just shout that you wanted to exhaust my energy and defeat me? What's going on now? My energy has not been exhausted yet, but you have exhausted it first. Sykes dragged his seriously injured body, and I looked at Fang Xuan with a look of reluctance. Want to talk, but because he had no strength, he could not speak. Fubuki looked into the air and said loudly, teacher, are you okay? Fang Xuan responded. Don't worry, I'm fine. Fubuki said again. No, teacher, I'm asking if Sykes is okay. Fang Xuan was stunned. Hey, I'm your teacher. You don't care about me, but you care about this guy. Fubuki said awkwardly. Sykes used to be a good friend of mine. Although I don't know why she became like this, there must be some reason. Fang Xuan knocked Sykes unconscious with a blow of his hand, turning him back into a human form again. Then it fell from the sky. Don't worry, I just knocked her unconscious, she's fine. After speaking, Fang Xuan handed Sykes to Kui Shui. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the originally peaceful ground began to shake violently. In the abyssal cave where Sykes emerged from the ground, a spiral-pointed cone similar to a pillar was drilled out. Then the pillar shattered, and a centipede larger than Elder Centipede appeared in front of everyone. Its legs all turned into hands, and its head turned into a skull face with 5 eyes. The hungry wolf saw this guy and exclaimed, why is it centipede again? That guy actually has a boss. Saitama looked at the centipede and said, this centipede can be resurrected too. It has happened several times. You arrogant weaklings, listen up. This time, we are returning to destroy those who blasphemed the gods. I am the disaster of all things, the incarnation of the earth. Centipede immortal. At the same time, the originally calm ocean now became rough. A strange man with 2 big eyes appeared in front of everyone. I am the mother of all things, the embodiment of the sea. Evil natural water, perish under divine punishment. I saw these 2 guys talking, and they were going to attack the surrounding refugees. At this time, a figure rushed in the direction of Immortal Centipede. I saw the hungry wolf jumping into the air and heading towards the Centipede Immortal. Fang Xuan rushed towards the ocean, towards the evil natural water. Dream. The hungry wolf used his strange evil killing punch to hit Immortal Centipede. Boom. After the hungry wolf punched the Centipede Immortal, he was severely injured. At this time, Hungry Wolf saw a helicopter flying in the sky. Inside the plane, the slug that had been rescued by the Hungry Wolf was lying in front of the window. Kid, it seems you managed to escape. Hungry Wolf was also relieved at this moment. Immortal Centipede, who was severely injured by the Hungry Wolf just now, quickly recovered with his incredible recovery ability. The Hungry Wolf looked at Centipede Immortal and said, will it recover so quickly? If not, it must be controlled. The Hungry Wolf shouted. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Attack us. Elder Centipede, who had completed his recovery, looked at the Hungry Wolf jokingly. Snort. So you were protecting that fly. If you have the guts, just give it a try. My compatriots, the evil natural water will use seawater cannons to kill that fly in a few minutes. After saying this, Immortal Centipede launched an attack on the Hungry Wolf. The Centipede March. Immortal Centipede hit the Hungry Wolf with countless fists. At the same time, evil natural water also fired seawater cannons. The Hungry Wolf didn't pay attention and was hit by it. Immortal Centipede laughed and said, ha ha ha, you are as fragile as an ant, where did your majesty go? Ha, that bald guy is. At this time, a figure was running quickly on the sea. I saw Saitama coming near the evil natural water, and then raised his fist. Must kill serious beating. Boom. I saw that the originally turbulent sea water was directly divided into 2 halves under this punch, and could not be reunited for a long time. Saitama cursed. It's so annoying. I don't want to play in the water anymore. Go and play somewhere else. Then it spotted a ship. Because the punch just now was so powerful, it was like a powerful hurricane blowing on the sea. Saitama jumped directly onto the deck. Then he uses his body to swing left and right, controlling the boat to ride the wind and waves on the sea. Although he wanted to lift the boat directly and put it in a safe place, it was a pity that there was no place to step on it. Immortal Centipede on the other side looked at this sudden scene and was stunned. Dead. Who is that bald guy? The Hungry Wolf also recovered at this time, and then ran quickly towards Immortal Centipede. But at this moment, there is another person who was faster than him. Gengjin knew Loyan's critical attack. The metal bat swung the baseball bat in his hand and hit Centipede Immortal on the head. Bang. There was a loud bang. The metal bat was bounced away, and his hands were shaking constantly. This guy's shell is even harder than before. Elder Centipede suddenly exerted his strength and knocked down the metal bat with one move. The metal bat happened to fall in the direction from which the Hungry Wolf ran. Metal bat. The Hungry Wolf shouted in surprise. Ah, who called me? Metal bat stood up and looked at the Hungry Wolf. Because the Hungry Wolf was now in a weird state, the metal bat was not immediately recognized. It took me a while to recognize the Hungry Wolf. You are a hero hunter. Thinking of the time when I was dealing with Elder Centipede, I was seriously injured because this guy had to intervene. The metal bat was very angry. You are here to cause trouble again, aren't you? As he spoke, he raised his baseball bat and hit him. Chapter 251 Cooperation. Get out of my way, you guy. I don't have time to play with you now. After the Hungry Wolf made a gorgeous turn to avoid the repeated attacks of the metal bat, he continued to run towards Centipede Immortal. Stop. The metal bat, who wanted to avenge his shame, immediately chased after him. Just when the 2 of them were chasing each other, Centipede Immortal stared at the helicopter in the sky that was broadcasting the scene. Inside the helicopter, the host was giving commentary. Dear viewers, for some unknown reason, a crack suddenly appeared on the rough sea surface and then a huge centipede emerged from the ground. Coupled with the strange light that just happened here, what exactly happened here? Quote, Go to hell, stinky fly. Centipede Immortal waved the two huge tentacles on his nose and smashed towards the helicopter. The metal bat yelled, "Danger!" But at this moment, because he was chasing the hungry wolf, he was a little far away from the helicopter and he couldn't rush over to rescue him. Boom! Fang Xuan appeared in front of the helicopter in an instant, raising his hand to block Immortal Centipede's tentacles. Then he pulled hard. Hiss! Centipede Immortal's tentacles were torn off directly. When the host in the helicopter saw that it was Fang Xuan who came to save him, he quickly opened the door of the helicopter. "Everyone, we are the strongest warriors ranked 0th in S class. Now let us interview the strongest warrior and what happened in Z City." As he spoke, he handed the microphone to Fang Xuan and asked, "Mr. Strongest Warrior, what exactly happened in Z City today?" Fang Xuan was speechless looking at the host. "No, brother, do you know that you almost died just now? If you didn't run away quickly, you would still have time to interview me. Leave quickly, it's dangerous here." After saying that, Fang Xuan directly used teleportation to move the helicopter to a safe place. Seeing Fang Xuan save the helicopter, Metal Bat immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to continue chasing the hungry wolf, he found that the hungry wolf was flying towards him with a flying kick. He was so frightened that he quickly raised the baseball bat in his hand to defend himself. But the target of the hungry wolf is not him, but the Centipede Immortal behind him. After Fang Xuan tore off the tentacles of Immortal Centipede, he felt severe pain and bumped around. Just when he was about to hit the metal bat, Hungry Wolf suddenly kicked the opponent in the head. Boom! Centipede Immortal was kicked over by a blow. Metal Bat saw that the Hungry Wolf had saved him just now, so he immediately stood on the same front as him. "What exactly is going on? You have become a monster, but you saved me as a hero. And you also work with me to deal with the monster. You seem to understand things more clearly than when you were a human." Metal Bat wondered. The Hungry Wolf said, "Stop talking nonsense. I saved you because I want you to see my true strength with your own eyes, so that more people can know my terrifying strength. By the way, that guy's target just now seemed to be a helicopter, but the helicopter was already rescued by that guy Fang Xuan. So in order to defeat this guy, I'll work with you first. Although you are not very reliable, as a hero, you should be able to serve as a bait no matter what. It's up to you to attract his attention, and I'll deal the damage." After listening to Hungry Wolf's words, the Metal Bat directly kicked Hungry Wolf. "What's your tone? Are you ordering me? Although I don't know what kind of medicine you bought in the gourd, I am not stupid enough to cooperate with the weirdo I am looking for a fight with. Besides, it was because you suddenly appeared and caused trouble the previous time that I missed the opportunity and failed to get rid of the centipede. So, it's enough for me to be here alone. Get out of the way." Being punished by the Metal Bat, the Hungry Wolf also turned around and shouted. "What? A brat who was driven crazy by me in the human period is talking nonsense. Is now the time to be willful? Do you S-class heroes understand what it means to have a little vision? This centipede is destroying the city you live in right now, and you are still fussing over what happened before. You are like this, and you are an S-class hero. It really makes me laugh to death." For a time, the identities of the two seemed to have been exchanged. A hungry wolf that looks like a monster, more like an S-class hero. But after being trained by the Hungry Wolf, the originally menacing Metal Bat lost its momentum in an instant. The enemy Centipede Immortal looked at these two guys and didn't take him seriously at all. So he shouted angrily, "Hey, what are you two arguing about? You don't take me seriously. Shut up." X2. The Metal Bat and the Hungry Wolf attacked and cursed at the same time. Savage Tornado. Blowing air cracking fist. The powerful attacks of the two people continuously hit the extremely hard shell of Immortal Centipede. But after an attack, the effect was not very good. Although they smashed the shell, a new shell soon grew out. The Metal Bat looked at the smoking baseball bat he was swinging and said, "Damn it, it has no effect at all." Hungry Wolf also said in the air, "It won't help at all. Even if it penetrates the body, it will regenerate quickly and will immediately launch a counterattack. That half-monster guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Let's start with the guy with the baseball bat. Should we capture him and use him as a hostage?" threatened the half-monster guy. Just when Elder Centipede was about to grab the Metal Bat as a hostage, he saw the two of them arguing. "You loser, are you tickling him with a baseball bat? If you're not motivated, get out of here." "What? If you can you say it again? Be careful if I break your Tianling guy." UBD. The two of them were arguing with each other. Immortal Centipede saw this and thought, "Let's forget it and kill these two guys." After the quarrel ended, Hungry Wolf said, "It depends on the situation, it has to be penetrated from the head to the tail at the same time to be effective." The Metal Bat said, "How many S-level and above masters are needed to do it?" Hungry Wolf replied, "Your Fang Xuan and your bald head can do it." "I know Fang Xuan, but who is the bald head you are talking about? Is it Super Alloy Black Light?" Hungry Wolf loudly replied, "I'm not talking about that good-for-nothing muscular man. I'm talking about a guy who wears a Superman costume all day long. It seems like that guy is an A-level hero in your hero association." Hearing what Hungry Wolf said, the Metal Bat suddenly had some memories. "Are you talking about Fang Xuan's other apprentice, the bald-cloaked man? It's impossible, he's just an A-level crane tail. Are you kidding me when you have nothing to do?" The Hungry Wolf was speechless at this weak-minded guy. "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you, I'm going to have SX. Chapter 252 The Peak of Martial Arts. The Centipede March. Centipede Immortal strikes again. Two huge fists hit the Hungry Wolf and the metal bat respectively. Boom, boom, boom. Because Centipede Immortal had countless fists, every one of his punches hit the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to change. The Hungry Wolf and the metal bat were knocked away by this strong force. Caught. One of Centipede Immortal's thugs directly caught the Hungry Wolf. And he kept exerting force on his hands, trying to crush the Hungry Wolf to death. Go to hell. Just when Centipede Immortal was excited about catching the Hungry Wolf, a bullet suddenly hit his head and exploded. Hit. On a building, several A-class heroes who had been staying on the ground shouted happily. Hungry Wolf also took advantage of the Centipede Immortal's distraction to forcefully open the fist with both hands. Then, with a leap, he came to Centipede Immortal's head, and then punched him down. Oh, boom. This punch directly knocked Immortal Centipede backwards. Okay, hit. By the way, who is this hero? How come I've never seen it before? Because the distance was too far, they couldn't see the Hungry Wolf's face clearly, so they recognized the Hungry Wolf as a hero like them. When the battle is over, let's ask Mr. Metal Bat. That hero seems to have a good relationship with the Metal Bat. Stop talking nonsense, let's retreat first. This is no longer a battle we can intervene in. After saying that, several A-level heroes, B-level heroes, and C-level heroes began to evacuate one after another. Buddha Shame Principle Spiral Strike. The metal bat swung the baseball bat and smashed half of Centipede Immortal's other tentacles with force. Oh, the Hungry Wolf showed surprise when he saw that the metal bat actually hurt Centipede Immortal. You guy, you must have had a good beating just now. Thanks to you, I am full of energy now. The metal bat said with blood all over it. Centipede Immortal looked at the metal bat in confusion. You have obviously suffered such a serious injury, why did your strength become stronger? The metal bat smiled confidently. Don't you know that a man is the strongest when he is protecting others? Then he looked at the Hungry Wolf and said, I will definitely have a showdown with you today. It depends on me. You can take a rest and leave this place to me. Hungry Wolf clenched his hands into fists and replied. Seeing that the two of them didn't take him seriously at all, Immortal Centipede was furious. You two flies, I don't take him seriously at all. Do you two bugs think you can own 6,666? Can I resist with only 1 foot? It's just a pipe dream. 6,666 large piercings. As soon as he finished speaking, Immortal Centipede's entire body spun directly. Seeing this, the Hungry Wolf asked the metal bat, Hey, do you have any way to deal with that guy's regeneration ability? The metal bat replied, That's not easy, just rush over and beat this guy up. Hungry Wolf said with a speechless expression, As expected, you only know how to act recklessly. Seeing Centipede Immortal getting closer and closer to them, both of them were also ready to charge up a strike. Jiao Long Killing Punch, Savage Tornado, boom, boom, boom. The two powerful attacks hit Elder Centipede. Feeling the strength coming from his body, Elder Centipede was startled. Even if a monster and a hero join forces, the power is a bit too great. Although the two of them have no intention of cooperating at all. However, the moves they used separately coincided with each other, forming an incredible composite technique. Although there is a huge difference in strength between the two of them, the nature of their strength is the same because they burst out with unexpected power. While the Centipede Immortal was marveling, the metal bat smashed the Centipede Immortal's hard shell with the baseball bat. How dare you, a little ant, dare to break my bones? Centipede Immortal roared angrily, and then punched the metal bat down. Seeing that Centipede Immortal was about to make a last-ditch attack, the Hungry Wolf punched Centipede Immortal through the throat. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. What's going on? The wound is not regenerating. I saw that the hole in Centipede Immortal's throat that was punched by the Hungry Wolf did not heal as before. I saw the Hungry Wolf jumping to the ground, holding something like a heart in his hand. As expected, this is your regeneration core. I suddenly figured out why this part of the body emits chi every time you regenerate. After all, I have seen similar guys before. Back to you, go pick it up yourself. As he spoke, Hungry Wolf threw the regeneration core in his hand into the air. Seeing that his important regeneration core was thrown out, Immortal Centipede also rushed upwards. At this moment, the metal bat lying on the ground unable to move looked at the Hungry Wolf and said, You have to win for me, brat. I remember the duel with you. I'm going to beat you up next time. In the air, the huge body of Immortal Centipede is like a huge pillar, constantly rushing upward. Soon he was close to his regeneration core. Then he quickly caught the core with his tentacles. Just when he was about to put the core back into his body, the Hungry Wolf came into the air at an extremely fast speed and shattered the regenerated core with one punch. Then he raised his fist and smashed it down. In my mind, I also recalled the experience of training to split tiles when I first arrived at Bangu Dojo. That's where it all started for me. I know now, I've arrived, the pinnacle of martial arts. Boom, hiss. The Hungry Wolf's punch was like piercing through the stars, piercing the huge and extremely defensive Centipede Immortal from the head to the tail. Immortal Centipede's body was also torn in half from the middle at this moment. Countless amounts of blood and venom fell to the ground like light rain. Do you call this divine punishment? This is a blessing to me. After landing on the ground, the Hungry Wolf looked at the body of Immortal Centipede that was about to fall on the ground and said, It's a blessing after my boxing is complete. Boom. Old man, this time I'm going to chop it all the way to the bottom. there won't be any peace left. At this point, Hungry Wolf has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He is the strongest person besides Saitama and Fang Xuan. The masked sweetheart who was torn in half by the ugly president has now recovered for some unknown reason, and is still carrying a metal bat that has fainted. Looking at the centipede immortal split in half in the air, he couldn't figure out what happened while he was withdrawing from the battle. Chapter 253 Another Showdown. Saitama vs Hungry Wolf. What's the situation? What the hell is that? Masked sweetheart looked at the half-corpse of a mortal centipede that was split in half in the air and was about to fall down and said in surprise. Suddenly he discovered that not far away, the big-eyed man next to Flash, who had fainted, was shouting at this moment. Get up quickly, get up quickly. If you don't get up, you will be smashed to pieces. But in this scene, in the eyes of Sweetheart Masked, they thought that this weirdo was going to sneak attack on the flashing Flash, and rushed forward casually and quickly. Die to me, weirdo. Hearing the sound, Dei turned around and saw a fist as big as a sandbag attacking him. Just when he thought he might die again, a huge ship suddenly passed between them. I saw Saitama standing on the deck of the ship and looking ahead. It's this way, right? Then he kicked hard with both feet, and the deck instantly began to shatter. The next moment, he came to the ground occupied by the Hungry Wolf. Who is it? Hearing the movement behind him, the Hungry Wolf quickly turned around. Saitama looked at the Hungry Wolf in front of him and asked doubtfully, Hey, are you a human or a monster? It's you. Hungry Wolf also recognized Saitama. Although Saitama's clothes were burned by one of Pochi's scorch bombs before, his iconic bald head is still very easy to recognize. You asked me just now, am I a human or a monster? After hearing Saitama's question, Hungry Wolf began to think. Am I the unsung hero who came to the rescue? No, I want to follow my heart. Old man, I'm sorry. I choose to face all of this in my own unique way. I want to make public the suffering of those heroes who have turned a blind eye. After thinking about it, Hungry Wolf replied, I am the weird Hungry Wolf. He is a man who drives everyone equally into the abyss of despair and is called an absolute evil. Saitama was stunned, and then said based on the performance of the Hungry Wolf he just saw on the deck, absolutely evil. Do you think you are the most evil? But you and the guy with the baseball bat just fought against that giant centipede. And you used your strength to split the centipede in half. Hearing Saitama's words, Hungry Wolf was stunned. He didn't expect that the bald man in front of him was paying attention to his actions. But how could he, being so arrogant, admit what Saitama said? Only the absolutely strong can be called absolutely evil. On the way to establishing a prestige, we first need some witnesses. I want everyone to see my power over weirdos. In this way, everyone can know that I am the strongest. Do you understand? If you understand, then go back and do whatever you need to do, or you can also consider changing your job. Because from tonight on, not only the Weird Association, but also the Hero Association will be wiped out by me. I want you, the surviving heroes, to see the power of my Hungry Wolf. There are only two ways left for them, either surrender to me, or die in vain while resisting. Saitama heard half of it and turned around to leave. Okay, since you are not a weirdo, then I will let you go. Hey, stop, didn't you hear what I just said? Saitama turned around and said, I heard it, but you really don't look like a weirdo. So there is no need for me to take action. What? After hearing Saitama's words, Hungry Wolf was stunned for a moment. Saitama continued. I went out today just for a child's request, but now I don't even have a home. It's so bad that I have to find property here quickly. Tell you, now I want to destroy this planet immediately. Earth. Hear the words. Hungry Wolf's mind suddenly exploded. He never thought that someone would want to destroy the planet for this reason. I thought that after I found the white-haired man the kid was talking about, I could go home and continue reading comics, but just now I suddenly saw you, both in appearance and aura. After looking at you for a while, I found out, I may be wrong. In short, whether you are pretending to be a weirdo or a hero, you must be restrained and don't go too far. After saying that, Saitama waved his hand and was about to leave. What's going on with this sense of oppression? I've obviously reached the pinnacle of martial arts, why do I still feel afraid of him? No, that must be an illusion. A guy like this is full of loopholes, and I can defeat him with just my hands. After doing some psychological construction for himself, Hungry Wolf regained some confidence. Hello, don't you understand yet? If you dare to look down upon me, as an absolute evil, you are dead. Let's see if I don't beat you until you're almost alive. Don't blame me for being ruthless. After Hungry Wolf finished speaking, he clenched his fists and attacked Saitama. Boom. Unexpectedly, Saitama just turned around, raised his hand and punched randomly, and knocked the Hungry Wolf away. After flying 1024 degrees in the air, he landed on the ground. I'm sorry, you rushed over suddenly and hit you in a moment of conditioned reflex. Saitama quickly apologized. How come? Why is this bald man so strong? The Hungry Wolf thought to himself before landing. However, as he became stronger now, he was not knocked unconscious by Saitama with one punch like last time. Instead, a carp stood up, and continued to attack Saitama. He quickly attacked Saitama using the monster-killing fist that he realized. Saitama dodged with ease, dodging all the wolf's attacks, then approached the wolf and punched him. The Hungry Wolf quickly lowered his head to avoid the punch, then raised his leg and stepped down. Boom! The Hungry Wolf kicked Saitama out of the air. Saitama landed on a rock. Seeing this, the hungry wolf speeded up and pursued him. A hand knife struck Saitama. He didn't know why his body wanted to hit Saitama with a knife. Boom! Saitama was unprepared and was hit on the smooth forehead with a knife from Hungry Wolf. All of a sudden, the ground beneath Saitama collapsed. Oh, but nothing happened to Saitama's head. Instead, he attacked the Hungry Wolf, and his hands were shaken by the shock. The next moment, the hand he attacked was shattered. Hateful, the Hungry Wolf looked at his broken hand with an expression of disbelief on his face. Saitama asked expressionlessly, "What's going on with you? Why are you pestering me?" The Hungry Wolf ignored Saitama's words and saw that his originally broken hand was now forming a vortex like a black hole to heal and regenerate. Saitama added, "But as it happens, I also have something to say to you." Boom! Before Saitama could finish speaking, the unwilling wolf punched Saitama in the face again. Boom! Can you please let me finish my sentence? Saitama knocked the Hungry Wolf away again with one punch. When the Hungry Wolf flew out, he was very confused. Why is this bald man so strong? Chapter 254 The Furious Hungry Wolf. Call out. After sending the helicopter to a safe place, Fang Xuan used teleportation to return to Z City. But there was a child following him. And this child is the slug that was saved by the Hungry Wolf before. Kid, it's really dangerous here. Why are you following me? Fang Xuan looked at Slug in confusion and asked. Slug replied, I want to wait until the bald cape man rescues the white-haired uncle before leaving. Who is the white-haired uncle you are talking about? That's the hero who just teamed up with the metal bat to fight that centipede monster. He saved me many times. Before, I was captured by those weirdos. It was he who broke into the prison where I was held and rescued me. Then in order to buy me time to escape, he blocked the coming weirdos alone. Careful, Fang Xuan caught the slug. I saw a figure quickly passing between the two of them like a missile. It was smashed into the gravel, and only one leg was exposed. Aha, damn it, who is that guy and why is his strength so abnormal? The Hungry Wolf stood up from the pile of rubble, dusted himself off, and said with an unwilling face. Ah, it's Uncle. Great, Uncle, you're okay. When Slug saw that the figure just now was a Hungry Wolf, he immediately ran over. Damn it, at the critical moment when I was about to complete my boxing skills, I encountered one of the biggest troubles. If I don't defeat him, I won't be able to become an absolutely evil person. Afterwards, the Hungry Wolf's body was seen evolving again. The most obvious thing is that his muscles have expanded even more, his strength seems to have improved a lot, and the horns on his head have also lengthened. At this time, the Hungry Wolf looked like a weirdo. The slug that ran over was also frightened by the change in the Hungry Wolf. The Hungry Wolf looked at his mutated body and said, What happened? Will my anger cause my body to mutate? As Slug was running towards the Hungry Wolf, the stone beneath his feet suddenly cracked. Just when he was about to fall, a figure quickly rescued him. After seeing that the slug was safe and sound, the Hungry Wolf said, Hey, boy, you're still alive. It's indeed Uncle. Although Slug was so frightened by the appearance of the Hungry Wolf that he was sweating profusely, he remembered that the Hungry Wolf had saved him many times before, so he said with a smile. Uncle, you are indeed a hero. Ah, hearing Slug say this, Hungry Wolf once again became unconfident. He couldn't figure out why he still said he was a hero when he had clearly become such a human being and a ghost. You brat, how many times do I have to say it before you understand? How do I look like a hero? How about you open your eyes and see clearly before speaking? The way I look now is obviously weird. Uncle is a hero. Before the word, wolf, could be said, the slug spoke again. What happened? Looking at the slug, the Hungry Wolf was a little confused. Slug said, including the time just now, this is already the 4th time. I know that whenever I am in danger, my uncle will come to my rescue. To me, you are a better hero than any hero. So I'm begging you, please stop pretending to be a weirdo. I don't want my uncle to be misunderstood and hated by everyone. Slug said while crying. After hearing what the slug said, the Hungry Wolf fell into deep thought. TCH, what on earth am I doing? Why does this kid put on such a face? Obviously, I am finally strong enough to defeat those weirdos. At this time, Fang Xuan came over. Are you the white-haired old man this kid was talking about? I remember you were called Hungry Wolf, right? Hearing the sound, Hungry Wolf looked back and couldn't help thinking. Damn, it was that bald guy just now, why is this guy here again? It's not over anymore. The good will not come, the bad will come. Just after Hungry Wolf finished this sentence in his heart, Saitama also walked over. So you are a Hungry Wolf. The old man will definitely be very sad when he sees you like this. Hunting hero again. It's time to go to the dojo again. You're still scaring kids now. You are obviously an adult, but you still lose your temper all the time. I'm really not ashamed. When Slug saw Saitama, he said, the bald-caped man. Saitama continued. Are you unhappy because you were told that you don't look like a weirdo? Huh, are you putting on another layer of clothing? You must have put a lot of effort into dressing up like this. Huh, Fang Xuan, you're here too. Saitama saw Fang Xuan behind the Hungry Wolf, so he started to say hello. When Hungry Wolf saw Fang Xuan in front of him and bald Saitama behind him, he was very embarrassed for a moment. Damn it, these two guys actually appeared at the same time. My lord, let's fight for it. The Hungry Wolf made up his mind and said to the slug, You brat, watch out for me. I'm going to destroy your past values and show you how useless these heroes are. Whether it's the person who wants to kill you or the person who wants to save you, I will kill them all without leaving anyone behind. Ultimately, I'm going to be the absolute, me only kind of person. Put an end to all those unreasonable guys who only bullied the weak and made you and me cry. After hearing this, Slug was suddenly shocked. Uncle, do you want to fight with the two of them? No, don't. If you continue to attack the hero, I will be misunderstood as a weirdo. Step aside. The hungry wolf didn't listen to the slug and got into a fighting stance. At this time, Fang Xuan was chatting with Saitama. Hey, Fang Xuan, is that guy a hero or a weirdo? Why do I feel that his positioning is a bit erratic? Saitama looked at the hungry wolf with confusion on his face. Call this guy a weirdo. He just teamed up with the gangster hero with a baseball bat to deal with the centipede monster. Call him a hero. This guy attacked him without any reason. This made Saitama's mind a little confused. Fang Xuan pondered for a while and said, judging from this guy's performance, he first saved the little boy, and then fought the centipede with the metal bat, so I think he should be a weirdo who wants to be a hero. Quote, is that so? I see, he is indeed Fang Xuan. Listening to the conversation between the two, Hungry Wolf's dark face turned red from suppressing it. What a weirdo who wants to be a hero. He obviously just wants to be a weirdo. That's it, nothing else. At this moment, he felt that he was such a failure as a weirdo. Many times, others thought he was not a weirdo, and even said he was a hero. Finally the hungry wolf erupted. I'm a weirdo. Weird. You two mindless bumpkins. Can you understand what weirdo means? Chapter 255 Hungry Wolf vs Fang Xuan Saitama. Who are you calling stupid? Who are you calling a bumpkin? Fang Xuan and Saitama came to Hungry Wolf with dark faces and asked. The hungry wolf was so angry that he didn't care anymore. You two are incredibly stupid idiots. Seeing the hungry wolf looking so arrogant, Saitama said, do you want to fight us? Then come on. Fang Xuan said. Indeed, it's time for me to stretch my muscles. Seeing that the hungry wolf was unmoved, Saitama asked again, what? Are you afraid of us? It's a joke. How can I, a great weirdo, be afraid of you two humans? Bang, bang. After Hungry Wolf finished speaking, he quickly swung his fist and hit Saitama on the head and Fang Xuan on the face. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. After the fight, Hungry Wolf was surprised to find that his attack just now had no effect on these two people at all. Slug said, are you okay? Saitama said calmly, don't worry, we won't get hurt. Yes, although this guy is very strong, he is not strong enough to hurt us. Fang Xuan turned his head and said easily. After hearing the words of the two people, Slug was also stunned on the spot. Seeing that he had been underestimated, the hungry wolf immediately raised his leg and kicked Saitama first. Saitama raised his hand and easily knocked the hungry wolf away, then said, let's go over there and fight. Blowing snow, tornadoes, and Genos came over on Pochi at this moment. Teacher Saitama, Teacher Fang Xuan, are you two okay? Saitama turned around and said, it's Genos, we are, by the way, Fang Xuan and I are going to fight someone, so I will leave this child to you. After saying that, Saitama picked up the slug and handed it to Genos. Genos wondered, who are the teachers going to fight? Do you need my help? Fang Xuan said, no, you go and rescue the other injured and unconscious heroes, leave here first, and leave the rest to me and Saitama. Yes. After Genos finished speaking, he took the slug back to Pochi's back. Before leaving, Slug shouted, the strongest warrior, the bald-caped man, please don't beat this uncle to death. Saitama said, don't worry, I know you really want to stop that guy from messing around, just leave it to us. After saying that, Saitama and Fang Xuan walked towards the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf, who was pushed back 999 meters away, thought at this moment. Hateful, I have obviously accelerated my transformation into a monster, and I feel that I am obviously getting stronger. But why can't we shorten the gap with these two guys? Call out. Fang Xuan used teleportation to bring Saitama to the hungry wolf. Saitama asked straight to the point. Hungry wolf, what is your purpose? Originally, I thought that hero hunters must be people who hate heroes very much. But after seeing the actual situation, I discovered that you are very different from the enemies I destroyed before. You helped the hero defeat the giant centipede and save the child. Since you like these things, why don't you just be a hero? Hungry Wolf said with an angry look on his face, you are tired of living. Besides, which of your eyes saw me helping the hero? Fang Xuan replied, 13 minutes and 25 seconds ago, you defeated the centipede with the metal bat ranked 15th in S-class, and when I rescued the helicopter, it was obvious that you also I think it was the helicopter that was attacked. Hungry Wolf retorted, No, that idiot baseball just happened to be there at the time. I just took advantage of him. For me, who works alone, if I don't pay attention to efficiency, I won't be able to achieve the ultimate goal. Saitama asked curiously, purpose? Is it the absolute evil you said? But why do I feel like it means world peace? Fang Xuan said, since there is absolute evil, then there is absolute good, but is it possible for absolute good to bring complete peace? On the contrary, is it impossible for absolute evil to bring complete peace? So, Saitama is right. The absolute evil you mentioned does mean peace. Nani, you two are crazy. Absolute evil, does it have anything to do with world peace? No, I'm here to fight with you, not to discuss peace with you. Can you guys be normal? I'm a weirdo, Saitama said seriously, but you really don't look like a weirdo. When the kid was rescued by Fang Xuan just now, he entrusted me to go to the Weird Association to rescue you. When he left just now, he expressed his hope to us. You can get back on track, and that child won't run away when he sees you. He is quite perseverant, just be considerate of him. The hungry wolf was silent, but there was no silence for long. After some thought, he quickly made a decision. Stop talking, watch the fight. The hungry wolf ran towards Saitama first again. The clenched fist in his hand, for some reason, always wanted to turn into a hand knife when facing Saitama. Boom, the hungry wolf's knife hit Saitama on the head again. But this time his hand didn't shatter like before. Instead, he continued to attack Saitama. Facing the wolf's attack, Saitama did not dodge, but continued to punch. But the hungry wolf quickly wrapped around Saitama's fists and then grinned. God kill instant strike. Boom, boom. Saitama was smashed into the ground by a hungry wolf. But Saitama quickly dug a hole and emerged from another place. Then he threw the stone angrily and said angrily, why can't I always hit him? This man's movements are really strange. Is this martial arts? At this moment, Saitama felt a little interested in martial arts for some reason. The hungry wolf dodged the rocks thrown by Saitama and then rushed towards Fang Xuan. Let you taste the power of martial arts at its peak. Let's learn from it. Brush. After saying that, the hungry wolf's fist hit Fang Xuan. But the next moment, hungry wolf suddenly looked surprised. Because he found that although his attack hit Fang Xuan, for some reason it all penetrated the opponent's body. Then the next second, Fang Xuan, who was standing, suddenly became elusive. It's an afterimage, the hungry wolf exclaimed. Boom. But then, Fang Xuan kicked him away. Congratulations on your correct answer, I'll give you a kick. The hungry wolf turned over in the air, stabilized his body, and then rushed forward again. Then he started fighting with Fang Xuan continuously. During the battle with Fang Xuan, hungry wolf clearly felt the difference between him and the bald man. Every time the Fang Xuan in front of him made a move, he seemed very methodical and just right. Apparently a martial arts master. I didn't expect that you are also a martial arts master. In that case, let me test your martial arts. Chapter 256 Continuous Evolution. After realizing that Fang Xuan was a martial arts master like himself, Hungry Wolf was instantly full of fighting spirit. Immediately, he kicked hard with his feet, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Every punch that Hungry Wolf made was not only as fast as lightning, but also carried a strong killing intent. Every punch was aimed at Fang Xuan's vitals. Although the Hungry Wolf's attack speed was very fast, Fang Xuan was faster than him and took all the attacks effortlessly. Ah, hateful. The Hungry Wolf had already exerted his strength and speed to the extreme at this moment, but he didn't even touch the corner of Fang Xuan's clothes. Too slow, Fang Xuan said lightly. This comment made the Hungry Wolf even more angry, and he kicked Fang Xuan on the head. Fang Xuan turned sideways and dodged the attack, then stepped in front of the Hungry Wolf and punched him. Unexpectedly, it hit the afterimage. The Hungry Wolf instantly appeared behind Fang Xuan, put his hands together, and slammed down on Fang Xuan. But the next moment, his attack also hit Fang Xuan's afterimage. Boom! Fang Xuan appeared in the air, then put his feet together and kicked down. He kicked the Hungry Wolf down to the ground. Then he did a backflip and landed on the ground. This guy's learning ability is really strong. You only saw my actual combat of Quan once and you learned it and used it. It's a pity that the proficiency is a little bit low. I really don't understand how this ancient man teaches, so that such a genius can teach him to become a weirdo. Recalling Hungry Wolf's performance just now, Fang Xuan said secretly in his heart. The Hungry Wolf pulled his head out of the ground, twisted it and said with a smile, "Awesome. It seems that I can learn a lot of new moves today. But before that, let me show you how powerful I am. Take this move from me, the God of Blame Killing Fist." After saying that, Hungry Wolf once again used the monster God Killing Fist that he had created by combining a variety of boxing techniques. Ah, the power that the Hungry Wolf exerted at this moment has surpassed the power that split a mortal centipede in half just now. Boom, Nani. Fang Xuan stretched out a finger to block the Hungry Wolf's attack. Then Fang Xuan turned around and grabbed Hungry Wolf's wrist, pulled it back, and hit him with an elbow. Fortunately, the Hungry Wolf had another hand and quickly retreated. But even so, he suffered a lot of damage. The arm that was defending was shattered, and the whole person flew out, towards Saitama next to him. "Why are you here?" Boom. After that, Saitama punched the Hungry Wolf flying towards him and flew away. The Hungry Wolf flew out again, leaving a long scratch on the ground before stopping. Fortunately, he was extremely resilient and was back to his original state within a short time. Call out. As soon as the Hungry Wolf recovered, Fang Xuan appeared behind him instantly. The Hungry Wolf was startled, turned around and backed away dozens of meters. How did this guy get behind me just now? Didn't you see his movement trajectory at all? Fang Xuan said with a kind face. Hey, your recovery ability is pretty good. You can even regenerate your severed limbs. Hungry Wolf said confidently. Of course, I am a god-level disaster freak. The strongest warrior. I have to be serious next time, so be prepared. I saw the figure of the Hungry Wolf quickly arriving in front of Fang Xuan. Take the move. The hungry wolf once again launched a fierce offensive. I saw that his speed accelerated again. I have no limits. Drink. Hungry wolf roared angrily, and hit Fang Xuan with his sandbag-sized fist as if he was free of charge. Fang Xuan remained calm and dodged the wolf's attack. Too slow. After saying that, he raised his hand and knocked down the hungry wolf's fists, then pointed his fingers at the hungry wolf's ears and chest, and then hit the hungry wolf firmly on the chest with a fist. Boom. A violent blow sounded, and at the same time, an invisible air flow seemed to come out of the hungry wolf's back. Aha! The hungry wolf spit out a mouthful of old blood, and the expression on his face was distorted by the severe pain. Then Fang Xuan hit another uppercut, sending the hungry wolf flying into the air. Then put your hands together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several air bombs flew out from his palm, all hitting the hungry wolf. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded, and black smoke instantly rose in the sky. It's so strong. What about this? In the smoke, a powerful airflow suddenly emitted, blowing away the black smoke. Then the figure of the hungry wolf appeared in the sky. His appearance changed once again. His body became huge again, with wings growing out of his back, like a demon. Bravo. It actually grew wings. But this guy is really capable of tossing things around, and his appearance changed again after just a moment. Saitama said as he looked at the hungry wolf flying in the air. But Fang Xuan seems to have been playing for a while. It's my turn too, said. Saitama showed a serious expression, and a light flashed on his smooth head. Without waiting for the hungry wolf in the air to make the next move, Saitama jumped into the air. And a powerful red murderous aura emerged from behind. Serious headbutt. Saitama quickly rushed towards the hungry wolf. What? Before the hungry wolf could react, Saitama had already arrived in front of him and struck hard on his smooth head. Boom. Half of the hungry wolf's body was instantly shattered by the blow. But the next moment, he recovered instantly. Roar. After recovering, the hungry wolf roared, and then his body underwent huge changes once again, and he lost his mind. Now he looks like a real devil. Fang Xuan saw Saitama's appearance changing continuously, so he flew to Saitama's side and asked, Saitama, what did you just do? Why did this guy's appearance change so quickly? It got uglier. I don't know why. I just hit him with my head, and then he became like this. Saitama waved his hand and said. The hungry wolf flew in front of the two of them. At this moment, the hungry wolf's body became very huge. Fang Xuan and Saitama stood in front of him like chickens. Ah, does he still want to fight? It's all become like this. Single quote. This guy is not someone who gives up easily, otherwise he wouldn't have fought with us until now. After listening to what Fang Xuan and Saitama said, Hungry Wolf lost his mind and managed to say a word. You, go to hell. After saying that, the Hungry Wolf raised his fists and punched the two of them respectively. You guys, can't you even speak the most basic language? Chapter 257 The Desperate Hungry Wolf. Mid-air, Saitama and the Hungry Wolf are fighting back and forth. Because Saitama wanted to have a good fight with the Hungry Wolf, he begged Fang Xuan not to interfere for the time being. So Fang Xuan watched the battle from the sidelines. The Hungry Wolf evolved again, and its strength was once again improved, and combined with its own martial arts, Saitama was subject to many attacks. But fortunately, Saitama's defense is very high, so even if he takes a lot of hits, nothing will happen to him. But he became more and more interested in Hungry Wolf's martial arts. Oh, you seem to be getting a little stronger again. Saitama looked normal and punched quickly. A little, boom. The Hungry Wolf punched Saitama, knocking him to the ground. Let you try this trick. The Hungry Wolf's hands exuded aura, surrounded by electricity, and then teased Saitama below. Boom. In an instant, the mountain shattered, and the airwaves generated by this move alone set off a huge tsunami in the sea. Help! Who will save us? A cry for help came. The tsunami just now swallowed up many people. Many people couldn't swim, so they could only splash in the water and shout for help. Upon seeing this, Fang Xuan quickly used teleportation to continuously rescue people in the sea to the shore. When he was about to save the last little girl, the Hungry Wolf had already arrived and rescued the little girl to a safe place. The little girl looked at the demon-like Hungry Wolf in front of her, with no fearful expression on her face. Thank you, brother. Are you a hero? Have you ever met my brother? He is also a hero, and an S-class hero. Originally, he was supposed to be recuperating in the hospital, but he unexpectedly secretly came here to fight while I was learning the piano. HMPH, I won't forgive him easily this time. By the way, have we met before? Why do I feel that you look familiar? Quote. The Hungry Wolf fell silent for a moment. He looked at the little girl for a while, and finally figured out who it was. It turned out that the little girl was the sister of the guy with the metal bat. Then he turned around and flew away from here, continuing to fight with Saitama. Fang Xuan teleported over and sent the metal bat's sister to a safe place. Hey, it seems that you, an absolutely evil person, are getting better and better at rescue work. As expected of a person who knows martial arts. I give you a thumbs up, martial arts master. Shut up. The Hungry Wolf roared angrily and punched out. But Saitama dodged the attack and then punched the Hungry Wolf in the face. The Hungry Wolf who was knocked into the air wiped the wound on the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Saitama. Damn it, even though he has suffered so many attacks from me, why is this guy still unscathed? When he suffered a penetrating attack, he himself was fine, but the things behind him were shattered. This means that his body was harder than the objects behind him. This guy is simply a being who is superior to gods and demons. Saitama looked at the hungry wolf and then smiled. Ha ha ha, although it's not the original intention, it always ends well in the end. I feel like you are a bit like King. I think you have the potential to be a hero. What a joke, I'm a weirdo. Ah, the hungry wolf launched another attack on Saitama. Seeing that the hungry wolf had grown an extra pair of hands, he thought to see if he could suppress Saitama in terms of numbers first. Next moment, countless fists hit Saitama quickly. Brush, brush, brush. Damn it, how on earth can we defeat this guy? Besides, there's a guy over there. Hungry wolf was sweating profusely and thought to himself. Saitama easily dodged the attack. Wow, that's amazing. How many hands have you grown? You really have grown some extra hands. After the hungry wolf stopped attacking, Saitama said from the side. After seeing that he could not gain an advantage through numbers, hungry wolf immediately turned to strength. I saw his two big hands pressing on Saitama's body. Then he pressed Saitama down with all his strength and rushed downwards. Boom. Extremely energetic. The hungry wolf gathered energy with both hands and released it towards Saitama. A huge shock wave energy exploded from the middle. The aftermath of this force penetrated the entire Earth, reaching the other side of the Earth and pushing up the continent. The ocean instantly turned into land, destroying the Earth's geomagnetic field and gravity field, causing chaos and distorting space. In another dimension, the Earth's space is actually distorted. Gravity and magnetic fields are in chaos now. How so? Isn't that guy Fang Xuan on Earth? Why is it still like this? Blast looked confused, then snapped his fingers. In the chaotic space, the picture of the Earth appeared. The Earth is actually expanding. After seeing the state of the Earth, Blast showed a surprised expression on his face. A woman looked at the picture and said, with the changes in the Earth's crust, the ocean crust that was originally at the bottom of the sea is being pushed by unknown forces and is rising. Another man said, oh, who is responsible for this? In short, it shouldn't be caused by people on Earth. It's probably a special change in the Earth's crust. Blast said, don't worry about that, we must repair it as soon as possible. Wait a minute, that force seems to have disappeared, and the Earth has stopped expanding. Nani, how is this going? Just now, a man flew into space, turned into yellow hair, and then used powerful telekinesis to offset that force. Yellow hair, let me see. In space, these two guys fought really hard. The Earth was almost destroyed. No, the air is running out. We need to get out of here first. After Fang Xuan, who turned into a Super Saiyan, said in his heart, he quickly used teleportation and left here. Otherwise, if he continues to stay, he will become the first Saiyan to suffocate to death in space. With a whoosh, Fang Xuan disappeared into space. On the ground, Saitama was still unscathed after being hit by the hungry wolf. He clenched his fists. Continuous normal punches. Bang, bang, bang. Not only are the ordinary fists incredibly fast, but they are also incredibly powerful. No matter how strong the hungry wolf's physical recovery ability is, no matter how long his hands are, he can't stop it. I thought I was the one who could throw a punch that angered the gods. Now it seems more like I'm talking about this guy. Boom. Another punch. With this punch, the hungry wolf was sent flying several kilometers away before stopping. Saitama also walked up to him and asked, have you had enough? Skill, speed, strength, multiple hands, hard work, none of it works. There is nothing we can do. Looks like I have to call it a day. However, if you want to crush my dream of becoming an absolute evil, at least you will be defeated by this guy or that guy's fist. At this moment, Hungry Wolf was basically beaten to despair by Saitama. Although I know very well in my heart that continuing to attack will be in vain. But, I know that this is the way to die that I pursue. The Hungry Wolf punched Saitama again. Saitama raised his hand to block the Hungry Wolf's attack and said, that's enough. Stop making useless attacks. Actually, you already know this already. The Hungry Wolf looked at Saitama and said, kill me. Kill me quickly, as long as it's you or that Fang Xuan. Saitama said, you seem to have some misunderstanding about heroes. If you have any knots in your mind, you can tell me. Then Saitama looked towards a small pavilion not far away. Then he came here with Hungry Wolf and started talking. Chapter 258 Starry Wolf. Within a certain space, the god in the previous line is looking at what is happening on the earth, showing a mysterious smile. I didn't expect this human being to grow up to what I expected so quickly. Next, let me help you. On the earth, the Hungry Wolf who had just been sitting suddenly felt an influx of energy into his body. In an instant, his demonic shell shattered, revealing a well-proportioned body inside. His face was hollow, and he had no facial features. He could only see a galaxy, and his entire body turned into a universe with countless stars. Hungry Wolf also immediately realized a whole new realm. After realizing the flow of various forces in the universe, he understood its principles and gradually created the all-life eradication fist. Then without saying a word, he used nuclear fission towards Saitama sitting across from him. In Saitama's dull eyes, this punch hit him. Boom. This punch was like a nuclear attack, producing a huge explosion and carrying extremely strong nuclear radiation. The shock wave emitted by the fist would form several huge light balls in the sky and turn into several mushroom clouds. What happened this time? Why is there such a big movement suddenly? Report, this ship has activated the comprehensive purification system. Beep 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 beep. This alert is, a nuclear attack. City A. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, the alarm system sounded directly throughout the city. Hero Association headquarters. A full-scale siren sounded here too. Zeki, a big-nosed man in a suit, shouted in horror, "What's going on? Why did the nuclear alarm suddenly sound?" Report, it seems that City Z has encountered a powerful nuclear attack. What? Hurry up and find out what's going on. No wonder those weirdos are driven to the point of jumping over the wall. For a time, the association was in chaos. What's going on over there? Am I not dead yet? That ball of light looks very similar to the Wandering Emperor's. Sykes woke up from her coma. At this time, she was rescued by Fubuki, and she was watching everything that happened on Pochi's back. Is it supernatural power? But why is it so powerful? Sykes, you're awake, how are you? Are you okay? Fubuki saw that her friend was awake, so she quickly asked with concern. The rest of the heroes were looking at the huge mushroom cloud in the sky. In the mushroom cloud, a figure jumped out. You made the clothes I just changed into torn again. Saitama said looking at his clothes. Now is not the time to worry about clothes. I have seen through all your tricks. The hungry wolf emerged from the smoke. Saitama looked at the hungry wolf and said, "Why do you say such cliché lines that you will be defeated soon? Really, I feel like I can do anything now. By the way, there is a kind of ultimate intention in martial arts that imitates Shen Guo's movements and thus uses the power of nature, which is called borrowing energy. And I prefer to call it a mode because it sounds cooler. For example, how about showing you this?" After Hungry Wolf finished speaking, his empty face turned into that of Saitama. Continuous normal punches. Countless fist shadows quickly hit Saitama. The continuous ordinary punches copied by the Hungry Wolf have the same power as Saitama. Saitama immediately attacked after being surprised. Continuous normal punches. Bang, 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 bang. The two began to fight fist to fist. The powerful fist wind swept directly around. Finally, the Hungry Wolf found Saitama's flaw and punched Saitama in the face, knocking him away. Saitama left a perfect arc in the air and hit the sea. But soon, Saitama jumped out holding his nose. The Hungry Wolf quickly caught up and said with a smile, "Ha, this is the first time you have met a well-matched opponent, right? How's it going? Are you starting to panic?" "No, the last equally matched opponent was Fang Xuan," Saitama said calmly. Hear the words. Hungry Wolf was stunned for a moment. "TCH, after I defeat you, go kill that guy. Although we are about the same now, I can continue to copy your moves in battle and learn your martial arts skills. Soon, you will not be able to keep up with me." Saitama touched his chest nonchalantly. "I even boasted to that brat before that I wouldn't get hurt. I didn't expect this slap in the face, even the clothes were broken. Ha, facing an enemy whose abilities are comparable to yours, are you still in the mood to think about what that brat said? Speaking of which, I seem to have told that boy that I wanted him to see how powerless you heroes feel when facing me." The Hungry Wolf began to gather strength. Upon seeing this, Saitama immediately jumped into the sky. "Although I don't know what moves you will use, it will definitely not be good if it hits the ground." The Hungry Wolf said, "You idiot, do you think you can escape by jumping up? Look at me, a gamma ray burst." The so-called gamma ray burst is recognized as the largest and most powerful explosion phenomenon in the universe. This phenomenon occurs when a star dies. The Hungry Wolf can center on himself and erupt this kind of terrifying energy from his chest. For a time, all parts of the earth were illuminated. The heroes who were rescued looked at the dazzling light in the sky, each one more confused than the other. Whose move is this? The fainted metal bat also stood up because the light was too bright. Then Masked Sweetheart was seen questioning Flash. "Hey, Flash, why are you hanging out with weirdos? This is a rare species that can illuminate in the dark. I let him follow me for convenience." The big eyes showed up and said, "Yes, I am a rare animal." Boom. There was a loud noise, and a Hungry Wolf was seen blocking the way for everyone to evacuate. The moment the heroes saw the Hungry Wolf, they understood that the powerful energy fluctuation just now was caused by the strange man in front of them. Is he a weirdo? Is it a Hungry Wolf? I didn't expect it to be a hero hunter. It seems that he has turned into a complete monster. Hey, this feeling of oppression is no joke. Whether they were A-level heroes or S-level heroes, they all felt the suffocating pressure coming from the Hungry Wolf. That sense of oppression struck them as a terrifying symbol of despair. "I have become absolute evil." After saying this, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Thank you. Chapter 259 Fang Xuan vs Starry Wolf. Hungry Wolf, is it you, Hungry Wolf? Bang Ji-yu also woke up at this moment. He looked at the Hungry Wolf that had undergone tremendous changes and said with some uncertainty. "What happened to you? At that time, before I fainted, I remembered that your consciousness had returned, hadn't you? And did you say thank you just now? Did a weirdo do something to you?" Hungry Wolf was silent for a moment, then said, "No. I have always been awake." Then he remembered what happened at that moment just now. When he was beaten to despair by Saitama, he saw Bangu smiling and extending his hand to him, and also said something. But soon he knocked off Bangu's hand, because he knew that Bang Ji-yu would not say those words to him. Then Bangu's face became distorted. Although the Hungry Wolf knocked off Bangu's hand, he still touched it. So a force still entered the hungry wolf's body. When Bangu left, he told him to let the hungry wolf be his agent. As for what to do to give the hungry wolf the power, the hungry wolf himself knew. After saying this, the man disappeared. The hungry wolf's body also changed immediately, and finally became what it is now. Hungry wolf continued. However, old man, thanks to you, I know how to sense the direction of power and follow the trend. This is the highest state of the art of flowing water. So, I accepted that powerful force and successfully learned to control it. All thanks to you, old man. Thanks to you, I couldn't become that guy's puppet. So, what I want to do next is all based on my own subjective consciousness. Bang Ji-yu asked doubtfully. Hungry wolf, what are you going to do? The hungry wolf thought. I'm sorry, slug, I have to choose to enter the realm of evil. The next moment, the hungry wolf slowly walked towards the crowd. Due to the impact of a large amount of nuclear radiation, many heroes began to suffer from hair loss and nose bleeding. Soon several heroes all fell to the ground. At this moment, Bang Ji-yu also supported his body, jumped off Bo Chi's back and said, bring the hungry wolf back. Bang Ji-yu noticed that there was an evil energy in the hungry wolf's body that did not belong to the hungry wolf, so he concluded that the hungry wolf was still being controlled. Hungry wolf said, I said it, this is my own decision. Suddenly, a black hole appeared between Bangu and hungry wolf. Then Blast walked out of it. Silver Fang is right. After seeing the explosion, hungry wolf asked, who are you and where did you come from? Blast introduced himself. I am Blast. I will explain the details later. Have you been touched by the hand of God? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. What did you say, God? After Bangu heard Blast's words, he looked at hungry wolf in surprise. Blast looked at hungry wolf with some doubts, so he continued, it seems that you don't know much about the nature of the magical power you are using. All the moves you release on the surface will pose a threat to the creatures on the earth. Is this consistent with your purpose? Hungry wolf said. The guy who appeared out of nowhere will be chattering endlessly, right? So what? Blast condensed a ball of light in his hand, and then said, if you already understand the situation, please follow me to other places first. You see, humans simply cannot withstand the gamma rays you release. Except for a few people who can resist, if you just stand here, other people's lives will be lost quickly. After Blast finished speaking, he didn't make any move, but paid attention to the hungry wolf's actions. He felt that the hungry wolf would follow him, otherwise he would have to defeat it here, but in that case, the loss would be too great. Ha ha ha, the hungry wolf laughed and said, this magical power is quite powerful. Corpses are everywhere wherever you go. It's becoming more and more like a symbol of terror. Hearing this, Blast clenched his fists tightly. Bangu said, what stupid words are you talking about again? The hungry wolf said, let me take a good look at what changes will happen to the humans who will coexist with me, an absolutely terrifying person, for a long time. I have a feeling it will be a good show. I am the unfortunate future, and those words of God-level disaster are talking about me, the hungry wolf. Bang Ji-yu dragged his seriously injured body forward to stop the hungry wolf. Blast said in time, don't go there, Silver Fang, if you get close to him, you will die. So what, if you want to move on, kill me first. Bangu said with bleeding from his 7 orifices. Absolute evil requires no empathy. That will only bring misfortune to those around you. It's good to end it with the old man here and never see the slug again. After the hungry wolf made a decision in his heart, he continued to move forward. Hey, you guy with radiation all over your body, don't run around. Boom. As the voice fell, the hungry wolf was knocked away. Fang Xuan, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, fell from the sky. Then, he took out a bag of fairy beans and threw it at Tatsumaki. Little Lolita, after you retreat to a safe place, feed each of them 1 fairy bean. The radiation level here has exceeded the standard and will explode. If they stay here any longer, they will really die. Leave this to me, you go quickly. Fang Xuan, let me stay and help you. Blast said. Fang Xuan shook his head and said, you are no match for him, so you should help them get out of here. Blast thought for a moment and said, okay, I understand. With that said, he opened the space door and then left with everyone. Before leaving, Bang Ji-yu said to Fang Xuan, please. The hungry wolf, who was knocked away by Fang Xuan, turned his head and said, it's you. I didn't expect you to show up. It saves me the trouble I caused myself. I have eliminated that bald man, and you will be next. Hearing Hungry Wolf's words, Fang Xuan smiled and said, that guy Saitama is not so easy to be eliminated. That guy, he's either lost or looking for clothes. The Hungry Wolf said, forget it, I will defeat you later and you will believe it. Let me show you the trick I used to kill that bald man just now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Hungry Wolf once again fired a gamma ray burst from his chest. The power this time is even stronger than when he fought Saitama. Turtle-style Qigong wave. Fang Xuan also quickly unleashed the turtle-style Qigong wave. Boom. After the blue Qigong wave collided with the gamma ray burst, a huge explosion occurred. The powerful airflow instantly destroyed everything in Z City. At this moment, Z City really turned into ruins. What? It actually cancelled out my gamma ray burst. Chapter 260. What? It can't be copied. Interesting. It seems that in the previous battle with you, you retained a lot of strength. Hungry Wolf said with a smile. Fang Xuan didn't waste any time. He quickly appeared in front of the Hungry Wolf and punched him. I won't get hit with the same trick a second time. Unexpectedly, Hungry Wolf just finished speaking confidently. Fang Xuan's fist hit him in the face. Boom. The Hungry Wolf was directly beaten and flew thousands of meters away. Well, how could it be? His speed and strength have become so much stronger than before. I can't keep up at all. The Hungry Wolf was a little surprised. Fang Xuan's whole body surged up and he quickly chased after him. After turning around in the air, he kicked downwards with a flying kick. The Hungry Wolf quickly backflips to distance himself. Subsequently, Saitama mode. The next moment, Hungry Wolf once again used his strength to imitate Saitama. After making fists with both hands, he smiled. Let you also see what that guy's tricks are like. Continuous normal punches. Hungry Wolf once again used a series of ordinary punches. Upon seeing this, Fang Xuan immediately waved his fists and started fighting with him. Boom, boom, boom. The shadows of their fists flashed rapidly. The powerful punch spread to all directions instantly. Well, what is this? Bao Po, who sent everyone back to the Hero Association, felt this powerful power as soon as he came back. He looked into the air with a surprised look on his face. It's completely unclear. Hungry Wolf originally thought about using the same tactics he used against Saitama to deal with Fang Xuan, but the next moment he felt that it might not work. There was no other reason. Fang Xuan and he were both martial arts masters, so once he caught his flaw, Fang Xuan probably wouldn't be like that bald man, standing and getting beaten by him. So he planned to have a good fight with Fang Xuan, and it would be best to let the other party use more moves. In this case, he could have another Fang Xuan mode. Things are indeed going according to Hungry Wolf's guess. After Fang Xuan kicked the Hungry Wolf away, he gathered a large amount of energy bombs in his hands and hit the Hungry Wolf. The Hungry Wolf was secretly happy while using his hand knife to chop away the air bombs. Chi Circle Slash. Fang Xuan condensed a disc-shaped air bomb on his palm and threw it towards the Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf thought that the Chi Circle Slash was similar to the Chi bullets he had just knocked away, so he smiled scornfully. Who knows the next moment? Click. Chi Yuan Zan instantly penetrated his body. But in the Starry Sky state, the recovery ability of the Hungry Wolf has been improved again. I saw that the severed body returned to its original shape the next moment. TCH, you were careless. After Hungry Wolf finished speaking, he pushed his feet hard and rushed towards Fang Xuan. Boom. Fang Xuan's body flashed and he kicked the Hungry Wolf to the ground again. You were too slow. Hearing Fang Xuan's taunt, Hungry Wolf put his hands in front of him, and then gathered all the strength in his body into his palms. Great effort. A powerful shock wave hit Fang Xuan. This trick has no effect on me. Fang Xuan stretched out a single palm. Boom. It stirred up a lot of smoke. Hungry Wolf raised his head and looked at the smoke in the air with an empty face. Humph, you know how powerful I am. Just when Hungry Wolf felt complacently that his attack had hit Fang Xuan. His nerves told him that there seemed to be danger behind him. Sure enough, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Fang Xuan appearing behind him at some point. It seems that you don't know what anger is. After saying that, Fang Xuan hit the uppercut and knocked the Hungry Wolf away. Then a flash came to the back of the Hungry Wolf and kicked him in the back. He grabbed the Hungry Wolf with both hands and threw the Hungry Wolf to the ground in the form of a green onion. Hungry Wolf jumped out of the ground like a carp, pinched his neck and said, "Awesome." Wrong, the more powerful one is yet to come. Take one of my moves and finally shine. A golden flash of light spurted out from behind the Hungry Wolf, instantly devouring the Hungry Wolf. Boom. When the smoke dissipated, the Hungry Wolf appeared again, but his body was severely damaged. Half of the person's body was directly beaten away. It's really great. Then, it's my turn to fight back. Let you try your own moves too. After saying that, Fang Xuan suddenly appeared on Hungry Wolf's empty face. Then the half of the body that was blown up quickly recovered. Final flash. Hungry Wolf put his hands together horizontally, intending to imitate the move Fang Xuan released just now. Fang Xuan also quickly crossed his arms to resist. Phew. Unexpectedly, except for a fart-like sound in the hands of the Hungry Wolf, nothing happened. What's the situation? Where's the final flash? Is there something wrong with my posture? No, isn't that what this guy did just now? Hungry Wolf looked at his hands with some confusion. He was sure that he followed Fang Xuan's movements. But why is there no yellow flash? Fang Xuan, who had already prepared his defense, saw that the attack had not come yet, so he looked up. I saw the Hungry Wolf making several movements in a series, but it just couldn't attack. Sure enough, this guy has no idea what anger is. No wonder it can't release the final flash. Hungry Wolf looked at Fang Xuan and asked, "Why? I can obviously copy that bald man's moves, but why can't I copy yours?" Fang Xuan responded with a smile. "I told you just now, you have no idea what anger is." Gas. What is that? Hungry Wolf wondered. Fang Xuan said, "The explanation of chi is very complicated. In short, everyone has his own unique chi, and the attack I just made was based on the release of chi." Hungry Wolf still didn't understand this. TCH, why are you so angry? Without that, I would still defeat you. After saying that, the Hungry Wolf continued to charge towards Fang Xuan. At this time, on the ground, Saitama walked over with blood streaming from his head. Blast was shocked when he saw Saitama. "It's you. You haven't evacuated yet." Saitama looked around and asked, "Where's the Hungry Wolf?" Blast pointed in the air and said, Where is it? Fang Xuan is fighting with it. I see. Then, Saitama's face showed a super serious expression for the first time. Must kill serious beating. Whoosh. Saitama quickly rushed towards the hungry wolf who was fighting Fang Xuan. Hungry wolf was also happy when he saw Saitama hitting him, because he happened to have no moves that could have any effect on Fang Xuan. But now, Saitama came to the door himself. Then, he immediately turned on Saitama mode and learned Saitama's serious beating. Then he also used Renzen beat to attack. When Fang Xuan saw this, he immediately transformed into Super 2 form and prepared to fight. Chapter 261 Saitama. Fang Xuan, do you have any secrets on hair growth? Not good. The power of the three of them is too great. If they collide, the earth may break. Blast was shocked and quickly used the space portal to send the three people away. But because the power exploded by the three people was too powerful. As soon as the portal enveloped the three of them, it began to shatter. At this moment, the blasting companions rushed over. I didn't expect that besides you and that Fang Xuan, there are actually heroes on Earth who can fight against the divinely awakened ones. What is the origin of that bald head? It seems to be Fang Xuan's neighbor. Thank you very much. I owe you a favor this time. With the combined efforts of several people, Hungry Wolf, Fang Xuan, and Saitama were successfully sent away from the Earth before the collision. Boom. However, before sending him away, a tiny amount of energy still emerged. However, this weak energy alone destroyed a large number of asteroids above the Earth. Where are the three people? Have they been sent out? It seems to have been sent out. Otherwise, the Earth would have been destroyed by now. In the face of such huge energy, I don't know where the three of them will be transported. On an unknown planet, Fang Xuan and the others were teleported here. The hungry wolf stood up and looked around, wondering, where's this for me? Saitama stood on a high slope and looked at the hungry wolf below. Then he glanced around and asked doubtfully, where is this? What happened just now? Fang Xuan stood up from the other side and said, it seems that the guy who exploded used the space portal to teleport us here. Hungry wolf suddenly noticed the planet behind Saitama. I saw a big red spot on this planet. Could it be that this is Jupiter? How did I end up here suddenly? Hungry wolf said very puzzledly. Saitama looked at the hungry wolf at this time. It's really nice to have a good fight with a strong and resistant guy. This can be regarded as a wish fulfilled. The hungry wolf looked at Saitama and said in surprise, this guy has nothing wrong with him. Is he really a human being? Fang Xuan clenched his fists and said, well, now that we have left the Earth, we can fight with all our strength without thinking about the consequences. Snort. Yeah, then let me see you at full strength. As he spoke, Hungry Wolf stretched out his finger, and a large aperture appeared under Fang Xuan and Saitama's feet. Seeing this, Saitama just asked a simple question and kicked the halo in the face of the Hungry Wolf. Then at super fast speed, he punched the Hungry Wolf in the face and knocked it away. Hungry Wolf flew directly out of the planet. Seeing that it was not stopping, he immediately used the space portal. That's right, at that moment, Hungry Wolf imitated the explosive move. The other end of the space door appeared behind Saitama. Fight. Boom. Unexpectedly, Saitama punched him in the chin again, sending him flying far away. Saitama clenched his fists and said, don't use these tricks, just fight me with your fists. Is this what you call the ultimate in martial arts? The Hungry Wolf lying on the ground looked stunned. He didn't expect that this kind of subspace portal would be seen through by this guy. Little tricks. I have absorbed various schools, forms and boxing techniques, but I have integrated them all and applied what I have learned. This is my boxing style. As he said that, Hungry Wolf drew a circle in the air with his hands, and then used the exploded subspace portal to use the flowing water rock breaking fist, the tornado iron slashing fist, the exploding heart liberation fist, the Jiaoya dragon killing fist, and the explosive air rupture fist. Boxing, nuclear fission, monster killing boxing and other boxing techniques. These punches are like spiritual snakes, hitting Saitama. Dragon fist. Fang Xuan appeared in the air. I saw that his hair was getting longer at this moment, his eyebrows and brow bones were lowered, his pupils turned into two-color pupils, and his hair was as long as his waist. And this is Super Saiyan 3. As he punched out with his right fist, a golden dragon flew out of his fist, breaking through all the Hungry Wolf's countless punches. Moreover, it penetrated directly through the chest of the Hungry Wolf and exploded. Boom. After finishing, Fang Xuan returned to the ground. Saitama ran over at this time. Who are you? When did you show up here? Because Fang Xuan's hair became very long, Saitama didn't recognize him. I am Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan. Saitama was a little surprised, then he circled around Fang Xuan a few times and tortured his soul. Why is your hair so long? I didn't expect you, Fang Xuan, to have such secrets on hair growth. Please tell me, Saitama said with red eyes. On the other side, the Hungry Wolf was pierced by Fang Xuan's tornado, and was beaten to death again. But after a while, his body almost recovered again. What an amazing boxing technique. Not only is it domineering, it is also extremely powerful. If my recovery ability hadn't been strong enough, I would have died several times by now. But, I will not be defeated so easily. Watch out. After saying that, the Hungry Wolf quickly rushed towards Fang Xuan. Boom. By coincidence, the Hungry Wolf's blow hit Saitama and knocked him away several meters away. TCH, it was actually missed. Come again. The Hungry Wolf was about to launch an attack. Saitama had a gloomy face and walked slowly towards the hungry wolf. You guy, can you please stop interrupting when others ask important questions? Must kill seriously flipping the table. Saitama was seen inserting his hands into the ground, and then overturning the ground with force. The powerful force caused half of the ground of the planet they were on to be lifted up. The hungry wolf was lifted into the air, and the gravel continued to fall downwards. Oops, I can't tell the up and down directions. Must kill serious beating. In an instant, Saitama in midair suddenly turned into countless people, and each of them clenched their fists and hit the hungry wolf. Afterimage. As the hungry wolf spoke, he immediately opened the subspace portal and wanted to escape. Unexpectedly, Saitama broke into the subspace portal forcefully, with a black face, and punched the hungry wolf out. The hungry wolf quickly moved at super high speed, stabilizing his figure as if flying directly into the air. After Saitama finished beating the hungry wolf, he returned to Fang Xuan and asked, Fang Xuan, please tell me the secret of hair growth. Fang Xuan said, well, this is just a form of my transformation. Can I learn? Cannot. Hateful. Saitama looked angry, he thought he could get the secret to growing hair. Chapter 262 Saitama keeps becoming stronger than before. Watch the fight. The hungry wolf punched Saitama in conjunction with the portal. Saitama leaned back and dodged the attack. Then he stood up and punched through the portal, successfully knocking the hungry wolf away. But hungry wolf opened the portal in time and entered. The next moment, the portal opened behind Saitama. He was about to make a sneak attack, but he never thought that Saitama would throw his right hand back, knocking him back into the portal. Unwilling to give up, the hungry wolf opened several more portals and planned to attack Saitama. Unexpectedly, Saitama had already jumped to the rock above when the hungry wolf just came out of the space door. Saitama kicked his feet hard, and the rock instantly cracked. A hand knife hit the hungry wolf on the head. He smashed it to the ground and made a huge pit. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to copy my moves and surpass me? How about you do it for me? Haven't you been waiting for this moment? The hungry wolf who was beaten looked at Saitama and was very confused. Is this guy so weird? Obviously, we fought back with equal force. But why is his next punch more powerful than before? He can't catch up at all. No, I've obviously been dumped by this guy a long time ago. Boom. With another punch, the hungry wolf was knocked out again. Damn it, if this continues, sooner or later you will die from one of his punches. In addition to the hungry wolf, there is also Fang Xuan who can detect Saitama's rapid growth in strength. Hungry wolf is really powerful. I didn't expect Saitama to improve faster when fighting him than when Saitama fought me. The hungry wolf once again passed through the space and punched out. Unexpectedly, Saitama simply raised his fist and captured the hungry wolf. Damn it, all my clothes were taken off by this guy like you. It made me a little cold. Sneeze. Saitama sneezed an unprecedented and serious sneeze. Above the breath trajectory, the entire rock sea was cleared to both sides by this force, forming a 10,000-meter level gravel rock wall. And such an exaggerated aura did not stop there, it continued to spurt out. The entire Jupiter on the side was overturned and destroyed, and the black core of the planet was clearly visible. Fang Xuan looked at the devastated Jupiter. Poor Jupiter, fortunately this move did not hit the Earth, otherwise it would have been terrible. Where are they to? It's happening again, it's really endless, isn't it? The reaction thrust of this powerful force forced Saitama to carry the hungry wolf and fly into the universe. Hungry wolf looked puzzled. It's so crazy. What on earth is this monster? What state is he in? This kind of creature simply cannot exist on Earth. Snort. However, compared with him, I'm not much better. Suddenly, the hungry wolf saw a bright light. That's the sun. So, I found it. Teleportation can be achieved within the visible range. The hungry wolf used his other sleepy hand to gather strength. Let's meet again later. After saying that, he punched Saitama, causing a huge explosion. Then he opened the portal and returned to the outer reaches of the Earth. Great, I'm back. Hahaha. The final winner is me, the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf cheered happily, and his originally empty face showed its original appearance, but before he could be happy for a few seconds, the voice from behind made him stunned. What are you happy about? The trick just now was quite convenient, can you teach me? Nani, UBD, you were obviously knocked to the opposite direction by me. How did you get back? The hungry wolf shouted in panic. Saitama raised his right fist and said, oh, what you were saying is that I just caught a cold, so I kept holding it in, but the light just now scared me. So, I couldn't hold it back and released the anger in my stomach. In the end, I used this strength to chase after him. Boom. After saying that, Saitama's fist hit the hungry wolf in the face. The two of them drew a white arc like meteorites hitting the Earth. Boom. Saitama just like this, hit the hungry wolf on the ground from space. Huh, I happen to be back where I was just now. You, the guy, specifically targeted this place, right? Saitama asked looking at the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why did you stop? Come on, why don't you kill me? Saitama said. I won't kill you because I am a hero. Another thing is that boy asked me to stop you and not kill you before he died. Compared to other heroes, I don't feel like a hero. Child, before death, hungry wolf was confused and then looked aside. I saw that because of the gamma ray bursts released by the hungry wolf just now, the radiation intensity of the Earth directly exceeded the standard. Although Fang Xuan's fairy beams saved some people, many citizens and heroes died from the radiation. Slugs are one of them. Slug. Hey, where are you going? That guy is over here, Saitama said as he looked at the hungry wolf running in the other direction. It's all because I was by his side that he became like this. Blame me. Before running far, the hungry wolf didn't pay attention to his steps and tripped over a stone. Slug, yes, it's all because of me, because I am the unknown future. Saitama looked at the hungry wolf and said, you have been acting strange since you fell to the ground. Are you possessed by something? Hungry wolf raised his head and said, even if it is, it's because my heart is too fragile. It's ridiculous. I can't become an absolute evil without surpassing you, but the hero who defeated me said he is not suitable to be a hero. If you can kill me with paranoid justice like other heroes, I will be considered a worthy death. Now I don't hesitate to change the world, and the guy the first want to save first will die because of me. Saitama said. Rescue. Aren't you relying on him? Hungry wolf hesitated and said, I am here, so I rely on him. Saitama continued to ask, so what do you plan to do next? Hungry wolf lowered his head. I want to ask you something. I hope you can use replicas to imitate my moves. Reproduction. Imitate you. Hungry wolf said seriously. Yes, you are the person I have been imitating. If it were you, you would definitely be able to copy my techniques and surpass them. Originally, I wanted Fang Xuan to do it. After all, that guy is also a martial arts master and must learn very quickly, but he should still be on the planet just now. So I can only rely on you, Saitama said. But don't you have a portal? No, the portal can only be used where it can be seen. So I'll leave it to you, Hungry Wolf said. Saitama nodded. No problem, I can accept whatever you teach me. Chapter 263 The Real Fist of the Gods. And just after Saitama and Hungry Wolf returned to Earth, Fang Xuan originally planned to follow. But a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. I saw this figure, which was very similar to the previous Earth God, except that the Earth God was in the shape of lines. And this figure is gas. And it has the same great red spot as Jupiter. Yes, this guy is the god of Jupiter who talked with the god of Earth before. Just now, half of the surface of Jupiter was directly destroyed by Saitama's huge sneeze. The god of Jupiter naturally felt this powerful force, so he flew out angrily. However, since his body is still sealed, only his consciousness comes out. Then he saw Fang Xuan. Since Saitama and Hungry Wolf had left, Fang Xuan was the only one left here, so the Jupiter god naturally thought that the blow just now was made by Fang Xuan. It's you from Earth again. I don't know how you got here, but you dared to attack my Jupiter. It's really abominable. Fang Xuan saw that this guy had obviously misunderstood, so he quickly explained. No, you misunderstood. I didn't do that just now. It was a bald guy named Saitama who did it. Saitama, where? Do you think I'm a fool? You are obviously the only one here. The god stared at Fang Xuan fiercely and said. Well, that guy Saitama left just now. If you don't believe it, I can capture him. Your excuse is really bad. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. If you can defeat the Earth God and Sykes, who I am optimistic about, let me see your strength. Let you see what the gods call the fists of gods. After saying that, the god Jupiter took action directly. He raised his fist and saw that the fist kept getting bigger and soon became about the same size as the moon. The god Jupiter roared angrily, and hit Fang Xuan with a fist about the size of the moon. At this moment, Fang Xuan, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, looked at the fist of the Jupiter god with disdain. Yep, that's why it's so easy to talk about the fist of the gods. Fang Xuan charged up his right fist and punched out. A powerful punch instantly shattered the Jupiter god's fist, which was about the size of the moon. Is that all? How about you try and condense your fist into the size of Jupiter? The god Jupiter covered his right arm and stared at Fang Xuan with puzzled eyes. Why is an earthling stronger than him? He is the god of Jupiter, and is much more powerful than the gods of Earth. But he is no match for an earthling. Soon, his right arm returned to its original state. Damn it, you dared to underestimate me, I will make you pay the price today. After saying that, the god Jupiter rushed forward. He launched an indiscriminate attack on Fang Xuan. Have you seen it? This is the wrath of the gods. This is the iron fist of the gods. This is a flying kick from the gods. This is the price you pay as a human being for not respecting gods and the divine planet. The god Jupiter said as he beat. His attitude can be said to be very arrogant. Fang Xuan, who was standing there and being beaten by the Jupiter god, was speechless. Because the force this guy hit me on was almost like a mosquito bite, it was very itchy. Especially when he fights and talks at the same time, he is like a mosquito himself. Hahaha, how about it? You were so shocked by my power that you were speechless. The god of Jupiter gasped, stood aside and said excitedly. He felt that his attack just now must have seriously injured Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan patted the wrinkled clothes that had been beaten. Then he said calmly, hey, what were you doing just now? That kind of strength can't even be considered a massage. You are so weak. The previous words were nothing, but this last sentence was a direct blow to the god Jupiter. I thought that I had fought hard for a long time, but I didn't expect that I was still called weak by the opponent. Ding, if the host is detected, it will cause a huge blow to the Jupiter monster, and the emotional value will be plus 999999. Hearing the voice in his mind, Fang Xuan couldn't help but feel that this guy's mind was really fragile, and his defense was broken. What did you just say? How dare you look down on me? Hateful. The god Jupiter was suddenly overcome with rage. As a god, this is the first time he has been underestimated. Go to hell. A powerful energy wave engulfed Fang Xuan's figure. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. The energy wave was released to such an extent that it took a full minute to dissipate. After releasing the move, the Jupiter god panted heavily, and his body began to become looming. Just when the Jupiter god thought that the move he just made would definitely defeat Fang Xuan. Except for the destruction of Fang Xuan's clothes, nothing happened to him. Fang Xuan quickly took out a new set of clothes from the system warehouse and put them on, then looked at the Jupiter god and said, "Was that your full strength just now? The power is pretty good, it can actually destroy my clothes. However, with this little power, you still have the nerve to talk about the power of gods. Let you see the true god." After saying that, Fang Xuan released the Super Saiyan 3 transformation and returned to normal. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The next moment he was flying into the air. Ha! Fang Xuan opened his eyes and shouted angrily, only to see a red flame surrounding Fang Xuan. As the red light dissipated, Fang Xuan returned to the ground. At this time, Fang Xuan's whole body was shining with red aura flames, and an invisible sense of oppression swept across the entire place. And this is the mysterious prize drawn by Fang Xuan in the previous lottery, Super Saiyan God. Seeing Fang Xuan's changes at this time, the Jupiter god's eyes widened with horror on his face. Ding! The frightened emotion of the Jupiter weirdo has been detected, and the emotion value is plus 999999. Fang Xuan looked at the Jupiter god and said, "This is the real god, do you understand?" "No. Impossible. What power is this?" The god Jupiter has begun to doubt life at this moment. "Let you see what the fist of the gods is." Fang Xuan quickly arrived in front of the Jupiter god, grabbed him, and threw him into the air. Immediately afterwards, the right fist gathered strength. Dragon fist. I saw a fiery red divine dragon flying out from Fang Xuan's fist. The looming Jupiter god was instantly dispersed. After finishing, Fang Xuan left here. As for the body of the Jupiter god in a different space, the moment his consciousness dissipated, he fell into a deep sleep. This sudden scene directly frightened the Earth gods on the side. Chapter 264 Summoning the Dragon. Hey, Jupiter, wake up. Bang, bang, bang. The god of Earth gave the god of Jupiter 3 big ear scrapers in an attempt to wake him up. But no matter what measures he took to wake him up, there was no response from the other party. What on earth is it? After Fang Xuan left the planet, he returned to the devastated Earth. What are you doing? Fang Xuan, who had just returned to Earth, saw Saitama imitating the actions of a hungry wolf. Fang Xuan, you are back. Hungry Wolf said that as long as he imitates this move, everything happening on the earth can be changed. Saitama replied. The Hungry Wolf shouted loudly at this time. Hey, can you concentrate and stop being distracted? Sorry. After Saitama apologized, he began to learn the Hungry Wolf's moves with all his strength. Fang Xuan said aloud. Actually, you don't have to go to so much trouble. I have a better way. Hearing this, Saitama and Hungry Wolf both stopped what they were doing. You said you have a better way. Really? Saitama and Hungry Wolf asked at the same time. Fang Xuan looked at Z City, which had been completely reduced to ruins. Of course, after all, my family was also buried by this battle. My computer, my robot, my game, the Hungry Wolf asked. What exactly is the method you mentioned? Fang Xuan smiled, then took out 6 beads with different numbers of stars and placed them on the ground. And these are exactly 6 Dragon Balls. Saitama picked up a Dragon Ball, looked at it curiously, and then said, Fang Xuan, are you sure this large marble really works? Yeah, you're not kidding us, are you? What can these 6 beads be used for? Hungry Wolf said again with a look of disbelief. Fang Xuan said confidently. You don't know, these things are called dragon beads. As long as you collect 7 of them, your wish can come true. 7. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. Fang Xuan, there seems to be one missing. Saitama looked at the Dragon Balls on the ground and counted them before saying. Hungry Wolf said to Fang Xuan. Hey, since you said this thing can make wishes come true, then take out the last one quickly. Fang Xuan waved his hand and said, sorry, the last Dragon Ball is not in my hand. Nani? What? Not in your hands? X2. Hungry Wolf and Saitama shouted. Seeing the looks of the two of them, Fang Xuan said, be calm and don't be impatient. Although it is not here with me now, it will be in my hands in a while. Just wait for me. With that said, Fang Xuan closed his eyes. Hungry Wolf looked at Saitama and asked, hey, is this guy okay with his brain? Do you really want to believe him? It shouldn't be a big problem, Fang Xuan is usually very reliable. Saitama replied, system, start the lottery for me. Target, the 7th Dragon Ball. Ding, let's start the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of shampoo. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of facial cleanser. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 7 Luwei Dawang pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a useless book. Ding, ding, looking at his luck, Fang Xuan was speechless. How about your luck when you drew the Super Saiyan God before? Last time, the Dragon Balls were drawn out one after another, but now none can be drawn out. Isn't this a naked deception? As expected, after Fang Xuan exhausted all his current emotional points, he still didn't draw the last Dragon Ball. That. Fang Xuan opened his eyes and looked at Hungry Wolf and Saitama, who had been waiting for a while with some embarrassment. Seeing Fang Xuan open his eyes, Qiyu and Hungry Wolf immediately stepped forward. How's it going? Have you got the last Dragon Ball you mentioned? Hungry Wolf said eagerly. Fang Xuan scratched his head. Well, I accidentally had a little accident here. Why don't you try your method again? Click. Saitama on the side was completely petrified at this moment. No, buddy, I was bragging to Hungry Wolf just now, saying you were very reliable, but you turned around and tried to trick me. Hungry Wolf's whole body was also numb. It's not you who said there was a better way, it's you who says there is no way now. Believe it or not, the two of us joined forces to beat you up. At this moment, Hungry Wolf had the urge to beat Fang Xuan. Don't panic, I have an idea. What can I do? In Hungry Wolf's puzzled eyes, Fang Xuan came to Qiyu. Saitama, look at my hair. With that said, Fang Xuan directly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and his hair also directly grew longer, reaching his waist. Ah, Fang Xuan, what the hell do you mean? Are you so obviously mocking me for not having hair? Saitama's anger level at this moment was directly pushed to its peak by Fang Xuan, and he also performed nuclear fusion. He really wants to give Fang Xuan a complete serious series for free now. Ding, the anger value of Saitama's explosion has been detected, and the emotional value plus 1000000. Ding, detected. Saitama thought the host was mocking him, emotional value plus 9999999. Ding, detected. Saitama's determination to kill the host with one punch, emotional value plus 9999999. Just wait for me, there should be no problem this time. Hearing the extremely high emotional value that kept ringing in his mind, Fang Xuan closed his eyes again. Came to the lottery interface and started the lottery session. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bag of fairy beans. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of perfume. Hey, don't give these useless things, give me the Dragon Balls. I want the Dragon Balls. Perhaps it was Fang Xuan's strong belief that played a role, and the next reward was actually a Dragon Ball. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a 7-star Dragon Ball. Finally got it. After saying that, Fang Xuan opened his eyes and took out the Dragon Ball. Okay, I've got the 7th Dragon Ball. Saitama, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel so angry? Saitama, what do you think? Hungry Wolf looked at the bead that appeared out of thin air in Fang Xuan's hand and asked curiously, didn't you say you don't have this bead? Where did you get it? Fang Xuan waved his hand. None of this is important. Okay, now it's time to put everything back to its original state. After saying that, Fang Xuan placed the 7th Dragon Ball in his hand on the ground. After the other 6 Dragon Balls sensed the 7th Dragon Ball, all the red stars flashed. Come out, Shenlong, and fulfill my wish. After Fang Xuan finished shouting, he began to wait quietly for the dragon to appear. The Hungry Wolf saw no reaction from the people around him and said without any doubts, hey, are you reliable? If you really can't, buzz buzz. Before he could finish speaking, the surrounding environment began to change. Chapter 265 Recovery as before. City Z. Periphery. Everyone in the tornado was teleported through the explosion at this moment. All have arrived at the periphery. Hateful, I wonder if the strongest warrior can defeat that Hungry Wolf guy. I believe the teacher can do it. Hungry Wolf, the radiation contained in the gamma ray burst that guy launched is really terrifying. The current radiation on the Earth directly exceeds the standard and is completely unsuitable for human habitation. Even if the strongest warrior really defeats the Hungry Wolf, then we will probably have to plan to find a new place to live. Wait a minute, look, what is that? Everyone looked up. I saw that the sky suddenly turned dark without knowing when. Then a dragon appeared in the distance. No. It can't be. That's a dragon. No, there should be a new weirdo. Damn, this is endless. Before the Hungry Wolf was defeated, another weirdo appeared. Everyone fell into a deep sense of powerlessness for a moment. And what they saw was the dragon summoned by Fang Xuan through the 7 Dragon Balls. In other words, after Fang Xuan finished reciting the spell, all the stars of the 7 Dragon Balls shone brightly. Then a large number of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Golden divine light flashed, and a huge green divine dragon flew out from the Dragon Ball. Shenlong's eyes flashed red, looking at Fang Xuan below. Say your wish. Shenlong, please restore the Earth to what it was 3 days ago. Wait a moment, this is not the Earth I know. I need a moment. Then Shenlong's eyes turned even darker red. After a while, okay, your wish has come true. After Shenlong finished speaking, he saw that City Z, which had been turned into ruins, was like going back in time. All the buildings were restored as if they were turned upside down. People who died due to radiation also came back to life. On the periphery, everyone had fallen into a deep sense of powerlessness. At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at the Z city that had been turned into ruins before them, and suddenly restored it to the Z city before the war. What's going on? Am I dreaming? It's not a dream, I just slapped myself and it hurt. After the wish came true, Shenlong said, see you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared and then transformed into 7 Dragon Balls again. The 7 Dragon Balls also turned into stones and flew into the sky, and were about to be scattered all over the world. Fang Xuan immediately flew forward and took all the dragon beads in his hands. Okay, everything here has been restored. Let's go back to our homes and find our mothers. Fang Xuan said to Saitama and Hungry Wolf. Hungry Wolf and Saitama had not yet recovered from the scene just now. At this time, the Hungry Wolf, who had returned to a normal human, looked around with some confusion. He has really recovered. The slug lying on the side also woke up at this moment. Huh, why am I lying here? Uncle, you are back to normal. The slug happily came to the Hungry Wolf. The Hungry Wolf looked at the slug, still worried about what he had just done to kill it. Kaio held Fang Xuan's arm and asked, Fang Xuan, since your Dragon Ball can restore Z City, can it also make my hair grow? Fang Xuan said, it should be no problem, but after using it once, the Dragon Ball needs to cool down for a year. So, you have to wait a year before you can use it again. Ah, it will take a year. Saitama was speechless. He thought his hair would come back soon. Hey, Fang Xuan, what on earth is going on? Why did City Z change back to its previous appearance in an instant? Tornadoes flew over from the outside. Fang Xuan said to Saitama and Hungry Wolf, you must keep the matter of the wish granted by the Dragon Ball a secret. I'm afraid that too many people will know about it, and some people with bad intentions may peep at it. The tornado flew over first. Others followed, but when they saw the Hungry Wolf, they instantly entered a fighting state again. What's going on? The strongest warrior, haven't you defeated this guy yet? Masked Sweetheart asked. The Hungry Wolf said, hey, what do you mean? Do you think I'm easy to bully? As a weirdo, he should have been eliminated. Really, why don't you give it a try? In an instant, the atmosphere on the field once again became tense. That's enough. Stop it. Fang Xuan spoke out and then stood in the middle. The strongest warrior, what do you mean? Are you going to protect this weirdo? Masked Sweetheart continued to question. Fang Xuan said, I just don't want Z City, which has finally recovered, to be destroyed. Also, with your little strength, you are no match for him. I advise you to recognize yourself more clearly. Today's battle ends here. If anyone wants to continue fighting in Z City, you can. But if anyone dares to destroy a building, don't blame me for trying to reason with him. After Fang Xuan finished speaking, Masked Sweetheart, although very unconvinced, could only put down his hand. Genos came to Saitama and asked curiously, Teacher, do you know what happened just now? Why did Z City, which was in ruins, suddenly recover as before? Thinking of Fang Xuan asking him to keep it secret just now, Kaio said with evasive eyes, I don't know. Genos scanned his face and quickly saw that Saitama was obviously lying. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a robot running over not far away. Genos, are you okay? Doctor, why are you here? The person coming was none other than Dr. Kusno. After feeling that the Earth's radiation suddenly exceeded the standard, Dr. Kusno immediately found out that there seemed to be something big going on in City Z. Thinking that Genos might be there, he immediately drove the robot over. After carefully examining Genos, Dr. Kusno breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was nothing serious about him. Seeing that everyone seemed to have no time to pay attention to him, Hungry Wolf said, goodbye. After saying that, he left directly. Wait a minute, Hungry Wolf. Upon seeing this, Bang Ji-yu immediately chased after him. Bang Ku was worried about Bang Ji-yu, so he followed closely. Okay everyone, the weird association has been completely wiped out. Let's disperse. After saying that, Fang Xuan flew away towards his home. Upon seeing this, Tatsumaki immediately grabbed Fubuki and followed him. Wait for me, Fang Xuan. Saitama looked at Genos and said, Genos, let's go back too. After speaking, he looked at Dr. Kusno. Doctor, please go back with us first. After a while, everyone dispersed. Chapter 266 returned to normal daily life. A few days after the Z City incident ended, Silver Fang, the third-ranked S-class hero, submitted a letter of resignation to the Hero Association. The Heroes Association originally wanted to talk to Bang Ji-yu to see if they could retain him. But when they sent people to Bangu's gym, they found that Bangu was not there, and there was only Cha Lanzi who was practicing boxing alone. After questioning, I learned that Bang Ji-yu was chasing the Hungry Wolf and wanted to bring him back to the gym. Then, although the S-class hero Zombie Man did not resign as a hero, he asked the association for a super long vacation. He said that he had been too tired recently and wanted to take a rest. The same goes for the S-class Atomic Warrior. He asked his disciple to tell the Hero Association and then retreated temporarily, then went into the mountains to practice alone. Because the shock of this battle was too great, the Atomic Warrior decided to go to the mountains to practice hard. I originally wanted to bring Bangu to practice together, but who would have thought that Bangu would submit his resignation faster than him? Because the exam was about to take place, Emperor Tong also took a long vacation and went to a cram school. Blast discussed with the Heroes Association for a while and then left. As the leader of the Monster Association, Sykes was imprisoned by the Hero Association in the Hero Association headquarters. Z City. After the Hungry Wolf incident, everyone's life returned to peace. But Genos hasn't been around recently. Because after the battle, Fang Xuan gave some of the artificial human parts he had obtained to Dr. Kusno. Please ask him to level up Genos. After Dr. Kusno saw the android parts given to him by Fang Xuan, his eyes widened and he stared intently. Then he took Genos and rushed back to his laboratory. After Genos was dragged away like this, he never came back in the past few days. Fang Xuan's house. Little Master Tornado, the grapes have been washed, peeled and seeded. Do you want to eat them now? The maid robot servant came to Tatsumaki's bedside with a plate of crystal grapes. At this time, Tatsumaki was lying on the bed, holding his chin with his arms, reading comics leisurely. After hearing what Poo Poo said, he said, yes. After saying that, he opened the mouth of the cherry and waited for feeding. Servant picked up a grape and fed it to Tatsumaki. Fang Xuan opened the door and walked in. I'm back. Master, you are back. Do you want to eat grapes? I just peeled them and removed the seeds. No need. Fang Xuan waved his hand. Tatsumaki put down the comic in his hand and flew over. Fang Xuan, what should we eat for lunch? Fang Xuan looked at Tatsumaki and said, Tatsumaki, no matter what you say, you are still the second-ranked S-class hero. You can't lie at home every day. You should go out for a walk occasionally. If it doesn't work, you should also practice. Quote, forgot about the last time you played against Sykes and you were at a disadvantage. Tatsumaki said unconvinced. Whoever is at a disadvantage, without the help of external force, I can completely crush her, okay. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and the servant hurried to open the door. Then he saw Saitama walking in with a bag of beef hot pot without meat. Fang Xuan, I brought beef hot pot, let's eat together. Fang Xuan was speechless when he saw Kaio coming to eat again. I can only get up and cook. Half an hour later, Fang Xuan brought the dishes to the table one after another. The three of them started to eat. Fang Xuan asked while eating, by the way, little Lolita, why haven't you seen Kuishui recently? Tatsumaki said, isn't this Sykes locked up? Fubuki went over to visit. Saitama said at this time, by the way, Fang Xuan, I just saw on TV that a supermarket in City D has a huge sale on all products today. Are you going to go later? It's a big sale. I'm bored anyway, so let's go there. Little Loli, do you want to go? No, I want to stay at home with the air conditioner on and read comics. After the three of them finished their meal quickly, Fang Xuan and Kaio went out to D City. Afternoon. It's a great harvest today. I didn't expect that the supermarket owner was quite nice, but after seeing you, Fang Xuan, he actually just took pictures and gave us a discount on the things we bought. Saitama said happily while carrying a large bag of things. Fang Xuan looked annoyed. Damn it, why is that game store closed today? Okay Fang Xuan, it's just that I didn't buy a new game. It's not a big deal. Saitama patted Fang Xuan on the shoulder and said. Fang Xuan looked at Kaio and said in his heart, you can tell me that if the supermarket suddenly said there would be no discounts today, you would probably be more frustrated than me. Soon the two of them reached the outskirts of Z City. Although the Weird Association has been eliminated, the frequent appearance of weirdos here has really left a mark on everyone's hearts. So still not many people move here. Even if there are, they are people without jobs and money. Hey, Fang Xuan. At this time, a hot-looking woman wearing a mask came over. It's New S. I didn't expect you to be still alive. Fang Xuan said hello after seeing that the person coming was New S. New S said angrily, the Weird Association has been destroyed now. I have no fixed place to live. I wanted to contact Mr. Fubuki, but I have been unable to contact Mr. Fubuki, so I came to find you. That's it, if you are looking for a place to live. Then come to the apartment where we live. Anyway, there are a lot of empty rooms there, and no one is moving there, so you can move there. Fang Xuan thought for a moment and said. New S had no objection, and then followed Fang Xuan to Z City. Woof woof woof. The three of them had not walked for a while when suddenly a small black dog ran over and rubbed Fang Xuan's trouser legs crazily. Fang Xuan also recognized the black puppy at a glance as the big black dog Pochi that he had punched before. It's you. I didn't expect you to become so young. By the way, after that incident, where did you go? Fang Xuan bent down and picked up Pochi. On the side, the New S was very surprised. Ganden Boki. Why is it here? Do you know this dog? Fang Xuan turned his head and asked. New S nodded. It is Boki, a cadre of the Weird Association, who has dragon-level disaster strength. But I remember that it should be very big. Why did it become so small? Fang Xuan said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. It's just right to be smaller. Otherwise, I don't know how to maintain such a big body. New S said. Ah, do you mean to raise it? Yes, what else? Fang Xuan replied. At this time, in an inconspicuous little corner, a little guy in black with a white face, a wretched appearance, and a tentacle on his head was watching this scene. And he is the Black Sperm. Chapter 267 News, Pochi and Black SN move into the apartment. Isn't that the crossbow S? There's also Pochi, and the strongest warrior and the bald man. Oops, could it be that they were caught by those two guys? It's over, it looks like the two of them will be killed soon. I'd better leave first, but I can't let them catch me too. The Black Sperm said, turning around and trying to escape. But after walking a few steps, they found that Boki was put down by Fang Xuan, and then New S and Boki followed Fang Xuan and Saitama. Bochi and New S are okay. Those two guys didn't take them out. Forget it, let's take a gamble. After thinking for a while, the Black Sperm was sweating profusely and followed behind a few people. Hey, why are you following us? Fang Xuan immediately noticed the Black Sperm following behind him. Everyone else also turned their heads and looked. But no one was found. Come out from behind that telephone pole. As Fang Xuan finished speaking, the black sperm walked out cautiously. It's you. I didn't expect you to be alive. The moment he saw the black sperm, Fang Xuan wanted to take action and get rid of it. Seeing that Fang Xuan wanted to kill him, the black sperm felt so miserable. Why should Nues and Bo Chi be okay, so they should take action directly after seeing him? Black sperm hurriedly knelt down and said, Don't do anything. I have already changed my ways. Kaio asked in confusion. Fang Xuan, who is this little guy? This guy is a cadre of the Weird Association. I fought with him during the decisive battle with the Weird Association before. I just didn't expect this guy to survive. After finishing speaking, Fang Xuan said to the black sperm again, since you have changed your mind, then find a place to live obediently, stop doing evil, and don't follow us. The black sperm said with a flattering look, well, I don't have a home, please take me in. I don't want it, it's enough to have a dog, not to mention there are other people in my family. If I were to take you in, I wouldn't be bored to death. After Fang Xuan refused directly, he strode forward. The black sperm followed closely. Seeing that Fang Xuan was unwilling to take him in, he set his sights on Kaio. This hero, I see that you are very powerful. You must be a superhero. Please adopt me. I do not want. I beg you. No, please, I really don't have a home. Saitama was a little irritable, turned around and shouted, I told you, I don't adopt pets, it's useless for you to stick to me. Besides, my conditions are hard enough to support myself. Saitama firmly refused, but after all kinds of hard work by the black sperm, Saitama finally agreed to adopt him. By the way, have you ever seen a one-eyed monster that looks like a bamboo dumpling? Saitama asked, looking at the black sperm riding on Pochi's back. The one-eyed monster Saitama is talking about is Big Eyes. After the battle, Saitama wanted to take Dianzi back for adoption, but he couldn't find Dianzi. Black sperm listened to Saitama's description of appearance and thought he was talking about Big Eyes. So he quickly shook his head and said, I don't know. After several people returned to the apartment, Fang Xuan first asked Nues to choose an apartment to live in. Nues searched around and found strangely that many apartments had no doors for some reason. However, she finally found a nice apartment with a door and settled in. Then, Fang Xuan took Boki back first. After returning home, the tornado flew over, and then he saw Pochi. Fang Xuan, where did this dog come from? It feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Tatsumaki asked, looking at Pochi who had become smaller. Fang Xuan said, have you forgotten that when you fought the monster before, didn't you sit on its back? You said it was Xiaohei. I didn't expect that such a big little blackie could become so small. Come on, Xiaohei, give me a hug. Woof woof. I saw Pochi, who was about the same size as Tatsumaki, being picked up by Tatsumaki. After petting the dog Tatsumaki for a while, he looked at Fang Xuan and asked, by the way, are we going to keep him at home? Fang Xuan thought for a moment and said, of course not, I plan to build a doghouse outside. That's it, okay. After Tatsumaki said something, he continued to play with the dog. 2 days later, Saitama is playing video games with Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan was seen completely beating Chiyu with just one hand. Look at my super roundhouse kick. Suffer death, Saitama. I won't be defeated by you so easily this time. Under Fang Xuan's crazy attack, Saitama quickly pressed the keys on the handle in his hand. Defend and counterattack. But Saitama's game playing skills are completely opposite to his strength. The game technology is simply weak. He probably couldn't even defeat a primary school student. Oh no, an elementary school student should be able to torture him with one hand. After OK is displayed on the screen, the health bar of the character controlled by Saitama was cleared. However, the health bar of the character controlled by Fang Xuan was still full. It can be said that not a drop was lost. This directly made Saitama doubt his life. Fang Xuan also laughed and said, no, Saitama, why are your game playing skills weaker than before? Simply weak burst. Tatsumaki also flew over curiously. That is true. No, Saitama, did you launch an attack? I can play better than you. As soon as these words came out, Saitama's face turned dark. He picked up the phone and dialed the number, saying, wait, I'll call for foreign aid right now. The foreign aid Saitama called was King. Because among the people he knows so far, only King can suppress Fang Xuan in the game. Suddenly there was a sound outside. Weirdo detected. Target. Black Sperm, a cadre of the Monster Association, possesses the strength of dragon-level disasters. Start clearing. Help, Saitama, there's a robot trying to kill me. The three people who heard the sound immediately went out to check. Crossbow S on the opposite side heard the sound and came out. As soon as they went out, they saw Chong Wei beating Lifu. No, it was Genos beating Black Sperm. After being upgraded from Dr. Kusno's laboratory, Genos came back. As soon as he entered Saitama's house, he saw the Black Sperm lying on the sofa drinking milk. The system installed by Genos immediately identified the Black Sperm. So without saying a word, Genos kicked the Black Sperm out of the door. This is to avoid damaging Saitama's home. Then the hunt for the Black Sperm began. Fortunately, the Black Sperm ran faster, and he had recovered a bit of strength in the past 2 days, so he was not wiped out with one move. Chapter 268 Fully Upgraded Genos. Target locked. Caught you. Let's see how you hide this time. As he spoke, Genos stretched out his right palm, and a machine cover opened on his right arm, which quickly gathered on his left hand like a dense swarm of small insects. Soon, a super large caliber laser cannon was formed. And this is nanotechnology. It was created by Dr. Kusno using the parts given by Fang Xuan and combining it with his own brand new nanotechnology. The power released by the combined cannon in one full blow can almost destroy a small city. It was also because of this that Genos took so long to come back. Seeing that Genos was about to fire this shot, Fang Xuan and Kaio quickly teleported over and held Genos down. Because if this shot is really fired, it is estimated that the apartments in this area will be turned into ruins. As for Black Sperm, after seeing Genos take out such a big cannon and aim it at him, he was so frightened that his legs weakened and he collapsed on the ground. It wasn't until he saw Fang Xuan and Qiyu taking action that he felt relieved. Looking at Fang Xuan and Qiyu who were holding him down, Genos asked in confusion, "Teacher Fang Xuan, Teacher Qiyu, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me from killing that weirdo?" Fang Xuan said, "Genos, don't get excited yet, listen to me, the situation is like this." Fang Xuan told Genos about the Black Sperm being adopted by Saitama, Pochi being adopted by him, and Crossbow S living here. After Genos heard this, he put away the cannon and said, "Oh, so that's it. I thought this weirdo sneaked into Teacher Saitama's house secretly and wanted to do some damage secretly. Black Sperm. No big brother, even if you lend me 10 courages, I wouldn't dare." After the misunderstanding is resolved, several people came to Fang Xuan's house. Fang Xuan looked at Genos and asked, "Genos, why have you been away for so long this time? And how is your upgrade going?" Genos replied, "This upgrade can be said to be a comprehensive upgrade. Dr. Kusno equipped me with multiple cores, including Thunder Core, Pyrocore, Floating Core, Supermagnetic Core, Freezing Core, and Dragon Cry Core. Quote, each core can give me different effects in different combat environments. Among them, the Dragon's Cry Core is the most powerful. Combined with the chip that Teacher Fang Xuan gave me before, it can make my body function exceed the limit. In addition, the doctor also integrated his latest nanotechnology into my body. Nanotechnology can not only be combined into a variety of weapons and auxiliary props in an instant, also has strong repair capabilities. For example, if I am seriously injured by the enemy in battle, I can use nanotechnology to quickly repair the damaged body. In addition, the strength of my body has also been greatly improved. A very weak monster may not be able to cause any harm to me at all. It can be said that I have now completely integrated offense, defense and repair." After hearing this, Tatsumaki continued to ask, "Having said so much, what is your current strength? For example, if you meet a dragon-level monster." Genos pondered for a moment and said, "According to my own calculations, it is no problem for me to kill some ordinary dragon-level monsters with my current strength." After saying that, he pointed at the Black Sperm and said, "But if you want to beat this guy's previous platinum status, it may be a little difficult. Can't beat this guy though. But I am capable of fighting. Ah, is this guy as powerful as you say?" After hearing what Genos said, Saitama looked at the Black Sperm with questioning eyes. After hearing this, the Black Sperm suddenly became anxious. Hey, what do you mean? When I was at my peak, I was very powerful, okay. If you don't believe me, ask him." Black Sperm pointed at Fang Xuan and said. After hearing this, Fang Xuan said with a kind face, "Is it great? Sorry, I have lost my memory. How about we verify it on the spot?" Hearing this, the Black Sperm immediately started sweating. He quickly smiled and said, not great, I'm very weak. A few days ago, Fang Xuan beat him, the Wandering Emperor, and the ugly president all by himself until they were unable to fight back. The incident was still fresh in his memory. He didn't want to make this devil angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Genos glanced around and then asked, "By the way, why don't you see junior sister Fubuki?" Tatsumaki said, "Fubuki is still at the Hero Association headquarters. He just called me yesterday and said he would be back in 2 days. "That's right," Genos said. "Let's not talk about it for now. Genos, are you interested in playing a game with me?" Saitama, who was abused by Fang Xuan and doubted his life, set his sights on Genos. He felt that although he was no match for King and Fang Xuan in the game, but he should be able to beat Genos. After all, he had fought against 2 great masters. Genos was stunned for a moment when he heard the game, and then said, "I understand. Saitama-sensei is reminding me that even if I level up, I can't forget to train my fighting skills. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely do my best next time." After an hour, as Ko flashed on the screen again, the health bar of the character controlled by Saitama was cleared. Saitama looked at the screen in disbelief. How could this happen? How come I can't even defeat Genos? Genos was very indifferent. In 66 battles, I gained a lot of experience in downwind battles. Thank you teacher Saitama for your guidance. Oh, Saitama-sensei, what's wrong with you? Saitama's whole body turned gray. Then he took out his phone and said, "I want to call King." Genos asked in confusion, "Call Mr. King. Teacher, do you have anything to do with him?" Fang Xuan interjected. "Leave him alone, Genos, let's fight a few times." "Yes," Genos responded. The game begins again. There is an hour later. KO was displayed on the screen again. But this time it was Genos whose health bar was cleared. That's right, it was Fang Xuan who won 66 times this time. Genos concluded with a solemn expression. After fighting against teacher Fang Xuan so many times, I have gained a lot of experience in fighting against the wind. I have to say that Genos is a talent. No matter what Saitama and Fang Xuan do, he can understand many things on his own. And these things are very reasonable. Saitama cheered from the side. Awesome Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan turned around and said, why are you praising me? Have you forgotten who just lost to me so many times? As soon as these words came out, Saitama froze on the spot and immediately dialed King's number. King, I have something to ask you, come to my house. What's up? Playing games with you. Chapter 269 Early Morning Letter. Z City. Fang Xuan's family. Beautiful morning. The sun has just risen. Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki in the room were still asleep. Kupu took Pochi out for a walk with the dog early in the morning. At this time, downstairs in the apartment, a figure was looking around furtively. As if he was afraid of something. After confirming that there was no danger, he quickly rushed upstairs. After checking the address on the envelope in his hand, he walked towards Fang Xuan's door. Yes, he is a courier. The reason for being so careful is because City Z is a city where weirdos frequently appear. Although it is officially announced that due to the frequent appearance of weirdos in Z City, the Weird Association has been eliminated. But people are still worried. After all, weirdos in City Z have been appearing frequently for several years. Who dares to actually live in it? The courier tiptoed to Fang Xuan's door. I wanted to stuff the envelope into the express box and leave this dangerous place quickly. But he searched for a while and couldn't find it. If you put it on the ground, it will be blown away by the wind, which will be troublesome. Thinking that the S-class hero Fang Xuan lived here, the courier also wanted to see a real person. Then, boom, boom, boom. Hello, is Mr. Fang Xuan at home? I have a letter here from the Heroes Association. Fang Xuan, who was sleeping in the room, woke up immediately after hearing someone knocking on the door. Then he got out of bed and opened the door. Who? Fang Xuan rubbed his eyes that were still awake and opened the door. Hello, are you Mr. Fang Xuan? It's me. I have a letter here from the Heroes Association. Please sign for it. Ah, Hero Association, what are those guys doing sending me letters? I don't know about this either. After Fang Xuan signed his name, he took the letter in his hand and was about to close the door. The courier added, please wait a moment. I heard that Zansu Tatsumaki also lives here. I also have a letter here sent to her by the Heroes Association. Please sign for it for her. Okay. Seeing Fang Xuan's affirmative answer, the courier suddenly thought, sure enough, the rumors that the strongest warrior and Zansu Tatsumaki are in love are true. They have already lived together. Fang Xuan signed his name again, took the letter in his hand, and was about to close the door. Not wanting to, the courier said again, please wait a moment, do you know which apartment the Devil's Cyborg and the bald-caped man live in? I still have a letter for them both. Fang Xuan scratched his hair, and then said, give me the letter, and I will deliver it to them later. Okay. The courier quickly handed the letter to Fang Xuan. After Fang Xuan finished signing, he was about to close the door again. The courier took out a notebook and said, well, I have one more thing to trouble you with. Can you sign it for me? Ah, after sending away the courier, Fang Xuan closed the door. Fang Xuan, why are you so noisy? Tatsumaki wore bear-style pajamas and walked out, rubbing his eyes. The conversation between Fang Xuan and the courier just now woke her up. Fang Xuan shook the letter and said, the Heroes Association sent us a letter. What are those guys doing sending us letters? Tatsumaki asked doubtfully. You'll know after you take a look. With that said, Fang Xuan sat on the sofa and opened the letter addressed to him. Then he looked at it. The letter read, Mr. Fang Xuan, in order to thank you for your contribution to the Association to Suppress Weirds, a celebration party will be held in City A in 3 days. I hope you can come and participate in your busy schedule. It turns out to be a celebration party. I thought it was something else. After Tatsumaki finished reading his letter, he threw it on the table and went back to his room to sleep. She has participated in this kind of celebration party countless times, and there is nothing new at all. Fang Xuan was also speechless about this matter. It was just a celebration party, so you asked the courier to deliver it early in the morning. His sweet dream was gone again. Then, he picked up the letter to Genos and Saitama. Went to Saitama's house. He felt that he had to share it with Saitama about being disturbed early in the morning. So, Fang Xuan came to Kyu's door. Boom, boom, boom. Saitama, open the door and don't sleep. I have your letter here. Come out quickly and take it. Saitama, who was sleeping, was suddenly disturbed by a knock on the door and shouting. It's so annoying, who is it? He's barking outside so early in the morning. Saitama walked out of bed with an angry look on his face. After opening the door, he saw Fang Xuan outside his home. Before he could speak, Fang Xuan handed him the letter and walked back. Okay, the task of waking up Saitama is completed, let's go back to sleep. Saitama stood there with a confused look on his face, looking at the 2 letters in his hands. Noon. Fang Xuan is playing games. I am playing Genshin Impact. Saitama, on the other hand, was shameless, using the air conditioner in his house, watching TV, and drinking Fang Xuan's drink. For those who didn't know, they thought this was Saitama's family. After watching TV for a while, Saitama began to feel hungry. So he opened Fang Xuan's room and said, Fang Xuan, I'm hungry, it's time to cook. After hearing Chiyu's words, Fang Xuan turned around the computer chair. I'll go, Saitama, are you so embarrassed? He rubbed my air conditioner, my TV, and my drinks, not to mention. You guys still want to take advantage of me, are you embarrassed? Saitama scratched his head. What's so embarrassing about this? Isn't it like this all the time? Fang Xuan was speechless for a moment. Saitama added. By the way, I have read the letter you sent me this morning. Are you going to this celebration party? Go. Why not go if you can eat and drink for free? Kaio nodded, but he didn't expect Fang Xuan to agree with him. At this time, Kaio found that the game played by Fang Xuan looked familiar. It seems to be the one he accidentally deleted from the archive last time. So he asked, Fang Xuan, is your game the same game that I deleted the save file last time? Hearing this, Fang Xuan immediately saved the game, then turned off the computer and said, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, my computer has listed you as an extremely dangerous person, so you are not allowed to come near. Not that much, Saitama said, very puzzled. Fang Xuan said, it's not serious, it's serious. If you hadn't permanently deleted my save file last time, I wouldn't have played from the beginning. Now I'm finally playing to the place where you deleted it before. Quote, how could I possibly be letting you get closer? Okay, I'll cook for you, and you stay in the living room and watch TV. You're not allowed to enter my room or touch my computer. After saying that, Fang Xuan quickly pushed Kaio to the living room. Then I went to the kitchen to cook. Chapter 270. Saitama is dripping with cold sweat. City A. The day of the celebration. Saitama took the lead from Z City with black sperm. On the road, I'm really curious about what delicious food I can eat at today's celebration party. Saitama said with excitement. The black sperm crawling on Kyo's head said, I said, are we really okay if we don't wait for Fang Xuan and the others? I don't want to either. It's just that the speed at which the tornado set off was too slow. Based on the speed at which she changes clothes, I guess she won't leave for another 2 hours. Rather than do this, let Fang Xuan wait for her. Let's go first. Maybe we can get something delicious first. By the way, is it really okay for you to come with me? After all, you were a weirdo before. Saitama asked with a puzzled look on his face as he looked at the black sperm. Although Saitama has not directly fought with black sperm, but according to Fang Xuan, this guy seems to have fought against many heroes. If he was recognized, the celebration would probably turn into a monster-slaying convention. The black sperm said with a relaxed face, don't worry, didn't you see that I dyed myself green when I went out? So no one will recognize me. After hearing this, Saitama felt it made sense. So he continued walking towards City A. But after Saitama came to City A, but didn't know where to go, a letter with the address of the celebration party. Because he was leaving in a hurry, he forgot to take it. I wanted to call Geno's or Fang Xuan, but I found that my phone was out of battery because I stayed up late yesterday to practice my gaming skills. He had no choice but to walk towards the Heroes Association headquarters. After all, the celebration party was held at the Heroes Association headquarters. Someone from the association must know where it is. Then, he took the black SN to the headquarters of the Hero Association. After a while, he arrived at the door of the association headquarters. Beep, 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 beep. Saitama and Black SN had just arrived at the mechanical gate. Alarms sounded. Saitama asked confused, why did the alarm sound? Risk factors detected. Recognition results confirmed. Start attacking. Comprehensive system defense activated. Grade 1. Then, a robot equipped with powerful firepower stood in front of Saitama. I obviously didn't do anything. What's wrong? Saitama was still confused. The black sperm was already hiding behind Saitama and said, no, brother, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Now, inside the association, a staff member of the Heroes Association. The Heroes Association's new secret weapon is being introduced to the crowd below. And this secret weapon is the robot at the door that is preparing to attack Saitama. Before the introduction was finished, the sound of the first level alarm came. Door. The robot quickly came to Saitama, raised its huge mechanical arm and hit Saitama. He was about to hit Saitama before he saw it. Saitama raised his hand and struck with a sword. Boom. I saw that the huge mechanical arm was broken instantly. Saitama opened his palms and looked at the robot seriously. What are you going to do? After saying that, Saitama jumped up. A slap hit the robot's huge body. Boom. The robot exploded directly on the spot. What happened to that guy just now? Something else is coming. Isn't this the headquarters of the Heroes Association? Why are there so many robots? Could it be that the Hero Association has been occupied by an army of robots? Saitama, who had just destroyed the robots, looked at several new robots and said, recognizing and correcting. Danger level 4. Start attacking now. As soon as the words fell, multiple robots began to attack Saitama. A large number of artillery attacks continued to hit Saitama. But these robots seemed to be masters of strokes. An unknown number of rounds of ammunition were fired, but only a few of them hit Saitama. Saitama clapped his hands casually and swatted away the rounds of ammunition. Then he clenched his fists. He was punched several times in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions kept coming. The new robot was wiped out in an instant. Hero Association surveillance room. The pictures that disappeared one after another on the screen shocked everyone instantly. Seeing that all his robots seemed to have been wiped out, they quickly summoned the association's current heroes and rushed over to check. After a while, a large number of Heroes Association cadres and heroes ran outside. Although Saitama was covered in dust, he walked in with a calm expression. The black sperm was also looking around curiously. He didn't expect that he, a weirdo, would one day walk into the Heroes Association with such arrogance. Many cadres ran past Saitama. One of them spotted Saitama and asked, "Wait a minute. Do you know what happened outside just now? Why is there such a loud noise?" Saitama turned around and said, "A robot suddenly appeared at the entrance." Saitama didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Another cadre said, "That is a defense robot. The research and development cost of one is about 9 billion. Nani? 9, more than 9 billion, billion. After Saitama heard the price, his eyes widened the most ever. The cadre continued, "By the way, you said the robot suddenly appeared, and what happened next?" Saitama was sweating profusely and kept thinking, "Don't find out that I did it." Saitama said, "Well, I don't know what happened, but the robot suddenly exploded." "Nani, if you saw what happened, please describe it in detail. Don't be so ambiguous," the cadre said with a speechless expression. And Chi-Yu's face at this moment already showed a guilty conscience. Just when everyone was still asking Kitama, King suddenly appeared behind everyone. "That's what he said. I saw it too. That robot suddenly exploded." Seeing that it was King, the cadres quickly became respectful. "It turns out to be Mr. King. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a real person. If Mr. King said this, it may really be a technical failure." The staff members spoke quickly. King didn't pay much attention to these people. Instead, he looked at Saitama. "Saitama, why are you here?" "I'm here for the celebration." "Ah, the venue for the celebration is not here. Sorry, I forgot the letter at home." "Well, then I'll take you there." Saitama and King walked out of the association headquarters while talking and walked towards the celebration venue. Those cadres saw that the bald man had such a bland conversation with King. All curious,